with
Dayan Francisco from the Procurement Management Department.
kami po ang inyong magiging host para sa ating kauna-unahang Comelec Procurement Summit. So let's start. Isimula po tayo sa pamamagitan ng isang panalangin na pamumuno to be led by the CNMA Patinko of PBB, to be followed by the singing of the national anthem and then Comelec team. So may I request everyone to please rise.
Let's pray. Almighty God, we thank you that you promise to be with us always. Thank you that your presence is with us right now. Today, we give you our hearts, our minds, and our lives. Come, speak your words of life into our beings. We pray that you would deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding. For you are a wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. We offer everything to you during this procurement summit. May we ask for your blessings and divine providence that the set for this undertaking be successful and activities set for this undertaking be successful effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experience that we derive from these events for actual application when we leave this venue. We pray that you bless our resource persons, facilitators, participants, and all the people who are here right now. That they fulfill their tasks responsibly and that the objectives we have set may all be achieved. Your generous blessings would mean the success of this event. May we be living witnesses of your genuine love through the implementation of knowledge acquired through the activity. Grant us your divine wisdom as we go about our daily tasks after this summit. All this we pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Thank you very much. Please all be seated.
To formally open the program, may we call on the
Honorable Chairman George Erwin N. Garcia.
Masyado mataas at PNS ko. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Magandang umaga sa lahat ng Comelec family, sa lahat ng mga panauhin natin, lahat ng mga prospective, incoming, outgoing ba, at saka mga incumbent na mga supplier at saka providers for the traditional elections. Maraming salamat sa pagdalo nyo dito sa ating kauna-unahan na election procurement summit. At the same time, maraming salamat sa media friends sa inyong pagsubaybay lagi sa commission elections. Bakit pa tayo may procurement summit? Bakit natin ito ginagawa? Bakit natin naisipan na magkaroon ng procurement summit? Hindi naman po yan katang-isip lamang ng procurement management department namin. At incidentally, kasasalamatan ko muna sila dahil sila yung ilang araw na walang tulog upang maisagawa lamang yung aktibidad na ito. Maraming salamat sa pangunguna ng Director Mike. Bakit na tayo may procurement summit? Bakit natin ito ginagawa? Pwede naman wala na. Total tuloy-tuloy na naman, nakakapag-participate na naman ang lahat sa procurement. Kasi una gusto kong malaman ng lahat na ang policy direction ng Commission Election, lalo na dito sa ating kata-approve lamang na 7 taon na strat plan na pinangunahan ni Commissioner Ernest Maceda ay kinakailangan may full transparency sa Commission Election. Kinakailangan may full transparency, accountability, at inclusiveness. Hindi pa pwedeng iilan lang ang nakakaalam, iilan lang ang nagpa-participate, kaya exclude ang iba, at pagkatapos yung iba ay walang nalalaman sa kung paano at ano ang mga ginagawa at proseso ng Comelec, lalo na when it comes to procurement. Minsan nakakaligtaan, akala lagi ang Comelec election lang. Yan ang laging pinagtutuunan ng pansin. Subalit tatandaan natin, mahigit sa kalahati ng preparasyon ng Comelec ay problema ng supplies, problema sa procurement. At aaminin natin, hindi mape-perform ng Comelec ang kanyang trabaho ng maayos kung wala kayong lahat na tumutulong sa amin sa Commission on Elections. Partner po namin kayo, partners namin kayo dito sa ating pagkakaroon ng halalan sa ating bansa. Kung wala kayo, imposibleng gawin ng Commission on Election magmula sa operation, administrative, and logistics. Yan lagi po ang hinaharap na problema ng Commission on Elections. And so, marapat lang na magkaroon tayo ng ganitong klaseng pagsasama-sama upang, number one, masabi ko sa inyo na magkakaroon na tayo ng procurement manual para sa Commission on Elections. Sa mga susunod na araw, ilalabas na po natin ang procurement manual na kasalukuyan pong ginagawa at sinusulat at ipapasa po yan upang masabi natin na ang Comelec ay predictable. Ibig sabihin, alam nyo kung nasaan kayo, ano ang requirements at bakit kayo kulang ng tinimbang at kung kayo ba ay makakapasa, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa mga requirements. So at least predictable. Yung po ay isa ng pagpapahalaga dahil katulad ng sinasabi sa amin ng Commission on Audit, kinakailangan na meron kang plan, meron kang manual. So ipapasa po namin yon. Hindi yung nakarelay lang kami sa Republic Act 9184 o doon sa rules ng GPPD. Kinakailangan meron kaming sarili na guidelines. At yan po lahat ng inyong mga kontribusyon, lahat ng inyong mga kaalaman, lahat ng mga pangangailangan, ilalagay po natin lahat doon. Gusto rin namin malaman ninyo kung sino ang mga taong involved sa aming procurement. Hindi lang po kasi Bids and Awards Committee regular, meron kami. Meron po rin kaming IBAC para sa infrastructure. Alam niyo naman po, sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon ng Comelec, maaari magkaroon ng sarili niyang building. At dahil dyan, we will venture on the construction of the most expensive government building in history. So hopefully po, yan ay maisagawa rin natin at gusto natin maging maayos ang procurement natin. Ayaw namin magkamali, especially when it comes to that kind of a very expensive construction of a government building. At meron din po tayo lagi na SBAC, Special Vision Awards Committee namin, para naman po yan sa ating AES, para po sa automation natin mangyayari ngayong 2025. At least po, kilala nyo yung mga tao na involved. Kilala nyo at alam nyo kung saan bumabagal ang proseso. At dapat, hanggang sa bukas po, malalaman nyo ilang araw dapat na po proseso yung lahat ng papel nyo hanggang sa makasingil kayo sa Commission ng Elections. Dahil yun po ang commitment natin. Katulad po sa opisina ng chairman, ang commitment natin isang araw lang ipoproseso ang lahat ng dokumento. At siguro naman po, lahat ng suppliers na andito, alam niyo po yun, hindi nagtatagal ang papel sa opisina ng chairman. Importante po yun sapagkat at least, kung pumasok na yun, lumabas bukas, sa isang nagnenegosyo po kasi napaka-importante ng mabilis na proseso. Sapagkat lalo't-lalo na yung masisingil nyo, ginagamit at pinapaikot muli upang maipundar para sa susunod pa na proyekto o pa sa pamahalaan o sa ibang pribadong transaksyon. So sinisigurado po natin yung mabilis na proseso na ganyan. At the same time, gusto natin may transparency. Kahit isa po sa inyo na naandito ngayon, wala po siguro magsasabi na kayo ay tinatawag ng Office of the Chairman o ng opisina ni Commissioner Maceda o ng kahit na sinong commissioner. Wala po siguro magsasabi na rin kayo na pinapakialman ng chairman o ng miyembro ng NBank ang kahit na anong proseso ng procurement. Ginagalang po natin kasi yung mga namamahala sa ating BAC, sa IBAC at sa SBAC. Kinakailangan sila ay makapag-isip at makapag-desisyon base sa kung ano ang patakaran na meron ng komisyon, ng base sa kung ano ang patakaran ng batas na umiiral patungkol sa procurement. So yun po yung isang bagay na may pagmamalaki natin under the present leadership. Complete transparency and accountability. Napaka-importante po, napakahirap dahil napakalaking pera at pondo ng sambayanan ang involved po sa bawat eleksyon. Sinasabi natin sa bawat eleksyon, manual man automated, billions ang ginagastos po natin. Hindi lang sa pag-procure ng supplies, o hindi sa pag-deliver sa logistics, billions po ang ginagastos ng pamahalaan. At dahil dyan, the Comelec must always be accountable to the people. Every single cent must be properly accounted. Yung isang araw, meron lumabas na ang Comelec ay may unliquidated cash advance na nagkakahalaga po sa ng 2 billion daw. Hindi po 2 billion yon, 7 pa nga po yun eh. 7 billion po yun nung nakaraang taon. 2 billion nung early part ng 2022, ngayon po ay 700 million na lang yun. And before the end of this year, gagawin natin na mas mapababa pa yun hanggang mga 200 million kung hindi man hanggang 100 million. In fact, para sa kaalaman ng nila for purposes of transparency, the Comelec NBank passed a resolution stating that all those with unliquidated cash advances na mga officials namin and employees, lahat ng salaries nila and benefits will be withheld until they are able to liquidate the remaining cash advances. In fact, kasama na rin doon ang lahat ng other personal actions, even including filing criminal cases against individuals who will not properly liquidate. So, ibig sabihin, if we are trying to make accountable our people, we are hoping that at least those who are from the outside of the commission, kayo po mga suppliers namin, kayo po miyembro ng media, you can always determine and find out that indeed the Comelec is fast changing and becoming into an agency that is accountable to the people and spending public funds wisely and with full accountability. Inclusive. Ano ibig sabihin po ng inclusive? Dati-dati, napapansin namin, bakit lagi na lang sa mga procurement, ito na lang lagi-lagi mga pangalan na lumulupan dyan. Bakit ganyan na lang sila o lagi na lang sila? Siguro nga dahil sila lang yung interesado sa Comelec Procurement, pero hindi naman po kapanipaniwala yun. Ang dapat po, lahat may pagkakataon mag-participate sa Comelec. Dapat wala po kayong takot na mag-participate sa procurement namin dahil maayos naman. Basta kumpleto ang dokumento. Papangako po natin sa inyo, walang basta madi-disqualify kung wala namang kadahilanan. Yan po yung commitment ng inyong commission election. Again, there will be level playing field and equal opportunities for all. Mas maganda po yung ganon. Para po kahit paano masasabi nyo, hindi, maayos naman dyan sa commission election. Mas maganda mag-participate dyan. At the same time, siyempre ang commitment namin, kinakailangan, dito naman ako titingin, kinakailangan mababayaran ng tama at eksakto yung lahat ng mga sinupply sa atin at lahat ng commitment natin on time. Minsan po talaga nagtatagal. Kaya ako sabi ko sa kanila, gusto ko pagpasok ko doon, pagpasok ng Commission and Bank, nandun yung mga mukha natin ha. Kung pwede nga lagay niya kung ilang araw sa mukhang ito na magtatagal ang papel. Para kung sa akin, sabi ko, kung nyo magawin isang araw, gawin nyo naman 2 araw para naman may konting paghinga ng konti. So maganda sabi ko, pag nag-present kayo, ngayong buong maghapon hanggang bukas, makikita nyo ilang araw dapat mag-i-stay ang document sa bawat tao na involved nyo. That's very, very important po sa inyo, sa kanila, at sa ating lahat because that ensures full transparency. At bilang warning din po, noong nakaraang linggo, isa sa miyembro ng IBAC, ng BAC, ang pumunta sa akin sapagkat may tumawag daw sa isang supplier nung nagsasabi siya si Chairman Garcia. At dahil si Chairman Garcia nanghihingi ng pambaon daw sa Boracay. Sabi ko, di sana ako na lang nagbigay ng baon sa Boracay. Kasi hodang meron pang boses, hindi ko naman talaga boses. So, ibig sabihin, maganda rin itong procurement summit na to. Sapagkat, masasabi ko sa inyo, na wala kayong ibang dapat kakausapin. Ang magsasalita para sa inyo ang inyong dokumento. Madami na sigurado ko pagka-appoint namin, meron na kagad may firma namin, nagpagawa na kagad sa kung saan. Meron na kagad sasabi siya ang tao ni Chairman Garcia o Commissioner Maceda. Meron na kagad nagsasabi whether within or without the commission, sasabihin sila ang representative ng miyembro ng commission and bank. Now, I can honestly tell you, eyes to eyes, wala tayong inuutusan ganyan. Just participate faithfully and just complete the documentation so long as you have the financial capacity, so long as you're able to comply with all the requirements, I can honestly tell you and promise you can win a procurement contract in the commission of elections. Siyempre po madaming gagamit. In fact nga po, mag-award ka ngayon, hindi ko na nasabi yung isang araw na magpa-demo kami ng internet. Siyempre po, kahit sa mga supplier namin ng provider, lalo na sa AES, meron magsasabi kaya nilang bigyan ng 100,000 boto. Pananalunin, 50 million, 70 million, 100 million. Nagpa-practice pa lang ako, puso na yung ganon. Kaya sinasabi ko sa mga kliyente ko, there is no such thing as that. Hindi mangyayari yung mga ganyan. Pero meron pa rin na kumakagat doon sa ganung racket at sinasabi kaya daw silang bigyan ng ganung class sa daming boto basta magbayad lamang. Imposible po yun. Alam natin lahat, kaya nyo i-counter-check ang results ng ating eleksyon lalo ng 2022. Wala kayong makikita ng discrepancy between the results as manually the counting of the ballots as versus the results as transmitted by the machines. Dahil accurate po yan at saka transparent. So, kung pwede lang po, kung sino lang yung mga tao na i-detalye sa inyo mamaya at kung ano yung mga dokumento, stick lang po tayo doon. Huwag po tayo mag-deviate sa kahit na anong part ng process. Hindi porket like meron daw kakilala sa ganito, kakilala sa ganyan, lalo lang po kayo magkakaroon ng problema. Pero kung ang problema ay dahil mabagal ang paniningil, yan po, medyo pwede nyo kaming directly kausapin. At mabagal ang proseso sa pagpapaniningil, pwede nyo po kaming directly kausapin. Kasi baka maya-maya, ang sila yung Xerox, ang sila nyo kunan na ganyan, ay mahigpit na po yung aming COA. Sobrang kahit pitik-pit po ng COA namin, nakikita po yung mga ganyan. At in fact, pinapasabit ng kompleto ang mga documents. So pasensya na rin po kung bakit minsan naghihigpit ang commission election sapagkat dahil nasa public funds yan, lagi pong kami nagpapaliwanag sa aming commission. Ito pong huli namin na audit bilang panghuli. Ang Comelec po ay kamuntik na, konti na lang makareceive ng unmodified opinion. Ibig sabihin, kahit paano ang Comelec ng financially, administratively, is almost compliant to whatever COA rules and regulations there are. At sabi nga ni COA sa amin, konting-konti na lang, marireach nyo na yung, for the first time, yung ganon. In fact, for the first time, na-reach namin yung level kung saan ngayon, ang commission election. Gusto natin, mas lalo pang paigtingin yun. So muli, nagpapasalamat po ako sa pagbibigay niyo ng panahon dito sa ating kauna-unahang Procurement Summit. Maaaring payak itong ating pong kung ano man yung ating madadatnan dito. Ang importante po na andito ang aming BAC, SBAC, IBAC, makakausap niyo po sila. Pinaganda po natin mismo ang programa at yung mga tao magsasalita upang pagkatapos nito, you will be well-informed. And a well-informed contractors, suppliers, and providers will be beneficial to the issue of transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. Papasalamat po ako sa inyo mula po sa commission election. Papasalamat po tayo sa ating media friends and partners, sa ating COA, at sa iba pang mga panuwi. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Si Chairman po talaga ang nag-push para po i-conduct natin ang kauna-unahang Comelec Procurement Summit. At this point po, we will recognize po lahat ng mga attendees po natin. Ngayong umaga, siyempre, pinangungunahan ng ating mahal na Chairman, George Erwin M. Garcia, Honorable Commissioner Ernesto Ferdinand P. Maceda Jr., ang ating Executive Director, Tipisto Arnas Jr., ang ating Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Helen G. Aguila Flores, ang ating Deputy Executive Director for Operations, Director Rafael Olaño, and
we also acknowledge the presence of our directors and heads of offices and our bidders and suppliers. The following are Advanced Computer Forms Incorporated, All Card Incorporated, Auto Global Incorporated, BJ Mercantile Incorporated, Capri's Office Supplies Trading, and JPZ Max Consumer Goods Trading, EDBS Trading, LN Trading Corporation, EMBO Integrated and Trading Corporation, F2 Logistics Philippines Incorporated, Fast Services Incorporated, Fax Cable Incorporated, First Synergy Tech Company Limited, Handling Incorporated, Harmless Trading, Involution Corporation, Integrated Computer System Incorporated, Intellex IT Solutions, JE Manalo Company Incorporated, Lamco Paper Products Company Incorporated, Lamco Paper Products, Lenovo Philippines Incorporated, LGTON Law, Miro Systems Company Limited, Multiforms Corporation, New World Printing Corporation, 12 Yellow Brick Road Productions Incorporated, Oscar R. Rui Vivar and Associates, Printwell Incorporated, Projects Unlimited Incorporated, PZBX Production Incorporated, S1 Technologies Incorporated, Silicon Valley Computer Group Philippines Incorporated, Smartmatic Inc. Corporation, SMS Global Technologies Incorporated, Sofitel Philippine Plaza Manila, Solid Business Machine Center Incorporated, PND Enterprises, Tabuli Labs, Telcom Live Content Incorporated, Teletronic System Incorporated, Top Best Printing Corporation, Triplex Enterprises Incorporated, Uptown Industrial Sales Incorporated, Van System, YDR Productions, and we also acknowledge the presence of our resource persons, members of the media, the CNN, ABS-CBN, Balitang AZZ, Bombo Radio, BZMP, TV5, GMA News Online. Also, the presence of our observers and those joining us via Zoom online are regional election directors and regional reason awards.
So, simulan na po tayo para sa ating unang presentation, Connecting Prospective Suppliers, Providers in the Procurement Planning Stage. Mayroon pong inihandang audiovisual presentation, and to tell us more about it, may I call on... May nakalimutan kami. Maiksing house rules po para sa ating lahat. So, babalik ko po yung mic kaya at hindi kaya.
Okay po, thank you, sir. Okay. House rules lang po. While the summit is ongoing, we request everyone to please observe proper decorum. During the presentation, you may write down the topic. If you have any questions, there are papers dun sa mga tables po ng ating suppliers. If you have any questions during each presentation, you may write down the topic, the name of your company, your email address, and then your questions. The members of the Secretariat will collect the papers, and if there are remaining minutes after the presentation, our resource persons will answer your questions. Otherwise, if maubusan po tayo ng time after the presentation, meron po tayong Q&A later in the afternoon. Okay, as mentioned earlier by Sir Nestor, we have the Procurement Summit exhibit just right outside the ballroom. So should you need to take wellness break, we have restrooms located at the right side, paglabas po ng ballroom, and another dun sa near the elevator sa left side. Okay, so please turn your phones to silent mode and calls must be done outside the ballroom. Snacks will be served at your respective tables during break time around 10 and 3 p.m. Buffet lunch will be at 12 noon, also located outside the ballroom. And please participate attentively and actively during the entire program. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. Excited ako. So, relax na po tayo. Uli, tatawagin ko yung ating first presenter, si Sir Yasser L. Mangadang. Siya po ngayon ang acting Chief Administrative Officer ng Procurement Planning and Management Division ng ating Procurement Management Department. Sir Yasser?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to our Honorable Chairman George Aaron and Garcia, to our commissioners, senior staff, my colleagues in the Commission on Elections, especially, and those who are joining us virtually, to our prospective leaders, incoming and incumbent leaders, as Chairman George said a while ago, to our family from our media. Again, I would like to welcome you to our first Comelec Procurement Summit. I am Yasser L. Mangadang, the Chief Administrative Officer of the Procurement Planning Management Division of PNP. Before we start the bidding process here in Comelec, we conduct procurement planning. To give you a brief background on how we conduct procurement planning, I have prepared in my division a short audiovisual presentation on how we conduct procurement planning and how we connect you, our prospective leaders and suppliers, to our procurement planning. Without further ado, I would like to present to you connecting prospective suppliers and providers in the procurement planning stage. Thank you very much.
A plan involves resource allocation and scheduling. This is particularly true for procurement planning, which is a critical component of a procuring entity's budget. Plans ensure that the overall goal of the particular project will be achieved effectively and efficiently. Through plans, a procuring entity, like the Comelec, is able to effectively manage and track the procurement all the way to the contract performance. As such, it allows managers to determine how to allocate limited cash and other appropriate resources under a given timeline and identify choke points, weaknesses, and delay in the entire activity that can be addressed or eliminated. Every year, upon issuance of the budget called by the Department of Budget and Management, the procuring entity prepares the agency budget proposal for the succeeding calendar year, taking into consideration the budget framework for that year. At this stage, the PMO, end user units, or implementing units of the procuring entity, like Comelec, shall identify and list down all respective needs for their different programs, activities, and projects. Now, we are going to discuss the procurement planning stage. The legal basis of the procurement planning is under Rule 2, Section 7 of the updated 2016 Revised Implementing Rules and Regulations of Republic Act No. 9184, or also known as the Procurement Law. Under the said rule, the RA 9184 summarized and enumerate the following goals. Let us first discuss the first one. First is to meticulously and judiciously plan all identified procurement projects by the end users or implementing units. Second, to include goods and services which is crucial to the efficient discharge of governmental functions or used for the day-to-day operations in pursuit of the principal mandate of the agency, and also include foreseeable emergencies based on historical records. Third, to consider the appropriate timing or phasing of related project activities for the timely delivery of goods. Fourth, to come up with a budget proposal that is realistic based on the current market price. Lastly, to ensure that all procurement is within the approved budget of the agency. In essence, the result of procurement planning is the identification and preparation of all important and priority procurement projects, which is vital for the operation and performance of the mandate of Comelec in accordance with the approved budget for the agency. To capture the idea of how procurement planning works and the involvement of suppliers and providers of goods and services during the stage of procurement process, let me introduce to you the three main outputs of the said activity. First, Project Procurement Management Plan or the PPMP. Second, the Annual Procurement Plan or the APP. And third, Purchase Request or PR. Let us first discuss the Project Procurement Management Plan or the PPMP. The PPMP is a GTPB prescribed format, meaning all government agencies, including Comelec, end users or implementing units shall use the said form during the procurement planning stage. In PPMP, this will be used by the end user or the implementing units in listing all the identified procurement projects according to their respective mandated function and needs of the Commission for the conduct of activities such as voter registrations, national and local elections, plebiscites, and for regular operations. Pursuant to Section 7.3.2 of the RA 9184, the PPMP shall include the following information, such as the project title, description, quantity, estimated cost, timeline of delivery, implementation, and procurement modality. The estimated cost of projects in the PPMP should be based on the current market price adjusted according to the inflation rate to anticipate the increase in prices, since the goods and services listed in the PPMP, if approved, will be procured in the succeeding year depending on the schedule of the procurement activity. At this stage of the planning period, our end users or implementing units will start requesting quotations from their prospective suppliers or provider to determine the current price for the proposed estimated budget of the project that they have to be included in the PPMP. In addition, as part of their market study of the project, they may also request suggestions or recommendations on the updated or latest information regarding their respective projects. This is where we respectfully request support and assistance of our beloved participants, and just to consider this as your service to the government and the Filipino people. As to the timeline, the preparation and submission of PPMP are done during the last quarter, which is October to December of the year prior to the budget year, or prior to the preparation of the agency's budget proposal for the next fiscal year. And lastly, the submitted PPMPs are still subject to revision. The quantities or requirements of the project listed in the PPMPs may be adjusted depending on the approved budget of the Comelec in the National Expenditure Program or NEP and the General Appropriations Act or the GAA. Now, we move forward with the second output of the procurement plan, which is the annual procurement plan. This is considered the most important procurement documents in all government agencies, the annual procurement plan. Similar to the PPMP, the APP is the form prescribed by the GTPB. The APP is the document where all the reviewed and evaluated procurement projects from the PPMPs that being submitted by the end users are consolidated and arranged according to the type of the goods. In Comelec, the APP is prepared by the Procurement Management Department. The APP shall include the following information. It contains such as the project title, description, estimated cost, and the schedule of procurement activity, as well as the procurement modality. The reason why the APP is the most important procurement document is that the approved APP will be the authority of the Bids and Awards Committee to start the procurement process pursuant to RA 9184. Under the said law, no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved APP including approved changes thereto. The APP will be approved by the agency head of the procuring entity, in the case of Comelec, the Commission and Bank. This will be posted on Comelec website and in GPTV website. So for our participants or the concerned prospective suppliers and providers, if you are interested in our upcoming procurement project, the Comelec's APP is posted on our website. Pursuant to Section 7 of RA 9184, there are two types of APPs that will be approved and produced during the procurement planning stage. These are the indicative APP and the approved and final APP. The indicative APP, which is the APP prior to the release of GAA, after the review and consolidation of procurement projects in the PPMP, there will be an initial indicative APP where the budget is based on the procurement projects in the submitted PPMPs. This initial indicative APP will be the supporting documents for the Comelec budget proposal in the succeeding year. Upon the release of the National Expenditure Program or NEP by the DBM, the PPMPs of the various end users will be requested for amendment, and the initial indicative APP will be revised or aligned with the budget in the NEP. Upon the approval of the revised indicative APP by the Commission and Bank, this will now be the basis of various end users in the bids and awards committee to conduct the early procurement activity or EPA of procurement goods and services needed to be delivered by the first quarter of the year. However, no award will be done until the release of GAA and the approved final APP. That is the reason why EPA is a short of award. Upon the release of the GAA, the PPMPs and the indicative APP will be revised again to align with the budget. The final APP will be approved by the agency's head or the Commission and Bank, and also the APP that will be posted in Comelec website and GPTV website. The final APP contains all approved procurement projects to be procured by the Comelec within the fiscal year. Again, we would like to reiterate for guidance of all, under Section 7.2 of revised IRR of RA 9184, it provides that no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved APP, including approved changes thereto. Let us move forward with the third output of procurement planning, which is the purchase request or PR. The PR is a prescribed form under Appendix 6C of the Government Accounting Manual or GAM Volume 2. The PR is also the trigger document or the document that will initiate the procurement process by the Bids and Awards Committee. The PR will be submitted by the end users or implementing units upon the approval of the APP, depending on the procurement timeline or schedule of procurement activity. The information in the PR will be based on the projects as planned by the concerned end users or implementing units in the PPMP. All items in the PR for the procurement, including the title of the project, the procurement modality to be used by the DAP, the schedule of procurement activity, and the budget should be in accordance with the approved APP. The prices of approved projects in the PPMPs that were being consolidated into APP were gathered a year before the actual procurement process. That is why we require the prices of the items in the PR should be validated through the market survey. We at least request 3 quotations from the end users to be attached in the purchase request as supporting documents. Again, we plead to our participants to support and assist us with the information during this stage. After the approval of the PR, the BAC will now conduct the procurement process following the guidelines and procedures specified in RA 9184. To summarize and for our clearer view, the following are the roles of our participants or prospective suppliers or providers in the procurement planning stage. First, assist us by providing current prices of goods and services to be procured by the Comelec during the preparation of PPMPs for the budget preparation of Commission. Second, kindly assist us by providing information on the latest products, updated technical specifications, and other needed services during the end users market surveys. This will be helpful in determination of the best items that are beneficial and advantageous to the government. However, this is still subject to the study and consideration of the end user units. And lastly, kindly assist us by providing price quotations regarding the latest price of goods for us to establish and validate our project's approved budget for the contract or ABC prior to procurement. The Comelec and the government are grateful and thankful for your compliance and support to this request. Again, and for guidance, please be advised that during the procurement planning stage, there is no competition or award of contract yet.
Thank you for the presentation from the PPND END. We acknowledge the presence of Honorable Commissioner Nelson Jason. For our suppliers and dealers, yung presentation for today, yung makikita niyo po yung presentation today and tomorrow, bibigyan po namin kayo ng tig-isa-isang USB para may copies po. Thank you. Now, we welcome our next resource person. By the way, may time pa po tayo. You might have questions po. The secretary na-collect na po ba yung questions? So wala pa po. Sige, later na lang po in the afternoon. So we now proceed with our next presentation. Our next resource person is, the next topic is about responsiveness, procurement through leaders, inclusivity, and Comelec processes. It is prepared by the Bids and Awards Committee Secretariat, Division of the Procurement Management Department, led by BSD Chief Administrative Officer, Ms. Marian R. Ada Cruz. Let us all welcome Ms. Mar.
Honorable Chairman George Irwin Garcia, Honorable Ernesto Ferdinand Baceda Jr., Honorable Nelson J. Salis, Senior Officers, colleagues, good Secretariat Division, Procurement Management Department. It is my pleasure to present this audiovisual presentation regarding responsive procurement through bidders inclusivity in Comelec processes. My sirs and moms, the objective of the presentation is to introduce the actors in the procurement in relation to the procurement-related activities from posting of invitation to bid until the issuance of notice of award. Also, to walk through the bidders in the Comelec procurement processes until award of contract, and to discuss required documents needed prior to award of contract, particularly in the following procurement modalities: competitive bidding, shopping, small value procurement, and lease of real property and venue. And finally, this is to provide collaborative venue to smoother bidding process and responsive procurement. Certain months, this presentation is a bit long as it covers the following topics: actors in Comelec procurement processes, competitive bidding, and commonly used alternative procurement modalities, shopping, SVP, and lease of real property and venue. So my presentation will start with the government procurement paradigm. To give you an overview of the procurement, let me show you first the Philippine procurement paradigm from the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, or the GPPB TSO. So what is procurement? According to Republic Act number 9184 and its revised implementing rules and regulations, procurement is the process of selecting services from supplier which fits best the need of the procuring entity, which includes the process of selecting products and services that will provide value for money. In this Philippine procurement paradigm, procurement starts with the identification of the needs by the end user units, as earlier discussed by the PPMD, and assessment by the Home Finance Office and the bank whether or not the project is ready to be procured. Now, the next part is the procurement, where the procuring entity aims to acquire goods and services and awards the contract to the bidder with the most advantageous cost, quality, and sustainability of products and services that meets its requirements and oversees project implementation. The process ends when the goods and services has been delivered completely and accepted and the supplier is paid in full, which means that the project has been satisfactorily delivered. So who are the actors in Comelec procurement? These are the head of the procuring entity. In case of Comelec, the Commission and Bank, and those officials delegated as Comelec Hope.
various bids and awards committees of the Commission, the Secretariat, the technical working groups, the end user units, the Procurement Management Department, the Finance Services Department, the Reception and Verification Committee, observers, and you, our bidders. The head of the procuring entity has the following functions and responsibilities pursuant to RA 9184 and its revised IRR. Where the whole establishes and appoints the members of the Bids and Awards Committee and approves the annual procurement plan. Moreover, it ensures the professionalization of the BAC, its secretariat, and PWG members, and also approves or disapproves the contract award and resolves the protest filed by the bidders. The current membership of the Comelec is headed by Chairman George Erwin M. Garcia. Completing the composition are Honorable Commissioners Socorro Bintin, Marlon Escasquejo, Amy P. Carolino, Ray E. Gulay, Ernesto Ferdinand P. Macera Jr., and Nelson J. Salas. Further, for purposes of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of the procurement process, the NBank, pursuant to Comelec Unit Resolution Number 21-0237, dated April 7, 2021, as amended by the Comelec Unit Resolution Number 23-00161, dated February 1, 2023, has delegated its authority for various procurement modalities to approve or disapprove back recommendations to award contracts, signing of the notices of award, contracts such as contract agreements, memoranda of agreement, and purchase orders, notices to proceed, and other similar procurement documents. The delegation also includes rejection of any and all bids, declare failure of bidding, or not award the contract pursuant to Section 41 of the 2016 revised IRR of RA 9184, approval or disapproval of amendments and or supplemental contracts, and termination or cancellation of contracts. In the Comelec main office, the authority has been delegated to the Comelec Chairman George Erwin M. Garcia, where the Chairman signs the notices of award, contracts, and notices to proceed on behalf of the Commission and Bank for projects procured through competitive bidding, limited source bidding, two-field biddings, and highly technical consultants. Including in his delegation is the approval, disapproval of back recommendation to award contracts, notices of award, contracts, and notices to proceed for projects with an approved budget for the contract of 2 million and above and procured through other alternative modes of procurement except shopping and small value procurement. On the other hand, for projects with an approved budget for the contract of below 2 million and procured through other alternative modalities except small value procurement, the Executive Director, Attorney Treviso E. Ellis Jr., approves or disapproves the award of contracts. As to projects processed through small value procurement, the authority has been delegated to the Deputy Executive Director for Operations, Attorney Rafael B. Olano. It is also imperative to get to know the Comelec's various bids and awards committees, technical working groups, and secretariat, including their functions and responsibilities. The BAC is mainly responsible for ensuring that the procuring entity abides by the standards set by RA 9184 and its 2016 revised IRR with its functions as flashed on the screen. The committee ensures a fair, transparent, and efficient procurement process and serves as guardians on proper use of public resources and promotes accountability. The BAC Secretariat, on the other hand, is primarily responsible for administrative support tasks and routine duties like organizing procurement-related activities, documentation and records management, and monitoring of procurement activities and milestones. Moreover, the Secretariat acts as central channel of communications for all procurement concerns. Certain activities of the bank also require expertise of technical, financial, and legal experts who should assist in the conduct of various procurement activities. This is to ensure compliance with the IRR of RA 9184 and completion of the procurement activity within the prescribed period as stated under the law. This is the technical working group. Currently, the Comelec has 3 bids and awards committees in the main office: the Bank for Regular Operations and Recurring Contracts, the Special Bank for Automated Election System for the 2025 national and local elections, or the SBAC-AES, and the Bank for Infrastructure Projects. The Bank for Regular Operations and Recurring Contracts is headed by no other than the Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Dega Helen G. Aguila Flores, with the Vice Chairperson Director Ray E. Doma. Regular members of the bank are Director Fernando C. Designo, Director Maria Teresa E. Saluta, and Mr. Raul S. Bautista. The Bank for Regular Operations and Recurring Contracts has 6 technical working groups: the TWG for Regular Supplies, Equipment, Recurring Contracts, and Other Goods and Services is headed by Attorney Jamila Bunsa. The TWG for Vehicle-Related Goods and Services is led by Engineer Rodil Gismundo. On the other hand, Attorney Catherine Fernandez heads overseas voting-related projects. For election reforms and supplies, the lead is Ms. Arlie Corpus. As to ICT-related projects, Mr. Heriberto Aguilar is the TWG head, while Mr. Lou Alexander Tincang leads the TWG concerning alternative modalities. On another note, the Bank Secretariat is led by Ms. Marian Ada Cruz, assisted by Mr. Patrick Cruz, Mr. Edmond Tamondong, and Ms. Sheila Rose Vicente. The Commission and Bank has also created the SBAC-AES for the 2025 national and local elections, chaired by Director Alan Francis B. Abaya and vice-chaired by Director John Rex C. Laudianco. Members are Director Divina E. Blas Perez, Director Rodencio Balangkit, and Director Abigail Claire C. Lacuna. The TWG for SBAC-AES is headed by Attorney John Gerard de la Cruz, assisted by Attorney Marisa Corazon de Calor. Director Fritzy Claire Casino Katigoy is the head secretariat, with Ms. Ada Cruz as her second in command. The Comelec has also backed for infrastructure projects, with Director Jubil S. Romera as chairperson and Director Lacuna as vice chairperson. Director Virgil Juan S. Chiriano, Director Albert Leonard C. Rodriguez, and Engineer Roderick Ilagan are the regular members of the IBAC. The TWG head is Director Efrain Badget. Meanwhile, Director Glinis Samondong and Director Kaigoy are the head and assistant head of the Secretariat, respectively. The Comelec also has organic Bank Secretariat Division under the Procurement Management Department. The division is headed by Ms. Ada Cruz, assisted by Mr. Patrick Cruz, together with all the staff and personnel in the division. Similarly, significant in the success of procurement are the end-user units. Their involvement in the process is crucial, particularly during the preparation stage. They play a critical role in determining the technical specifications, quality standards, and other important details of the project. The end users have basic understanding and first-hand knowledge regarding the goods and services needed for their respective offices. End-user units in the Comelec are the Steering Committee, Information Technology Department, Printing Committee, Administrative Services Department, Allocation Committee, Education Information Department, and all other offices in the Commission that have procurement requirements. In this study event, we will also get to know other actors in Comelec procurement processes, especially during contract implementation until payment of goods and services delivered. Before proceeding on that stage, let me discuss the process flow during procurement phase, including documents bidders must submit to the BAC as basis for award of contract. The discussion is limited on goods and services as we have research speaker for consulting services and infrastructure projects. Pursuant to Section 48.2 of the 2016 revised IRR of RA 9184 and in accordance with Section 10 of the said IRR, as a general rule, the procuring entities, Comelec included, shall adopt competitive bidding as the general method of procurement and shall see to it that the procurement program allows sufficient lead time for such competitive bidding. In the Comelec, as soon as the BAC Secretariat receives the approved purchase request, the BAC concerned conducts pre-procurement conference to determine the readiness to procure the project. The conference is also attended by the PWG, Secretariat, and representatives from the end-user units, Finance Department, and other offices of the Commission. The next step is the advertisement posting of the invitation to bid. Do you know that the advertisement posting of invitation to bid signals the start of the bidding process? As soon as the BAC determines the readiness of the project, the BAC Secretariat posts the invitation to bid and bidding documents continuously in the PhilJets and Comelec websites and any conspicuous place in the Comelec for 7 days, starting on the date of advertisement. This will ensure widest possible dissemination, which will increase the number of prospective bidders and intensify competition for the procurement activity or project. Intensified competition, in turn, will ensure that the government in general and the Comelec in particular will get the best possible proposals as to quality and cost. Next step is the conduct of pre-bid conference. As a practice in the Comelec, regardless of the ABC of the project, the BAC conducts this activity. The pre-bid conference is open to all interested parties. It is a forum where project requirements are being discussed, clarified, and explained to the bidders. The BAC, through its secretariat, presents all documentary requirements as part of the bidder's bid proposal to be submitted to the BAC on or before deadline to submit bids. Post-qualification and contract-related requirements are being taken up as well. The pre-bid is conducted at least 12 calendar days before the deadline for bid submission, but not earlier than 7 calendar days from posting of invitation to bid in person or face-to-face through video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology. Currently, the BAC for regular operations and SBAC AES conduct the pre-bid via Microsoft Teams. For everyone's information, video conferencing is allowed in RA 9184 and its IRR. Thus, the BAC maximizes advances in modern technology to streamline, simplify, and expedite the conduct of procurement and address the challenges and disruption brought about by calamities and crises such as COVID-19 pandemic. For in-person pre-bid conference, the bidder may proceed at the time and venue indicated in the invitation to bid by presenting its proof of identity to the BAC Secretariat. For online pre-bid conference, bidders must request MS-Teams link to the BAC Secretariat prior to the scheduled activity. Requests must be sent to the official email of the Secretary concerned as flashed on the screen. Bidder must also submit contact details of bidder's representative and other relative information for documentation purposes. The BAC Secretariat, after checking the submitted details, sends the MS-Teams link to the bidder's representatives together with the bidding documents. The bidder will just have to click the link to direct to the meeting room. It has been the practice of the BAC Secretariat to send copy of bidding documents to all bidders who requested to participate in the pre-bid in case they haven't downloaded the documents posted at the Comelec and PhilJets websites. The BAC shall then issue supplemental bid bulletins, if any, in response to request clarifications raised by the bidders. The bidders may submit to the BAC through the Secretariat its written request for clarifications on any part of the bidding documents or for an interpretation at least 10 calendar days before the deadline set for the submission and receipt of bids. The BAC shall respond to the said request by issuing a supplemental bid bulletin at least 7 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. The Back Secretary concerns ensures that the bid bulletin is posted at the Comelec and PhilJet's websites and at any conspicuous place in the Comelec. It has been the practice of the Back Secretariat to send copy of bid bulletins to all bidders who participated in the pre-bid, even if they haven't paid for the bidding documents. Regarding purchase of bidding documents, it may be paid anytime from posting of invitation to bid and before the deadline set for the submission and receipt of bids. Payment may be in person at the Comelec Cash Division upon securing order of payment from the Back Secretary Division, or online through fund transfer or bank deposit to any branch of the Land Bank of the Philippines. Comelec LBP Peso current account number is 0012104286. Said details are indicated in the bidding documents. Bidders should pay applicable fee as indicated in the bidding documents prior to submission of their bids and must send copy of the transaction or deposit slip to Back Secretary concerned on or before the bidder submits its bid. Flashed on the screen are the email addresses of various banks in the Commission. Next step is that the bidder must submit bids on or before the set deadline in the bidding documents. For back for regular operations, bidders submit compressed, password protected, and hash-coded bids via Google Drive. One of the resource person of the summit will discuss this in detail. For SBAC and back infra, the submission will be in person at the designated venue. The Back Secretariat receives the bids submitted by the bidder and reports the same to the back. It has been the practice in the Comelec that the deadline for submission of bids is the same date as that of the opening and preliminary evaluation of bids. The opening of bids may be conducted in person or face-to-face through video conferencing. Today, the back for regular operations conduct the said activities online via Microsoft Teams. The Back Secretariat sends link to all parties concerned in the said activities prior to the scheduled opening of bids, the same process as that of pre-bid conference earlier discussed. For the SBAC and back infra, these activities will be conducted in person at the designated venue. In the opening and preliminary evaluation of bids, the back uses non-discretionary pass-fail criterion in checking the documents for the technical and financial component envelopes. The technical component envelope is opened first in the public to determine each bidder's compliance by checking submitted documents vis-a-vis checklist of requirements. Bidders that are compliant with the requirements in the technical component is declared eligible, otherwise ineligible. Immediately after the second termination, the back opens the financial component envelope. Only the bids that are determined to contain all the bid requirements for both components shall be rated pass and shall be immediately be considered for evaluation and comparison. After all bids have been received, opened, examined, and evaluated and ranked, the back prepares corresponding abstract of bids and declares the bidder with the lowest or single calculated bid prior to the adjournment of the conference. The Back Secretariat will then send a notice to the bidder with a single or lowest calculated bid. Immediately after, the post-qualification of the bidder with the LCB shall commence. The bidder with the LCB is given a non-extendable 5 calendar days to submit all mandatory post-qualification requirements to the back. The detailed evaluation of bids shall be conducted by the TWG concerned, which shall be completed in not more than 12 calendar days from the termination of the LCB. However, in exceptional cases, the post-qualification period may be extended by the Commission and Bank, but in no case shall the aggregated period exceed 45 calendar days for goods and services. In case of post-disqualification of the bidder with the LCB, the bank is given the same fresh period to conduct the post-qualification of the next LCB until the bidder is post-qualified or failure of bidding is declared based on Section 35.1C of the same IRR. The TWG submits report to the BAC recommending the bidder be declared as the bidder with the lowest calculated and responsive bid. Should the BAC find merit in the recommendation of the TWG, the BAC will issue resolution declaring the bidder as the lowest calculated and responsive bid and recommends to the award of contract. In Comelec, as soon as the Secretariat receives the TWG report, the BAC issues its resolution within 1 to 2 calendar days and submits the same to the Commission and BAC. Consequently, the BAC Secretariat shall also send the notice of post-qualification to the bidder, informing the latter of the BAC's declaration and recommendation to award contract. The Commission and BAC then decides on the recommendation of the BAC, often during the NBAC regular session. The Office of the Commission Secretary issues minute resolution informing the BAC of the approval-disapproval on its recommendation. As soon as the BAC Secretariat receives the minute resolution, notice of award is prepared with complete staff work and is submitted to the Office of the Comelec Chairman for signing of the notice of award. On the average, the Comelec Chairman signs the notice of award within 3 calendar days. As soon as the signed NOA is received, the BAC Secretariat immediately sends the same to the winning bidder for conformance and will consistently follow up its acceptance. On the average, winning bidders receive NOA within 2 calendar days. Immediately after receipt of the accepted NOA, the BAC Secretariat transmits all pertinent documents to the Contract Management Division for preparation of contract. Although many of you are experts in the preparation of bids, we still find it necessary to remind our bidders of the documentary requirements to be included in the technical and financial envelopes for submission to the BAC. In fact, there will be a discussion on factors causing delays and failure in government procurement in the succeeding session. Further, on the second day, one of the research speakers will share Comelec experience as to the reasons of bidders' ineligibility and post-disqualification. So as not to preempt their presentation, let me just reiterate the checklist of requirements for competitive bidding and some tips in preparation of the same. The checklist of requirements is provided in Section 8 of the bidding documents for goods and services. The technical component envelope consists of legal, technical, and financial documents of the bidder. These are valid and current Philjet's registration, which must be platinum, statement of all ongoing contracts, statement of single largest completed contract or SLCC, bid security, schedule of requirements where the delivery and or contract duration is specified, technical specifications, omnibus word statement and proof of bidder's authorized representative, net financial contracting capacity or NFCC, in lieu of NFCC committed line of credit, and if applicable, documents for joint venture agreement. For a Philjet certificate, make sure that it is valid and current, and your copy is the revised version pursuant to GPPD Resolution 15-2021. The bidder shall only submit Philjet certificate in lieu of Class A eligibility documents. Meaning, for purposes of bid submission, you need to submit mayor's permit, SEC or DTI registration, and tax clearance, as these are already listed in your Philjet certificate. You have to ensure, though, that the eligibility documents listed in Annex A of your Philjet registration are all current and valid. Otherwise, bidder shall update expired documents at Philjets. Flash on the screen is the sample revised Philjet certificate of registration. For the statement of all ongoing contracts, our bidding documents has provided the form which the bidder needs to fill out completely and signed by the authorized representative. Take note that for purposes of bid submission, bidder need not attach proof of ongoing contracts. Just indicate the reference at the last column of the form. Proof of ongoing contracts shall be submitted during post-qualification. As the statement of SLCC, the form is provided as well and must be filled out completely by the bidder's authorized representative. As you can see, we have indicated instructions in the form so that the bidders will be guided in accomplishing the same. Further, the bidder must show proof that the SLCC has been completed by attaching any of the following: end user's acceptance, official receipts, or sales invoice. The date and number of the attached document must also be indicated in the last column of the form. Just a reminder to all our bidders, collection receipts cannot substitute for the submission of official receipts as per GPPB NPM number 040-2016 and 125-2015. For bid security, bidders have three options on what to submit. Option 1, if in cash, cashier's manager check, bank draft guarantee, or irrevocable letter of credit, it should not less than 2% of the ABC of the project being bid. Option 2, if in surety bond, it should not less than 5% of the project's ABC. In addition, the bidder must submit copy of certification issued by the Insurance Commission to the insurance company. Third option is bid securing declaration. The form is provided by the GPPB as flashed on the screen. These must be signed by the authorized representative and duly notarized. The form for schedule of requirements and technical specifications is in Section 6 and Section 7 of the bidding documents respectively. Section 6 must be signed by the bidder's authorized representative. The same applies in Section 7, where bidder must indicate the word comply to the column provided and signed by the authorized representative. Next is the omnibus form statement, where the form is provided by the GPPB. Bidder must ensure that all the mandatory clauses stated therein are indicated in the affidavit signed by the authorized representative and duly notarized. Attached to the OSS is the proof of authority of the bidder's representative. The only financial document in the technical component is the net financial contracting capacity, or in lieu of that, the committed line of credit. The form that we provided has already instructions on how to compute for the NFCC, which should not lessen the ABC of the project. The current assets and current liabilities should be based on the latest audited financial statement listed in Annex A of the bidder's diligence registration, while the total value of outstanding contracts is based on the data indicated in the statement of all ongoing contracts. Should the computation will not meet NFCC requirement, the bidder may submit committed line of credit equivalent to at least 10% of the ABC. The back has also indicated template for the said document. Class B documents should also be in the technical component envelope should there be a joint venture. In case of joint venture, the bidder must submit joint venture agreement in case the joint venture is already in existence, or duly notarized statements from all the potential joint venture partners stating that they will enter into and abide by the provisions of the JVA in the instance that the bid is successful, per Annex F of the bidding documents. Further, each partner of the JV shall submit their respective field certificate of registration. Also, the submission of the technical and financial eligibility by any of the joint venture partners constitute compliance, provided that the partner responsible to submit NFCC shall likewise submit the statement of all ongoing contracts and audited financial statement. For the audited FS, it is indicated in Annex A of the project certificate of registration. We are done with the technical component envelope. Now we proceed on the second envelope, the financial component. This consists of the financial bid form, where the bidder specifies its total bid and the price schedule, showing the detailed breakdown on how the bidder come up with its bid. The bid must be accomplished. The bid should not more than the ABC of the project and must be signed by the authorized representative. For the detailed breakdown of bids, there are two price schedules provided by the GPPB. One is the goods offered from abroad. The second is the form for goods offered from within the Philippines. The form must be signed by the authorized representative. The bidder will have to select any or both of the forms that are applicable to the project being bid. Bidder must take extra caution in accomplishing this form and ensure that the computations are correct. Should there be discrepancies between bid prices in figures and in words, amount in words shall prevail. Between total price per item and unit price for the item as extended or multiplied by the quantity of that item, the unit price shall prevail. And between stated total price and actual sum of prices of component items, the actual sum of prices of component items shall prevail. That's the procedure and requirements for competitive bidding. Now let's discuss the process for alternative modalities commonly used by the Commission: shopping, small value procurement, and lease of real property and venue. Let's discuss first the shopping and small value procurement. The procedure for shopping and small value procurement is almost the same. Both has a threshold of 1 million pesos. The difference, though, is that shopping applies only to goods, while SVP applies to goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. Another is that shopping is utilized whenever ordinary regular supplies and equipment are not available in the DBM procurement service, while SVP applies if it does not fall under the conditions of shopping. Note also that in shopping, the bank must have received at least 3 price quotations, while in SVP, receipt of 1 quotation is sufficient to proceed with the evaluation. The process starts as soon as the Bank Secretariat receives the approved purchase request. For projects with an ABC of 50,000 and above, it will be posted at the Comelec and Philjet's websites and conspicuous places within the Comelec within 3 calendar days. Should there be clarifications on the posted requirements, the bank issues supplemental bid bulletins. The Bank Secretariat receives quotations submitted on or before the set deadline. Quotations may be submitted in person or through the email provided in the request for quotation. The Bank Secretariat initially checks the quotations received and will report the same to the Bank Subcommittee for alternative modalities. After which, notice will be sent to the bidder with the lowest calculated quotation. Evaluation of the quotation and testing of samples, if any, will be conducted by the PWD concerned together with the end user unit. As soon as the evaluation is completed, the Bank Secretariat prepares the Bank Subcommittee report. Then, if the Bank find merit on the Bank Subcommittee report, a resolution recommending award of contract shall be forwarded to the authorized Comelec official together with the notice of award. Approval of NOAA would take at least 3 to 5 calendar days. For shopping, the NOAA and back resolution is for approval, disapproval of the Executive Director, while the Deputy Executive Director for Operations approves, disapproves the recommendation of award for projects procured to SVP. As soon as the signed NOAA is received, the Bank Secretariat immediately sends the same to the winning bidder for conformance and will consistently follow up its acceptance. On the average, winning bidders received NOAA within 3 calendar days. Immediately after receipt of accepted NOAA, the Bank Secretariat transmits all pertinent documents to the Contract Management Division for preparation of purchase order. Following are the checklist of requirements for shopping and SVP. Number 1, quotation or proposal. Number 2, PhilJet's registration. Number 3, business bears permit. Number 4, brochure, technical data sheet, and our equivalent document and our demo unit materials of the sample being offered. Number 5, for SVP with ABC above 500,000, income business tax returns. And number 6, for SVP with an ABC above 50,000, omnibus sworn statement with proof of bidder's authorized representative. Next modality is lease of real property and venue. The process starts as soon as the back secretariat receives the approved purchase request for lease of privately owned real property and venue. The back shall send the RFQ to at least 3 venues within the vicinity of the selected location. Receipt of at least 1 quotation is sufficient to proceed with the evaluation thereof. The back secretariat receives quotations submitted on or before the set deadline. Quotations is submitted in person. The back secretariat initially checks the quotations received and will report the same to the DWG for alternative modalities. The venue being offered by the lessor with the lowest calculated quotation shall then be rated in accordance with the technical specifications prepared pursuant to Appendix D of IRR of RA 9184. Compliance rating with technical specifications may be conducted through ocular inspection, interviews, or other forms of due diligence. As soon as the evaluation is completed, the TWG submits the report. Then, if the back find merit on the TWG report, a resolution recommending award of contract should be forwarded to the authorized Comelec officer together with the notice of award. Approval of NOAA would take at least 3 to 5 calendar days. For ABC with 2 million and above, the NOAA and the back resolution is for approval, disapproval of the Comelec chairman. For ABC below 2 million, the NOAA and back resolution is for approval, disapproval of the executive director. As soon as this NOAA is signed, the back secretariat immediately sends the same to the winning lessors for conformance and will consistently follow up its acceptance. On the average, the NOAA is received within 2 calendar days. Immediately after receipt of NOAA, the back secretariat transmits all pertinent documents to the Contract Management Division for preparation of contract. Now, let's discuss the requirements for lease of real property. First, lessor's proposal. Second, field-jobs registration. Third, business bears permit. Fourth, omnibus sworn statement with proof of bidder's authorized representative for ABC above 50,000. Fifth, income business tax returns for ABC above 500,000. And lastly, latest audited financial statements or any financial documents to prove financial capability of the lessors for ABC above 500,000. For all procurement modalities, all awarded contracts are forwarded by the back secretariat to the Contract Management Division of the PNB for preparation of contracts and or notice to proceed.
Thank you for that very comprehensive presentation from the back secretariat PNB. Just to remind our readers and suppliers and those joining us through Zoom online, we encourage you to ask questions, submit your questions to our secretariat so our resource person can address them. Before our next presentation, we will take a 5-minute wellness break and then balik po tayo agad to continue with the next presentation. Thank you.
down. We shall now proceed with the next topic.
Hello again, everyone. I hope you had your day and snack. So now we go to our next resource person. I'm sorry, for the next audiovisual presentation. This is what the topic is contract implementation processes. It is prepared by the Contract Management Division of the Procurement Management Department, led by CND Chief Administrative Officer, Attorney Nancy R. Hadap Villanueva. Let us all welcome Attorney Nancy.
Good morning, everyone. The contract division of the Procurement Management Department will present the contract implementation processes as well as the activities and remedies for its execution. You will also see in our slides the personnel, the offices and departments of the Commission who are involved in the preparation, approval, and execution of all the transactions. Please enjoy our audiovisual presentation. Thank you.
Welcome to the 21st Comelec Procurement Summit. On behalf of Contract Management Division, this discussion is all about the Commission on Elections contract implementation processes. Highlighted herein are the topics on: first, contract implementation process, from the issuance of notice of award until the payment of delivered goods or services. Second, contract implementation activities or remedies, such as requests for extension of delivery period and suspension order, among others. Third, procedure and conditions in the refund for postage performance and warranty securities. And lastly, suppliers' performance evaluation. Topic number 1, contract implementation process. Now, let us walk you through the process of contract implementation. Step number 1, the contract implementation process commences from the receipt of notice of award that is duly approved by the Commission and confirmed by the supplier. Knowing the fruit of dedicated labor of the men and women of the bids and awards committees, both in the main office and field offices, with its technical working group, back secretariat, and other team were group created for the purpose of securing procurement efficiency in all back endeavors. Once the award is approved by the HOPE, the back secretariat will issue the NOA. The date signed by the supplier thereof will mark the commencement of 10 calendar days period when the supplier should post performance security, submit supply and delivery management plan, and sign the contract. The contract implementation is being managed by the Contract Management Division of PMD. The CMD is composed of the following plantilla positions: the Chief Administrative Officer, Supervising Administrative Officer, Administrative Officer 4, 5, and 2, plantilla casual, and supported by 6 election casuals. For the regional offices, it's the Regional Back Secretariat or offices of the Regional Election Director, or also known as ORED, as a responsible office. Step 2, posting of performance security and contract signing. If applicable, the supplier may be required to post the performance security in any of the following forms. Number 1, equivalent 5% of the contract price if in the form of cash or manager's check issued by a universal or foreign bank. Number 2, 5% of the contract price of bank draft guaranteed or revocable letter of the credit issued by a universal or commercial bank, provided, however, that it shall be confirmed or authenticated by a universal or commercial bank if issued by a foreign bank. Or number 3, 30% of the contract price if in the form of surety bond, callable upon demand issued by a surety or insurance company duly certified by the Insurance Commission as authorized to issue such security. Comelec requirement, especially for big ticket contract, is to require supplier to submit a supply and delivery management plan. For step number 3, Request for certificate of availability of funds. The CMP-PMP, the main office, and the ORAT, Regional Back Secretariat, will request the Finance Service Department. Creation of certificate of availability of funds as a requirement for a contract should be perfected pursuant to Commission and Audit Circular Number 82-122B and as provided for under Section 86 of Presidential Decree 1445, Letter of Instruction 968, and Section 46 of Presidential Decree 1177. Next, for step number 4, preparation of contract memorandum of agreement, or also known as MOA, purchase order known as PO, and job order known as JO. The CMP will prepare the necessary documents for main office transaction and the respective Reg BAPSEC or ORAD per transaction in the field offices. Step 5. Legal review for contracts and memorandum of agreement. As part of the internal control, the legal review is an essential part of the process to ensure that contracts, terms, and conditions are in accordance with all the applicable laws and issuances. The Commission's Law Department assists the PMP in this important task. Step 6. Signing of contract and memorandum of agreement. The contract signing happened within 10 calendar days from the supplier's receipt of NOVA. The signing is also conditioned on the contract finalization, post-performance security if required. You should have and the complete attachments to contract as required under Commission and Audit rules and regulations, as well as availability of authorized signatories and witnesses. Step number 7. Authorization for contract and memorandum of agreement. In compliance with the legal formalities, all contract and memorandum of agreement entered into by the Commission must be notarized. The cost of notarization is a duty of the supplier. This is being made known by the Commission in the bidding documents, so that the supplier will consider the costs involved in the procurement project. Step number 8. Issuance of notice to proceed for contract. Pursuant to Section 37.4.1 of the updated revised implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act Number 9184, the NTP shall be issued with 7 calendar days from the approval of the contract. All notices called for by the terms of the contract shall be effective only at the time of receipt thereof by the successful bidder. For step number 9, preparation, routing, and approval of the purchase or job order. The OR's, PO, and JO in the main office is prepared as follows. First, the CMP prepares the PO or JO and the application request and status. Second, endorse the end user for signature of the documents. Third, endorse the budget division of FSC to sign the BAPSB of the ORs. Fourth, endorse the voucher processing division to sign the portion certifying the availability of funds and the PO or the JO. And lastly, endorse the designated signing authority for signature or approval thereof. On the other hand, in the field office, ORs, PO, JO preparations begin with the following. First, ORAD Original BAPSEC will request issuance of certificate of availability of funds from the FSB. Second, the ORAD Original BAPSEC prepare the PO or the JO. And lastly, end user representative and the ORAD concerned will sign the PO or the JO. In parallel action to the field offices, the CMP prepares the OR's first signature of appropriate head offices according to the nature of procurement project, such as the ASD director as the signatory for the procurement of common use and equipment, the personal department for trainings and other related human resources procurements, and the EID director for the information dissemination related procurements. The CMP will take then custody of the original ORs to be attached to the claims of suppliers, once legal definitions for the goods and services were delivered under a given contract. For the continuation of step 9, serving of PO or JO to supplier. Once approved, the PO or JO is due for implementation.
The CMP will immediately issue a copy of approved PO to the supplier with notice to arrange signing off and comply with the delivery period indicated therein. Step number 10. Submission copy of contract, MOA, PO, and JO to the Office of the Comelec President Auditor, the Commission on Audits. Submission of the copy of the contract before the resident auditor is in compliance with COA Circular Number 2009-01, dated February 12, 2009. Assigned to this task are the following: Back Secretariat Division for contract through public bidding, or the CMP for contract, PO, JO, and MOA procured through the alternative modes of procurement, and the regional backsec or RN for all contracts procured through the respective regional backs. The submission is within 5 working days upon signing thereof. Step number 11. Reception, inspection, and testing of deliveries. The goods delivered by the supplier will be received and subjected to applicable verification, evaluation, inspection, and testing to ascertain the compliance to the technical specification or scope of work of the contract. For goods, which specification cannot be ascertained by any Comelec office or working group of the committee, or for practicality, if it cannot be ascertained using the naked eye and traditional verification or testing or evaluation on its compliance to the specification, it will be subjected to scientific laboratory testing of the Department of Science and Technology. The reception and inspection and testing of deliveries for regular operations in the main office is managed by the Property Division, Administrative Service Department, while the election-related procurement contract is managed by the Reception and Verification Committee created for the purpose. The required testing should be clearly stated in the bidding documents, and the cost is charged to the supplier. This test is to be performed by the following: Property Division for regular operations procurement contracts, or the RBC, for election-related special procurement contracts for the main office. As many designated by the RED as receiving officers, team, and property inspectors for field offices. Step 12. Issuance of notice of delivery to the Office of the Comelec President Auditor, COA. The issuance of notice of delivery is in compliance to item 6.06 under duties and responsibilities of agency officials of COA Circular Number 95-006 dated May 18, 1995. In charge with this task are the following: Property Division for regular operations procurement contracts, or RBC, for election-related special procurement contracts for the main office, or the designated receiving officer, team from respective RN office or field offices. Step number 13. Preparation and issuance of acceptance and inspection reports, or certificate of acceptance. After ascertaining completeness and compliance of deliveries, the reception units in the main and field offices will then prepare and issue the acceptance of inspection report and certificate of acceptance. The AIR and certificate of acceptance is considered as a triggering document to initiate payment. Step number 14. Transmittal of original supporting documents for the processing of payment claims. The required documents will be transmitted for the main office at the CMB for all the procurement contracts except recurring contracts and utilities. For the audits, either at the CMB for regulation operations contract or BPD for election-related special procurement contracts for audits. For main office and audits, Property Division for recurring contracts and office utilities. Step number 15. Initial evaluation on the completeness of supporting documents. Preliminary evaluation of documents asserting its completeness is done by the following offices. For main offices, the CMB. For field offices, the BPD, election-related special procurement contracts, or CMB for regular operations procurement contracts. It can be noted that the Property Division is in charge in all processes relative to recurring contracts and office utilities of the main and field offices. Step number 16. Preparation of disbursement vouchers. Within 2 working days from receipt and completion of initial evaluation as to components of supporting documents, the appropriate offices, as mentioned in the previous slide, will prepare the necessary disbursement voucher for signature of the end user concerned head of office for procurement project. The signature signifies the certification that the expense are necessary, lawful, and incurred under the direct supervision of concerned head of office. Note that the timeline of 2 working days varies on project complexity and number of claims under evaluation. Step number 17, processing of payment. The payment for the supplier shall be made through electronic modified disbursement system. For those supplier with land bank account or the authority to debit account for another commercial bank, the transfer fees or charges shall be charged to the supplier. Payments must be made promptly by the procuring entity, but in no case later than 60 days after the supplier's request, provided that the documentary requirements of the Commission are complied with. For step number 18, the assurance of official receipt by the supplier. Within 5 days when payment is credited in supplier's bank account, the supplier shall issue and submit the original official receipt to the data processing division via any process means available. And lastly, step number 19. Release of applicable BIR forms such as 2306 and 2307 by the TPD to supplier. Upon receipt of the original official receipt from the supplier, the TPD will release the applicable Bureau of Internal Revenue form such as 2306 and 2307 as evidence of tax withheld by the Commission. And now, let's move on to topic number 2, contract implementation activities and remedies, such as requests for extension and amendments to the delivery period. For activity number 1, request for extension of delivery of supplier if any. Subject to approval of the Commission, the supplier may request for extension of deliveries provided that it complies with the following conditions. First, the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor must notify the procuring entity in writing. Second, it must state in the process and duration of the expected delay. Lastly, the request for extension should be submitted before the lapse of the original delivery date. And for the process, first, upon receipt of the CMD, request of the supplier will be endorsed to the end user for comment, recommendation, or determination if the request is meritorious. Second, upon receipt of comments and or recommendation of the end user, the PMD will submit its recommendation for the approval of the whole. And third one, upon receipt of the action of the whole, it shall be endorsed to the end user and implementing units for appropriate action. The recommendation of the end user shall be submitted within 7 days from the receipt of the request, while the whole will act on the request within 5 days from the receipt of the recommendation. The process in the issuance of amendment to order includes the following. First, supplier write Comelec or the end user's written request recommendations by the supplier for the changes subject of an ATO within 1 to 3 days. Second, end user determines the existence of the condition or the supplier confirmed within 1 to 3 days. Third, once the requirement of submitting minds is established between the end user and supplier, CMD facilitates the approval and drafting of an ATO within 1 to 3 days. Fourth, approval of the whole 1 to 3 days. Fifth, the ATO is from signature of the supplier, end user, and the authorized signatory within 1 to 3 days. Sixth, notarization, 1 day. And lastly, endorse the end user implementing unit for implementation and will form part of claim supporting documents 1 day. Amendment to order, or also known as ATO. ATO may be issued at any time by the procuring entity concerned, subject to the conditions set forth by the applicable laws and regulations. If any such order increases or decreases the cost of, or the time required for executing any part of the work under the original contract, an equitable adjustment in contract, price, or delivery schedule shall be mutually agreed upon between the parties concerned and the contract modified in writing. An amendment to order may be issued only in emergency cases or during fortuitous events requiring necessary adjustments within the general scope of the contract, in any one or more of the following is required in order to fully meet the requirements of the project. First, drawings, designs, or specifications if the goods to be furnished or to be specifically manufactured for the government in accordance therewith. Second, method of shipment or packing, and lastly, place of delivery. An amendment to order may also be issued by the concerned procuring entity where there are additional items needed and necessary for the production of the goods, which were not included in the original contract. Under no circumstances shall a supplier proceed to commence work under any amendment to order unless the same has been approved by the head of the procuring entity concerned or his duly authorized representative. The suspension of delivery is conditioned on the presence of force majeure or any fortuitous event as defined in the contract. The supplier shall take all reasonable steps to minimize the cost allocable to the order or work covered by the order during the suspension. Approval thereof is before the Pope or as may have delegated. Now, see the suspension of delivery. The procuring entity may suspend the delivery or contract implementation, fully or partly for written order for a certain period of time, as it deems necessary due to force majeure or any fortuitous event as defined in the contract with the following process involved. First, end user determines the existence of force majeure or fortuitous events as basis for the issuance of suspension to order. Second, based upon the findings and recommendation of the end user, the whole suspension order of work fully or partly for a certain period of time. Third, the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor shall take all reasonable steps to minimize the cost allocable to the order or work covered by the order during the suspension. Fourth, the PMO or end user unit or implementing unit discusses with the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor any need for adjustment in the delivery or contract schedule or contract price, including any need to modify contract. Fifth, draft the contract amendment containing the agreements reached with the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor. Sixth, secures a cap to be attached to the contract amendment when this is submitted to the Pope for approval. Seventh, the contract amendment is submitted to the Pope or his duly authorized representative. And number 8, prior to the expiration of suspension order, the PMO, end user units, or implementing units determines whether or not the grounds for suspension are still existent. If such grounds continue to exist, or if it's no longer practicable to complete the delivery or continue with the work, it shall cancel the delivery of the items subject of the suspension order, or terminate the work subject of the order by written notice. If, however, the grounds for suspension no longer exist, and completion of delivery or continuation of the work may already be done, the PMO or end user unit or implementing unit, with the approval of the Pope or his duly authorized representative, shall lift the suspension order by written notice, thereby instructing the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor to proceed with the delivery or work in accordance with the amended contract. And now for our next topic, refund posted performance and warranty securities. The performance security is oftentimes considered as a bond for the faithful performance by the winning bidder of its obligation under the contract, which will be in amount not less than the required percentage of the total contract price in accordance with the following schedule. First, equivalent 5% of the contract price is in the form of cash or manager's check issued by a universal or foreign bank. Second, also 5% of the contract price of bank debt, guarantee, or irrevocable letter or credit issued by a universal or commercial bank, provided, however, that it shall be confirmed or authenticated by a universal or commercial bank if issued by a foreign bank. And third, 30% of the contract price is in the form of surety bond, callable upon demand issued by a surety or insurance company, duly certified by the Insurance Commission as authorized to issue such security. The conditions for the refunds of performance security are as follows. First, after the issuance of certificate of final acceptance. Second, Comelec has no claims filed against the contract awardee or the surety company. And third, it has no claims for labor and materials filed against the contractor and other terms of the contract.
Now, for the procedure for the refund of performance security. 1. Submission of written request and proof of form of performance security posted by the supplier. 2. The end user will issue certification on the following conditions. A. Performance security should be released after the issuance of certificate of final acceptance. B. Comelec has the claims filed against the contract awardee or the surety company. And C. It has the claims for labor and materials filed against the contractor and other terms of the contract. Confirmations of the Finance Services Department as to the actual amount withheld as performance security. Number 4, recommendation by the PMB to release the performance security. 5, approval of the whole. 6, preparation of disbursement voucher by PMB for signature of the end user. 7, processing of refund by the FFP. And 8, release of the performance security to that supplier. The payment for the supplier shall be made through electronic modified disbursement system for those supplier with land bank account or authority to debit account for another commercial bank. The transfer fees or charges shall be charged to the supplier. For the procurement of goods, in order to assure the manufacturing defects shall be corrected by the supplier, a warranty security shall be required from the contract awardee for a minimum period of 3 months in the case of expendable supplies or a minimum period of 1 year in the case of non-expendable supplies, after acceptance by the procuring entity of the delivered supplies. The obligation for the warranty shall be covered by the either retention money in amount equivalent to at least 1% but not to exceed 5% of every progress payment, or a special bank guarantee equivalent to at least 1% but not to exceed 5% of the total contract price. Retention money of 5% or special bank guarantee pursuant to Comelec Minute Resolution number 18-0303. And now for warranty security. For expendable goods, validity of warranty security is 3 months. For non-expendable is 1 year, while no warranty security required for general support services, other related or analogous services. The warranty security is in the form of retention money or special bank guarantee equivalent to 5% of the contract price pursuant to Comelec Minute Resolution number 18-0303. The procedures for the refund of warranty security. First, supplier to submit written request and proof of warranty security posted. Second, ask the end user to issue certification on the following conditions. A. The warranty period has already lapsed. And B. The goods delivered were free from the patents and latest defects and all conditions imposed under the contract have been fully met. Third, confirmation of the Finance Services Department as to the actual amount withheld as warranty security. Fourth, recommendation by the PNB to release the warranty security. Fifth, approval of the whole. Sixth, preparation of disbursement voucher by PNB for signature of the end user. Seventh, processing of payment by the FSC. And lastly, release of the performance security to the supplier. The payment for the supplier shall be made through electronic modified disbursement system for those supplier with land bank accounts or authority to debit account for another commercial bank. And now, for our last topic, the supplier's performance evaluation report by the end user and implementing units. Upon completion of the contract, the performance of the supplier will be monitored and documented through the supplier's performance evaluation. Reports to be prepared by A. The RPC for election-related or special procurement contracts and end user, or Property Division for regular operations procurement contracts and end user, and B. The designated receiving officer or Team RF Office and end user. The report will be submitted to the Contract Management Division. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. We, the CMB, sincerely appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, CMB and Attorney Nancy, for that informative presentation. Our next topic is about unique features of Comelec requirements. Just a brief introduction before I call on our next resource person.
She was the former Attorney 3 of the Law Department from 1991 to 1992. She was the Provincial Election Supervisor of Basilan from 1992 to 1997. She was the Regional Election Director of Region 9 from 1997 to 2011. She is the Deputy Executive Director for Administration from 2011 to present. She currently heads the following committees: Bids and Awards Committee for Regular Goods and Services and Recurring Contracts, Printing Committee for Official Ballots and Accountable Forms, Committee on Claims, Compensation, Reimbursement, and Requests for Financial Assistance, Committee on Fees of Election of Benefits by Retirees and Dependent Survivors, Committee for Celebration of the Comelec's 85th Anniversary, Technical Working Group to address the issue of delay with the payment process to suppliers in regions and other matters, and Pillar 1 Champion Human Capital, Comelec's Strategic Plan. It's my pleasure to introduce our next resource person, our Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Attorney Helen G. Aguila Flores.
Thank you so much, Attorney Diane. In short, lumang tao. What a breath of fresh air to see you all in person. Na nakikita lang namin kayo sa Teams. Andito pala yung mga magiging na leaders natin na nagpapasensya sa amin. Lalo na sa bayaran. Nahihiya ako kasi. But thank you so much everyone for being here. Also our colleagues in Comelec, headed by, of course, our very dear chairman. And our fellow procurement practitioners in Comelec, our feeders, our suppliers, our NGOs, our observers, the media. Good morning, everyone. I chose this topic. Actually, ako po ang nagpasingit sa topic na ito because I want a deeper understanding into the uniqueness of Comelec itself. Ba't nga ba kayo sumasali sa Comelec BD? Bakit yung iba hindi sumasali? And of course, after describing the uniqueness of Comelec Procurement, I want us to discuss, pag-usapan natin, saan ba tayo pwedeng tumulong? What support do we ask of you? Being internal stakeholders, ang ating mga taga-Comelec mismo, external stakeholders, ang ating mga leaders. Ano pa ba yung kulang sa suporta na binibigay nyo na talaga? Okay po, so maraming hindi nakaka-realize. Second to war, pangalawa sa giyera. The conduct of elections is the most massive, the most expensive exercise that requires mobilization of people. Even to the extent of not only nationwide but global scale. Grabe mag-move ng tao ang conduct of elections. Lahat kumikilos. Lahat. Katumbas nun ay gastos. Katumbas nun ay pagbili. Pagbili ng goods and services at paggamit ng goods and services. The conduct of elections is characterized by expenditures in gigantic amounts of government funds. Alam niyo po ba, nung nag-recreate kami ng PMD, wala pa kasi ng PMD ng panahon ko. Ganun nakakaluma. For us to qualify, kailangan daw ng DBM ng average amount of our contract ABCs. Magkano bang average niya sa ABC niyo? Pinenta po namin. Alam niyo kung magkano yearly ang average na ginagastos ng Comelec sa procurement? 500 million. We qualified actually to have a PS of our own. Qualified ang Comelec magkaroon ng parang DBM-PS, procurement service. However, the DBM only created a department. Dahil siguro hindi naman talaga namin mandate mag-procure. Kailangan lang namin ng isang procuring unit
as mandated by law. And it was a dream come true. Because nung wala pang PND, back ang gumagawa ng mga ito. Backset. Yan ang hirap na hirap noon. Conduct of elections is also characterized by the highest level of security. Sa ibang department, di kailangan masyado yan. But alalahanin po natin, it is democracy that we are upholding. It is the conduct of suffrage that we are facilitating. So, highest level of security po in all aspects. The process, the people, the places, highly secured yan. It is also characterized by a long period of preparation. Biruin nyo isang araw lang eleksyon, 3 taon kami nag-prepare, 3 taon po, hindi po isang buwan, hindi isang quarter, hindi isang semester, 3 taon. And therefore, it involves the involvement of thousands upon thousands of personnel, actually millions. Why? Andiyan ang electoral boards na pagkadami-dami. Andiyan ang law enforcement agencies, pati Coast Guard kasali na ngayon, di ba? Pinopondohan na po ng Comelec ang Coast Guard. Candidates and their followers. Kikita niyo yung campaign, lalo na yung bago mag-election. Parang flooded by people. All because of elections. NGOs, observers, the media, the voting public. So kung gaano kadami ang taong involved, ganun kalaki ang gastos. And that is why Comelec's procurement timelines are so unique. Ito po ang gusto kong maintindihan natin. Comelec's procurement timelines are unique. Pakibalik siya. After this. Election cycle spans on a 3-year period. 3-year period po ang election cycle. Timeline should include production period, that's number 2, and because of its customized and security features. So ang timelines mismo ng Comelec ibang-iba po, ibang-iba. Hindi po namin nasusunod na yung 28-day shortest period of procurement na nasa libro, hindi na pwede. That's one lesson learned from us. Na nung unang panahon, bookish pa ako, sabi ko, kaya yan ng 28-day period. And it took me a lot of nightmarish situations to realize that our timeline, our procurement timeline is one of the longest. Kasi po customized ang mga products namin. Nakita niyo yung mga nasa labas? Puro customized yan. Kahit simpleng papel, may phantom mark pa yan. Ginagawa niyo yan, alam niyo yan. Yung ballot box namin, kami lang ang may ganyan. Yung padlock mismo sa ballot box, customized pa rin. Hindi pa pwedeng kakasya yung ganito ng padlock doon sa isutan na butas kung hindi customized niya. So nahihirapan din kami minsan mag-procure ng padlock. Padlock lang ang daling bilhin, nag-fail. Why? Hindi ma-shoot pag tines ng PWG, hindi ma-shoot sa butas ng ballot box. Customized requirements. And another, there are dependencies. Halimbawa, yung final list of candidate, kaya ngayon hindi maka-imprenta ang printing committee ng AES ballots para dun sa pilot testing sa barangay. Kasi wala kang kandidato. May dependencies. Pati nyo pa umpisahan. No, hinihintayin pa po namin yung pangalan ng kandidato. Okay, so mga ganun po, no? And there are factors that affect our procurement timelines. Ito, Cholo, balikan natin to. Procurement has the highest volume during preparatory year. Ito po, mabigat to, nahaharapin natin yung 2025, election year. Bakit? 2 po ang elections dyan. NLE, and the barangay, BSKE ulit. According to the Supreme Court decision, dapat daw ang talagang schedule ng BSKE is December. So itong darating na October, election pa rin natin yan, pero sa December of 2025, mag-election tayo ulit. Can you imagine how the bank will be working next year? Parang kulang pa yung kapal ng trabaho ngayon. Nakikita nyo, ganyan po kalaki ang trabaho, ang workload ng procurement practitioners kasama ang end user nito for the preparatory year 2024. Kaya nga po, nag-i-spill over pa-advance yung preparatory year into 2023. Kailangan namin mag-early procurement activities. Kulang ang isang taon. Imagine, 2 major elections, ipag-procure po namin. So heavy. Kaya madami po kami January activities. Factors that affect our procurement timelines. Kailangan malaman namin ilang pirasong GI manual, ilang pirasong ballot box, ilang pirasong ballpen. Kailangan namin munang makuha yung quantities from our allocation committee. Hindi basta-basta makaumpisa. Another factor will be the final list of candidates for us to know how many ballots there should be printed. The production period, ito talagang lesson learned po. Inabot pa ako ng ganitong edad bago ko ma-realize ang importance ng naisali ito sa timeline namin. Dumaan kami sa napakaraming nightmare situation na ang ibang produkto niya pala sa abroad pa ginagawa at may shipping period pa na naaapektuhan pa minsan ng Chinese New Year. Hindi lang pala isang araw yung celebration nun. Ilang araw, so the meantime, tigil. So affected po yung aming bidding process ng mga ganyan. But now, from now on and from the recent days on, sinasali na po namin ang production and importation period ninyo. Kailangan, we have no choice. Affected talaga ang delivery period ng production period ng importation period. The Comelec Advisory Council, the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee advises. Factor din yan. Although halimbawa gusto namin ito, pero we have to take into consideration ang mga payo nila, no? Kasi matataas din ng mga bodies yan. Highly skilled, created by law, mga units na yan, hindi namin pwedeng i-ignore. And even, of course, our political sector, hindi namin basta-basta ma-ignore. Geographical features of the country. Yun bang timeline ng Region 7? Pareho ba sa timeline ng CAR? Yung CAR, i-deliver yun sa kasulok-sulukan ng katas-taasang bundok doon sa Cordilleras. Halimbawa naman yung Region 7 o yung BAR, ibabangka niyo pa yung mga produkto. Napakaraming pagkakaiba-iba ng ating bansa because we are an archipelago. Not to mention the disasters that come once in a while. Packing and shipping committee timelines. Naku, takot na takot kami dyan. Basta nagsabi na si Director Hernan, dito talaga dapat nagdi-deliver na ako. You see, apektado po yung timeline ng back dyan. Allocation committee timelines din. Pag hindi pa nakakapag-allocate, hindi kami pwedeng makumpisa. Compliance with legally prescribed periods. Natatali kami dyan. And other factors, no? End user timeline din. Sudden changes in policy. Leadership priorities. Napakaraming factors po. Sana alam ko naman po na naiintindihan nyo nun. And we are really very grateful. Examples po of products that are unique to Comelec, kami lang ang nangangailangan. Ito po, mga examples lang yan. As shown, no? Puro customized yan. Kino-consider namin dyan din yung pangangailangan ng voters. meron pong tinatawag na international award ngayon na election ergonomy. When you try to tailor fit your processes to the psychology of the voter. Halimbawa, mall voting, mall registration. Ang Pinoy mahilig by nature mag-mall. Why? Importante sa loob. Saka habang nag-grocery ka, dumaan ka na para mag-rehistro. One-stop shop. So yun ang psychology ng Pinoy voter eh. Gusto niya one-stop shop, magagawa na niya lahat dyan. Pati pagbabayad ng bills. Itong mga ito po ay ating tinitailor fit sa pangangailangan ng proseso ng voting. So, bakit may mga phantom mark para hindi magaya? Bakit yung APIS gusto ng ating chairman na hindi na lang fingerprint yan. Gusto ng ating chairman na move on na tayo sa higher level of innovation and technology. Na next time may iris and other biometrics, no? So, yan po mga examples ng goods na kami lang po ang nangangailangan. Another unique feature of Comelec Procurement. The Comelec is the repository of many personal data. Diba? Kaya nga kami hinahack eh. Kaya hinahack yung database namin eh. Andun lahat ng personal data dati, no? And because of this, the records of Comelec, our systems, our processes, our infrastructure, both virtual and physical infrastructure, need to be rigidly and uncompromisingly secured. Yan ang shout out ni Engineer Ode. Repository po tayo ng data, kaya kailangan secure. At alam po ng ating mga suppliers yan. The Comelec is also, ito, bago ito, pero long overdue ito. The Comelec is already transitioning into the digital transformation era. With the leadership of our Chairman and Commissioner Sally. So expect more procurements that are IT related. Makapal ang nasa listahan namin sa annual procurement plan ng IT-related goods and services. Kasama na po yung mga security requirements ng ating pinakabagong division ng IT. Nakalimutan, firewall pa ang mga tawag mo doon, engineer audit, mga ganyan-ganyan. So, isa po rin yan sa mga recent improvements and what we expect from Comelec in the coming years. There are also compatibility requirements. Hindi ang mga aming mga goods and services hindi independent from one another yan. Halimbawa, dapat magkasundo ang ballot paper and ballot marker. So, tanong, dapat ba na iisang supplier dyan o dapat ba magkaiba? Halimbawa, ballot printer and ballot paper. Nahirapan kami dyan. Ilang GSM ba dapat? Another, ballot box and ballot padlocks. Dapat compatible. Hindi ano-anong padlock lang. Or, paper rolls and the storage itself. Ito lesson learned din. Ang ballot paper pala, may gustong temperature yan. Ini-aircon, 22 degrees. Para hindi mag-block yung ink ng printer. May compatibility o social. Kaya yung mga EJOs po ng printing committee naka-thermal jacket. Kasi naka-22 degrees yung papel. Kaya yata, ano sa tingin niyo po, mas mabuti yata na yung printer kanya na rin ang papel. Ano? Isa yun sa mga pinag-aaralan po namin. And another compatibility, computer peripherals and voter registration machine. Yun bang camera mo, yun bang fingerprint taker mo, compatible ba yan sa system ng voter registration mo? Yan, isa sa mga unique features din po ng Comelec Procurement. Ito pa, may overseas voting din kami. Unang-una, ang overseas voting, advance ang timeline. Advance. So, ibig sabihin, advance din dapat ang procurement natin. Logistics, reverse logistics, disposal of election paraphernalia. Itong mga bagay na to, although governed din naman ng GPPD guidelines ito, pero minsan hindi maiwasan, governed din ito ng batas doon sa host country. So medyo may challenge sa part na yon. Halimbawa po sa operational side natin, yung vegan, for example, bawal sa ibang bansa. Yung transmission, bawal sa ibang bansa for their security reasons. So there are also issues with regards to the goods and services that are needed by our office for overseas voting. Sana po naiintindihan natin. Ito pa isa, warehousing requirements ng Comelec. Alam po natin lahat that the Comelec does not have its own building yet. Hopefully, malapit po, binibid na po ng IBAC namin. So we are transitioning from a paper-based to digitized records management. Hence, kailangan namin na napakaraming storage. Hindi pa kami paperless organization, hindi pa. Kaya po, ang dami-dami naming warehouses na inuupahan kung saan-saan. Padami ng padami ang pangangailangan namin sa storage. Until such time, siguro na mag-digitally transform na kami. Yan. At saka, baka sakali na po na magkaroon kami ng sariling warehouse din. Warehouses that we procure, hindi kung ano-anong warehouse lang at alam niyo po yan. Andito ba yung may-ari ng aming warehouse na itago nyo na lang sa pangalang Jam na nalipat na sa Filtranco? Alam niya yun kung ano-ano po ang kailangan namin na spaces. Warehouses that we procure truly should have the highest standards of safety, security, accessibility. So kahit na merong isang warehouse na nasa Batangas, kung hindi naman accessible, mas gugustuhin namin yung nandito sa malapit kasi accessible po sa ating mga empleyado. Warehouses that we procure should have space for offices, dami namin hinihingi eh. Security barracks, storage, media viewing area, parking, clinic, prayer room, canteen. Maraming kailangan. Bakit? Sa pang-araw-araw na trabaho ng mga empleyado, kailangan po mga yan. No? Kailangan din na may tutulugan or tutuluyan mga security natin. So hindi lang kahit ano-anong ordinaryo na warehouse ang aming nililis, may mga ganyan pong requirements. Ito pa, isa. The fire suppression system of our warehouse for official ballots should not be water-based. Can you imagine if there is fire where we keep the printed official ballots, printed na. Tapos ang fire suppression is water, sprinkler. How many days before elections nangyari yun? Wag naman sana, God forbid. Ang uso po ngayon at actually sana nasa wishlist po talaga ng mga warehouse owners or managers ay yung hindi water-based na suppression system. Ano lang yon, hangin or something chemical. Napakamahal daw. Sa isang building na kagaya ng NPO, for example, ay nagkakahalaga ng 200 million. Pero ganun sana dapat po ang warehousing requirement namin ang requirement namin sa fire suppression system ng warehouse ng mga accountable forms. Hindi water-based ang fire suppression system. Of course, nandyan din po requirement namin for CCTV. Because under the instructions of our chairman, all of our printing activities Our bidding activities should be live streamed through the help of our friends from the media. So, minsan po, naka-connect ang live streaming sa CCTV for transparency purposes. Sana rin po naiintindihan natin that the Comelec has 3 bids and awards committees in the main office and 17 regional BACs. 17, 1 per region. So procurement processes by the different bids and awards committees of Comelec is affected by several factors. The availability of suppliers in the regions. Hindi naman lahat ng regions may available suppliers sa isang particular na goods. Geographical peculiarities of different regions, yung pahirapan sa pag-ship kasi ang tataas ng alon or may insurgency problem. But ibang factors, timelines affected by the partial decentralization. Sana po naiintindihan natin na although we have partially decentralized procurement in the different regions, meron pa rin aspeto doon na centralized, yung mga approvals. Regional back timelines are also affected by the shipment of their willing bidders sourcing their goods from outside of the region. Open kasi yan for competitive bidding, so minsan ang nananalong bidder sa isang region na malayo sa Manila ay taga Manila. These things nakaka-apekto po sa timelines ng bidding process. Sana po suportahan niyo ang Comelec sa early procurement activities. Because of our big volume of procurement projects, kailangan namin gawin ito. Actually, paglabas po ng National Expenditure Program soon, mag-uumpisa na ang back ng early procurement activities. Umpisahan na po namin yung requirements ng 2024 soon, July or August. Sana rin po maintindihan ninyo na Comelec practitioners are multitaskers. Akala ba nyo, procurement lang ginagawa namin? Napakarami po. Kaya ang ating mga TWG, hindi totoo yung sinasabi ni Attorney Lawrence sa taong walang ginagawa ang TWG, Attorney Lawrence. Sila po yung pinakamaraming ginagawa. Sila po talaga. Kaya we divided the TWG into at least, I think, 6 groups already kasi napakarami nilang ginagawa, Attorney Lawrence. Joke lang ni Attorney Lawrence yung tao na ginagawa. Hindi totoo yan. And the long period of production and importation, alam niyo na po yan, I already mentioned that earlier. Ngayon, ano po yung kailangan namin from our internal stakeholders, our end user units, ang ating mga fellow procurement practitioners within Comelec? Sana po may listahan tayo ng mga paulit-ulit na goods and services procurement each year. Sana rin po, we update the unit costs every semester. We update the specifications every year kasi natutuwa po ako sa ating mga leaders na tinuturuan kami sa latest specs. Ma'am, may bagong mas uso na OS, we will offer it at no additional cost. Salamat po for educating us, minsan, sa what is latest in the respective field. We really, really appreciate it very much. Kayo yung nagiging source namin ng information several times, madalas. And ito nangyayari talaga sa pre-bid conference, sa interaction namin with you. We really appreciate your help in educating us on the latest developments in technology. So, sa ating mga internal stakeholders, be aware of technology changes and the voter ergonomic needs. Ano ba yung ergonomic para sa isang botante? Yung mas mapapadali. Ease of casting the vote. Ease of registration. Ease of transacting business with Comelec. Ano ba yung mga goods and services na pwede sa ganun? Do not forget the maintenance and repair and storage and post-procurement requirements of the goods and services that we procure. Yan, mga listahan, no? ng mga needs natin during election year, during post-election year, preparatory year, and recurring needs na taon-taon na pinoprocure natin. Have a list also of goods and services that may be procured through early procurement activities. Alam ko meron ito si Ms. Marian yung bakit. Have a list of and a proactive plan for recurring contracts. Maximize the use of framework agreement. Ambition po namin na tulungan niyo kami. Nahihirapan kami bumuelo sa framework agreement, but we really need to do it para po hindi mayat maya may small value procurement kami for certain things na kailangan naman namin all throughout the year. Halimbawa, gamot sa clinic, janitorial supplies. Include production and shipment periods when determining and setting your procurement timelines. And include preparatory stages as well. Kaya mahaba talaga ang procurement timeline. Ano naman po ang suporta na kailangan ng back from you? Our bidders, our suppliers. Ganun din po. And I think alam niyo naman na, especially yung mga katatagal na nagtsatsaga sa amin, katagal na. I think nung nag-umpisa ako sa BAC 2013, nandyan na yung iba sa inyo. Hanggang ngayon, hindi napapagod sa Comelec. Salamat po. At alam niyo na po, ano yung mga dapat ninyong ilista rin. Number 2, be mindful. Yung una, yung listahan eh. Number 2, be mindful of public perception regarding the challenges encountered in contract implementation. Di ba yung sample nilang ang pinopost ko? What about the goods that you deliver? Akma pa rin ba yun? Compliant pa rin ba yun sa POR at saka sa specs? Kasi tinutuligsa kami ng clientele namin. Pag halimbawa ayaw sumulat ng ballpen. Pero pasado sa ano yan, sa postwa, pagdating sa delivery, nagagalit ang taong bayan kasi ayaw sumulat, ballpen ng Comelec, ganun po. So, please be mindful of public perception naman. And of course, you are also protecting your business name. Communicate with Comelec even off-season. Hindi naman po, naiilang po kami makipag-usap sa inyo, lalo na ang BAC at ang PWG because of the no contact rule. But you can, of course, suggest innovative ideas, processes. Malaking tulong po sa amin yung mga nagde-demo sa amin. Nagkaka-idea kasi kami. So please communicate with us through our BACSEC. Pwede naman po. During pre-bid conference, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, communicate with the BAC and the end-user units on your limitations. Tell us. Ano yung nahihirapan kayong gawin? Tell us. Huwag kayong mahiya. Your challenges, your sentiments. Alam ko po ang sentiments nyo. Merong umiiyak sa office ko. Salamat po for still being there despite the sentiments. Napakalaking gratitude po ng Comelec sa inyo. Suggested solutions. Natuwa po ako nung nandun ako sa Internet Voting Forum. Solutions. Internet voting solutions. Mga ganung pagkakataon, you are educating us on recent innovations in processes. At thankful po kami doon. So ayan, mga listahan ng kung ano-anong pinoprocure. And second to the last, no Comelec procurement projects with dependencies. For purposes of planning your supply strategies, alam ko po yung problema niyo eh. Ayaw niyo munang mag-order ng papel. Kasi hindi pa nga sigurado. But then, pagdating naman na ng kailangan namin yung papel, i-importin niyo pa pala. Supply strategies vis-a-vis the Comelec dependencies. Ang hirap, no? Minsan sumusugal kayo. Alam namin yon. Sumusugal kayo. Minsan natatalo kayo sa sugal na yun. Nakapag-order na kayo, tapos biglang bawi si Comelec. but still you are here with us supporting us. Salamat po. And inform the PMD and the BAC on your production and shipment periods and factors that affect them. Marami pa po, but I think you are already giving the support to us, and repeatedly, we would like to thank you for all the support, our leaders and suppliers. Thank you so much, everyone.
May we ask from our leader suppliers if may questions po kayo for Ma'am Dega? Meron po bang binigay sa Secretariat? Okay, later na lang po in the afternoon during the Q&A portion. Okay, thank you again, Ma'am Dega, Attorney Atila Flores, for the lecture. Okay. Before we take our lunch, may we call again our Honorable Chairman George Erwin and Garcia for some announcements.
Kapi naman kayo. Like, announcement lang. In relation to sa Beda, alam niyo kasi ang number one problem talaga ng Comelec lagi, budget. Lahat naman ng agencies ng government nagsisimula ang problem sa budget. Ito yung projection mo, nagagastos yun, ito yung computation mo, naghihintay ka ngayon, ano ang ilalagay sa President's budget. So, for the 2025 elections, for your information, ang preparation ng Comelec ngayon pa lang. And so, meron kami preparatory NLE. Ibig sabihin, by 2024, kinakalamin na procure na kami. Actually, ngayon pa lang. At hindi ba pwede hintayin yung 2024. So, may budget kami sinubmit. Tapos dapat yung budget na yun, hanggat maaari sana, ganun. Kasi otherwise, mako-compromise yung lahat ng buong activities at lahat ng buong procurement. So, katulad nyo, katulad din namin, naghihintay kami ng information kung magkano yung budget na in-approve sa Comelec. More or less, meron na kaming idea. More or less. So, kaya malakas ang loob namin na magpa-procurement summit. So, yun. Number one. Number two, may komplikasyon kasi ang Comelec. Para sa inyong kaalaman. Ang komplikasyon ng Comelec is that biglang nagkaroon ng Supreme Court decision as mentioned by Helen, nagkaroon ng Supreme Court decision na kung saan dalawang elections ang gagawin natin sa 2025. Ang pinaghahandaan ng Comelec, ang sinabit namin budget para sa 2024 preparatory ay para sa preparatory sa national and local elections. Actually, pabor naman sa inyo lahat yung gano'n. Kaya lang, sinasabi ko is, yung sinabit namin budget at in-approve or a-approve ng BBM ay nakabase doon sa preparatory ng national and local election which is automated. Diba ba? Eh, biglang may Supreme Court decision after the submission, and at that time, nag-print ka ng budget ang BBM for submission sa Congress by the President after the SONA. Ang tanong ngayon is paano mo mahahabol ang preparatory para sa PSKE kung ang PSKE ay gagawin yung automated din. Hindi panawagan sa Congress at yung din naman ang gusto sana ng Comelec kung 2026 ang PSKE. Gusto na natin i-automate ang barangay and SK elections. Kaya lang, biglang nagkaroon ng Supreme Court decision 2025 ang PSKE. So, ano ang sitwasyon ngayon ng Comelec? Hindi namin maka-update yung budget na ni-request sa BBM because the print na. Kung sakasakali, the Comelec will be asking for a supplemental budget if the Comelec will push or if Congress will push us to conduct the PSKE 2025 by using automation or using the automated system. So kinakaya magpa-supplemental kami kung sakasakali. Kaya lang ito ang senaryo. Hindi ko sinasabing ito na yung mangyayari. Kung ipupush na mag-automate kami, so dapat may budget din kami for the preparatory ng 2024 kasi automated siya. So kung ano yung budget na binigay nila dapat para sa automation of the 2025 election, dapat more or less yun din ang budget na ibibigay para sa automation of the BSKP. Okay? To conduct a barangay and SK elections manually, you will be needing at least 12 billion pesos. Ganun kalaki ang gastos. Ganun ang kalaki ang gastos na magpa-hold ng BSK, 12 billion pesos. Sapagkat sa 12 billion pesos, 6.5 billion doon, pambayad sa electoral board members. Pambayad sa ating mga teachers. Considering na lakas loob ginawa ng paraan ng Comelec na 10,000, 9,000 at 8,000 ang ibibigay sa guro instead ng 6,000, 5,000 at 4,000 lamang. Upang masuklian naman yung kanilang paghihirap at the same time, manual kasi ang election. Mas mahaba ang paglilingkod ng ating mga guro. And for you to hold the national and local election using automated system, preparatorily, you need at least 25 billion pesos para sa inyong kaalaman. Yung Comelec noong 2021, in preparation for the 2022 elections, nanghingi ang Comelec ng 23 billion pesos para sa automation. Ang nangyari, binigyan ng Comelec ng 12 billion pesos. So kalibang po nasa kalagayan ng Comelec, how can you procure new machines? The Comelec resorted to refurbishment. Sabi kasi nila, we can always find ways. BDO daw kasi ang Comelec, so ayaw ng Comelec yan. So but then we were given only 12 billion. Paano ka magpo-procure ng bagong makina? Okay? Ngayon po, ang ginawa ng Comelec for the 2025 election, we set aside all the machines that we have, the 98,000 machines that we have. We said, hindi na talaga kayang gamitin. After 3 elections, may nakikita na sa halos lahat, meron ng digital lines ang mga machines. So paano mo pa siya gagamitin? So we have to procure by lease with option to purchase. We will not purchase immediately. We will lease the machines by 2025. That's why we submitted a budget corresponding to the procurement of more or less 128,000 machines. 128,000 machines simply because we are predicting that by 2025, there will be 71 million voters. Presently, we have 68 million voters. So yun ang ating senaryo. So meron tayong budget na hiningi, tapos bigla kami hihingi para sa budget, para sa BSKE. Kung automated, dapat po, pag automated, May pa lang ng 2025, filing na ng certificates of candidacy ng barangay SC. December ang election, May 2025 may filing ka na. Nakasabay ng election ng national and local ng 2025. Bakit po napakaaga? Kasi yung ballot fees, 43,000 yan sa buong bansa. Kasi 43,000 barangays yan. So kailangan prepared ka sa ballot fees kasi bawat isang barangay, iba't iba ang kandidato, iba't iba ang ballot fees. So ganun kaaga pa lang ang preparasyon mo kung automated siya. At the same time, hindi ko alam, ito advance to sa lahat ng suppliers. Hindi ko alam kung may makakapag-supply ng 43,000 laptops sa commission election. Dapat pare-parehas ang brand. Di ba? 43,000 laptops, bakit? Kasi wala tayong transmission ng results. Manual uploading sa level ng barangay ng eskwelahan. So kung may apat na presinto dyan, yung lahat ng 4 na presinto, na-manually upload, kukunin yung SD card, dadalhin doon sa mismong canvassing, sa mismong school na merong laptop na magpo-consolidate ng results. So you will be needing 43,000 laptops. Na dapat, na yung ganito kaaga pa lang, pinoprocure na. And so, pasensya na kung medyo napahaba because I want to lead you to my announcement. By August po na to, we will complete the procurement. We will start by the first week, we will complete the entire procurement, hopefully, in the entire month of August, the procurement of our automated election system. This August. We cannot be late dahil kahit paano, procurement short of award. Because we can award that by January by next year. Especially na alam na namin kung may budget o wala. Yung po sa infrastructure, kasi nagmamadali din kami. We wanted to finish the building as much as possible in 4 years to 5 years. The CM yung management, construction management will have to be awarded before the end of September. So mag-start na rin po kami ng procurement process. Pakiabangan lang sa mga sa infra this coming August para po makapag-start na tayo. Ang strategy po namin sa procurement as much as possible sana sa procurement ng AES ay nakabundle. So meaning, iba po sa inyo, sure makikipag-usap dapat doon sa mananalong bidder, doon sa AES. Kasi gusto namin as much as possible nakabundle. Bakit nakabundle? Para hindi kami ang bibili kung saan mo kinukuha ang papel. Para hindi kami ang bibili kung saan mo whatever. So dapat siya ang mamumblema, pero ang printing doon pa rin sa recognized printer by the Philippine government, by our laws. So yun ang aming strategy. Nakaseparate ang procurement ng transmission of the results. Hindi siya nakabundle doon sa mismong mananalo ng machine and other collaterals. Okay? Pero kailangan pa rin po namin ng napakadaming gamit in relation to the automation of the election. In relation to the conduct of the manual election, just in case we cannot do automated, yung BSKE. Sabay-sabay po lahat yun. And so, for your information, the 2024, the year 2024 will be very, very busy year. Not only for the Commission, pero sa inyong lahat. Because surely, katulad ang binanggit po ni Deda, ganun kadami ang i-big out namin in preparation for the 2025 elections. And so, presently, we have now the budget for our CM, para dun sa infra. And based dun sa pinakita sa amin, sinabi sa amin ng BBM, we will now be having the budget just in case Congress will approve the same for all our procurement, supposedly for the automation of election. All other activities, magmula sa mga venues, magmula sa services, yung mga budgets naman po ang Commission on Election. Pero yun lang, again, we will have to make procurement short of award before the end of this year of 2024 in almost all aspects of the procurement in relation to the automation of the election by 2025. Para lang po alam niyo. Kaya po i-exacto namin yung period ng procurement summit na ito ngayon. Kasi pagdating ng month of August, wala nang usapan. Pagdating ng month of August, kanya-kanya ng lahat. Meaning, the entire procurement processes will have to follow through lahat-lahat. So maraming salamat po. Pasensya na at na-istorbo ko tayo ng time.
Thank you, Chairman, for the updates and announcements. Now, for the most awaited part of today, pwede na po tayo mag-lunch. The buffet is just right outside the ballroom. You may also take photos at the photo booth, just also right outside.
Tanggalin ko to, ma'am.
Meron minsan disbursing officers lang, yung mga election officers natin. Tatandaan niyo po ang nature ng Comelec. Ang nature po ng Comelec, talaga lagi kami may cash advances sapagkat kinakailangan mabilis po yung kilos. Mapagmamalaki naman po namin for the 2022 elections, yung pong lahat ng mga teachers na 752,000, wala po isa man na nagreklamo na hindi sila nabayaran. Binayaran po sila eksakto on time, yung mga 15 days before, after the election. Ang nagiging problema po yung other supplies, such as for example, sa mga region, meron po kasi tayong mga ibang pinoprocure na mga naka-decentralize sa kanila. So yun, at yung mga pagbabayad halimbawa ng mga sasakyan na inaarkila nila, hindi naman papayag na basta resibo lang na sulat kamay ang pwede doon ng COA. So binabalik po natin lahat yan. At minsan po, kumpleto naman po sa dokumento, pagdating sa accounting namin, may kulang na ganito, hindi certified true copy, kulang yung dokumento. Kaya po, later on, ay pinag-iisipan na namin na at makikiusap kami sa COA na kung pwede ang initial submission muna sa amin, soft copy. Wala muna yung hard. Tingnan muna namin kung anong kulang. Para lang at least, as far as we are concerned, kapag soft copy, either by USB or may isang platform na ipapadala lahat doon, makikita namin kung anong kulang. At pag kung ano yung kulang, yun ang amin sasabihin, kulang ka, ipadala mo ito. Pero kung kumpleto naman, pwede namin i-go na kaagad yun, tapos subject to the submission of the hard copies for COA. It's just a matter of strategy at saka using modern technology. Ma-innovate lang natin yung procurement process.
Paano po papaliwanag yung nag-resign na hindi pa nakapag-liquidate? Paano yung po paliwanag sa COA?
Isa kasama yun sa magiging explanation, itong amount na ito. Halimbawa, may isang bigla na lang nag-resign, hindi mo naman alam, hindi naman nagpapaalam. Bigla nag-resign 6 million ang kanyang unliquidated cash advance. Pagka ganun, kakasuhan din namin siya, kahit na naka-resign pa siya. Kasi in the first place, kahit may resignation siya, meron pa rin siyang legal relation sa komisyon. Dahil meron pa rin siyang liability at obligasyon na i-liquidate yung 6 million. Ipapabigay ko sa inyo mamaya. Yung mga nag-resign, wala kami nag-resign na director para doon sa may unliquidated. But yung nag-resign namin, election officer.
Anong kaso?
Malversation of public fund. Dahil technically, hindi mo ma-account kung nasaan yung pera, hindi ka makapag-submit ng liquidation. So we will presume na ito ay personally, and therefore that's malversation of public fund. Kung may ibang pinagamitan, that's technical malversation of public fund. Just the same, mayroon pa rin liability, accountability.
Ano gusto po ang preparation for this?
Katulad ng binanggit po ni Deda Helen, kumpleto na yung lahat ng gamit namin. Ini-inspect namin muna mabuti ngayon yung mga ballpen na nabili. Baka nga maya-maya hindi na lang sumulat sa bigla. Tinitinan din natin yung mga ibang gamit. Baka maya-maya natuyo na lang yung mga indelible ink. Yung kasi, ang problema kapag ka bumili ka ng mas maaga. Meron kasi nagsasabi, sana bumili na lang kayo ng maaga, standby nyo na lang dyan. Hindi po ganun ang strategy. Kasi base sa ating karanasan, hindi ka pwedeng bumili ng maaga sapagkat merong panahon na nag-expire yung lahat na nabibili mo. Kung papel-papel lang yan, wala pong problema. Paano yung ballpen? Paano yung indelible ink? Paano yung thumbprint taker? So, at madaming iba pa. Katulad po ng ballot boxes. Hindi po yan basta-basta ginagawa. Ang ballot boxes, it will take 6 months bago gawin yung ballot boxes na yan. Kahit na umorder ka, we ordered 22,500 ballot boxes for the BSKE. At kinolekta namin yung lahat. So, ngayon po, sa kasalukuyan, ang kulang na lang namin ay yung pong printing ng additional 1.3 million. Natanggal na po namin yung mga double and multiple registrants na nakita ng ating AFIS. At the same time po, ngayon darating na August, magkakaroon na po kami ng ating pong command conference with the AFP and PNP. At nung po nakaraang linggo, magkakaroon din po tayo ng simulation ngayong darating na August patungkol sa mall voting. Ina-announce din po natin na may mall voting, 14 na lugar, kasama po ang Cebu at ang Legazpi. Meron din po tayong early voting hours. Ulitin ko po, early voting hours. Hindi kinakailangan magparehistro ng mga nakatatanda, ng mga may kapansanan, ng mga nagdadalang tao sa Naga City at sa Muntinlupa City. Alas 5 ng umaga, pwede na po silang makaboto hanggang alas 7. So, exclusively reserved sa mga nakatatanda, PWDs at pregnant women ang 5 to 7 sa dalawang lugar na yan. Again, Naga City po at Muntinlupa. So, magsasimulation din po tayo. At, syempre, naghahanda na rin po ang Comelec. Meron po tayong operation manual para sa ating automated BSKE sa dalawang lugar sa Dasmariñas, Cavite at sa District 6 ng Quezon City.
So, kailan po ang printing ng 1.3? At yung teachers po, training, kailan po?
Ang printing po ng 1.3 ay pagkatapos po na 1.3 yung additional pag na-finalize na po yung allocation. Kasi nga may recent cleansing pa. Anytime na po yun, malapit na maging final. Anytime.
At yun Dante, yung 1.3 naman in less than 2 weeks, kaya namin. Yung printing ng 1.3, 2 araw lang yun, actually 3 araw. Ang medyo nagtatagal, kapag para lang alam natin lahat, yung bine-verify pa kasi, tama ba yung papel, medyo tama ba yung cut ng papel, baka may smudge, baka may kulang dun sa ano. So, may verification process. Yun na medyo mahaba yung verification. But in 2 weeks time, tapos ng Comelec. So kahit magsimula kami, halimbawa, ng first week ng August, matatapos namin ang lahat ng second week, going to the third week of August, because we need to deliver everything by the first week of October. Yung ano, actually, madami. Kausap natin ang PNP nung nakaraan. Nandun tayo sa kanilang sa Kamkrame kasama mga commissioners at ang ating mga senior staff. Madami silang natatanggap. Kaya lang, kinakailangan kasi may direct relation yung insidente as against doon sa eleksyon. Baka kasi halimbawa kahit pagtambang o kahit na pagkamatay, pero wala namang direct relation simply because nababalitaan lang halimbawa tatakbo o kaya incumbent na barangay official. So, may mga minomonitor tayong areas at isa na nga dyan yung Negros kasi lagi paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa atin na baka pwede mag-postpone at the same time na dami rin nagsasabi wag mag-postpone. So yan ay i-consider ng Comelec. Nakalap na natin ang lahat ng reports coming from the field doon sa 3 araw natin na public hearing. Naging maayos naman yung public hearing natin. Unfortunately, doon sa huling araw, mayroong isang namatay na ang sabi, bali-balita, itatakbong barangay chairman. Kasama rin yun sa ito-consider ng Comelec. At kasama rin yung ito-consider ng Comelec yung sinasabi nila na may effect sa tourism, may effect sa perception patungkol sa probinsya, but always the Comelec will resolve that issue based on what the law provides.
So, dalawa lang po yung mag-automate.
Rest ay manual. Yung po kasing pag-automate natin, gusto natin mag-pilot test upang alamin kaya at pwede ba talaga. Kasi remember po magkaiba pong balota ang SK at saka barangay. So, kaya bang ipasok yung 2 balotang yan sa mismong makina and paano effect nun, paano ang gagawin ng Comelec. So, may technical matter po na involved doon. So kung magkakaganon, kung kaya pala, and then we are also have to print the ballot. Kaya nga po yung filing ng candidacy para po sa automated ay hindi dapat mas maaga kasi po baka may magpapile ng disqualification, may magpapile ng cancellation. Kinakailangan gagawin po kasi yung lahat ng pangalan dapat malagay sa balota. And so yun po, 2 lang lugar muna. Pag kinaya po natin, baka lang kayanin na natin ang automated election sa buong bansa. Naging complicated lang po ng konti and we have to be very honest on that. Naging complicated sapagkat ine-expect po namin 2026 ang BSKE. So pag 26 po, handa kami na i-automate yan kasi kahit paano meron kami buong taon ng 2025 para maghanda. Ang problem lang po namin, yung mismong desisyon ng Korte Suprema ay ginawa pong December of 2025. At para sa inyong kaalaman po, nagdesisyon ng NBank that we will be filing a motion for reconsideration on the decision of the Supreme Court. Not on any other issue but only on the issue as to the conduct of the election sabay sa the national and local election. Alam ko yun ay ilalagay sa talita. So the Comelec will be filing a motion for reconsideration doon po sa naging desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Hindi bilang hindi kami sumasang-ayon kami sa lahat ng sinabi ng Korte Suprema, yung guidelines sa pagpo-postpone, hindi naman po address sa amin yun, address sa ibang departamento ng pamahalaan. Subalit yung sa amin po yung pagkukonduct lang ng eleksyon within the same year ng national and local at saka yun. Sa aming palagay, may nakikita kami na dapat ma-clarify mabuti yung issue na yon kasi nga ina-expect kung October, dapat October din. Kung ganun din lang naman tingnan niyo po, kung ganun din lang naman na sinasabi na ituloy na ang eleksyon ng October. So tuloy na, ibig sabihin valid ang October election. O di kung bibilangan mo ang 3 years ng October, so dapat 2026. Yun ang contention ng Commission election.
Are you filing for that? Kasi parang din kayo
Yeah, we are going, not only because of that, but because of the principle only that sa aming palagay, we have to respect in 3 years and equally the term of office of the In the same manner na gusto natin maging regular ang election, regular conduct of the election, dapat predictable din, alam mo rin kung ilang taon ang term of office ng barangay SK.
Pero ano kung violation, Chairman, kung below 3 years ang isang term ng barangay official?
Naniniwala naman tayo, wala. But then, ang importante, maklarify lang ng kagalang-galang na Korte Suprema. And therefore, we are directing and requesting our Solicitor General, the lawyer of the Comelec, to file the necessary motion for reconsideration kapag ka natanggap na ng nila o ng Comelec ang maging desisyon. Hanggang ngayon kasi wala pa yung mismo kompletong desisyon ng Korte Suprema.
Just for the record, nabanggit yung din ng Senate na magpa-file din daw sila ng MR. Mayroon ba kayo narinig na makapag-file na sila?
Kasi hanggang ngayon wala pa yung mismo official na desisyon. Ang nailabas lang 2 weeks ago ay yung mismong parang galing sa Public Information Office ng kagalang-galang na Supreme Court, and so naghihintay kami ng mismong ano ba ang nakalagay sa desisyon. Baka kasi iba yung nakalagay na wordings doon, and kung masatisfy ang Comelec, then the Comelec might decide not to file an MR. But in the meantime, based doon sa nailabas na statement mula sa ating Supreme Court, then we will be filing the motion for reconsideration. Not on the issue as to the requirements for the postponement, because that is not addressed to us, but only as to the issue of conducting the election only by by December of 2025, which is only 2 years from October 30 of 2023.
So just for the record, gaano ka-challenging ba sa Comelec kapag dalawang halalan po in 1 year?
Ay nako, para makapag-prepare ka ng isang automated election, you need more than 1 year. Almost 2 years ang preparation, kaya nga kung napansin nyo, nag-prepare na kami para sa automated election of 2025. So if you're going to conduct an automated BSK, dapat ngayon pa rin kasabay yung preparation ng automated BSK noong 2025. Ngayon, kung gagawin namin manual ang election ng 2025 BSKE, paghahandaan muna namin ngayon 23 at saka 24 ang automated national and local ng May. Tapos pagdating mo ng 2024, bago mag-halfway, kinakailangan mag-prepare na kami para sa national, sa BSKE naman. Kasi para sa makapaghanda ka ng BSKE, you need at least 10 months. Kasi kami po ang magpo-procure ng papel. Magpiprint, and remember, may registration of voters. For the information of everyone, by February of next year, we will resume the continuing registration. Ina-national na po natin ang register anywhere, hindi yung nag-pilot test lang, national na po yan sa mga major cities and sa provinces natin. At the same time, that will last po until September of 2024. Tapos pagdating ng 2025, di mag-election, tigil na po tayo ng September sa registration kasi magkakaroon ng election registration board hearing. Pagdating po ng 2025, yung first quarter, wala pong registration yun kasi election nga ng May. But June, baka magpa-registration muli tayo. In preparation naman sa BSKE ng 2025, ganun po kaliit ang aming timeline. Ganun po ka-problematic ang timeline natin. Napaka-short po ng registration na mangyayari sa 2025. Para lang makapagparehistro yung mga kabataan yung nag-15 o makapagparehistro yung mga hindi pa nakapagparehistro na regular na botante noong Mayo ng 2025.
So malaking tulong sa Comelec kung magpo-postpone to 2025.
Napakalaking tulong sa atin sapagkat mas makakapaghanda ang Commission on Election. Mas makakapag-focus kami sa automated election ng 2025. Otherwise, kung meron kasing nabalitaan tayo na nakaraang araw na sinasabi ng ating kagalang-galang House of Representatives na dapat automated din ang BSKE. Ang problem talaga namin is kung automated ang BSKE, so dapat po makasama-sama sa budget ng Comelec for 2024 yung budget na preparatory sa BSKE. Hindi ko nabalitaan pa yung sa yun ang sinasabi natin ng mga insidente na dapat ma-connect natin kung yung ba ay election related. Kasi tingnan niyo po, barangay at SK election po yan, pero ang ambush ay vice mayor. Technically, kung pag-uusapan po yung relasyon sa BSK, dapat po walang relasyon yun kasi hindi naman po posisyon niya ang involved sa ganyan. Kaya lang po, hihintayin namin yung full report sa atin ng ating Philippine National Police o ng Armed Forces upang malaman kung ito ay may direct connection sa sa election. But just the same, ito po ay papaloob sa kabuuan pa rin na kahit hindi ito involved na position, but just the same, papasok doon sa violence in relation to election.
Chairman, magkano yung kailangan ng budget po? Additional, kung automated din ng BSP?
Kailangan namin ng preparatory 25 billion pesos. Pag preparatory po, whether national and local elections, preparatory, or whether preparatory BSKE, 25 billion pesos. And ang problema po natin dito, pagdating ng 2025, yung election per se, mas madami na po tayong guro na gagamitin, mga aabot po tayo na 1.1 million electoral board members, kasama po yung mga poll workers, kasama po yung mga DESO ng DepEd. So, kayo na po ang mag-compute ng 10,000, 9,000 at 8,000 at ipapakiusap po ng Comelec na sana dagdagan ng additional 2,000 across the board ang lahat ng mga teachers natin para sa 2025 elections. Nararapat lang po dahil wala naman silang tax exemption, number one. Number two, sapagkat bagong sistema po ito, bagong proseso. So marapat lang na mas madagdagan sila kahit paano ng honoraria po nila.
Sir.
Kain muna kayo.
Sir, yung 2-3 na yun,
across the board. So
okay,
magiging 12, 11, 10. Yung
na-file nila or na
ipapile namin yun para sa 2025 eh. So sa next year, isasama namin yun.
So yung MR po, wala pang date?
Wala pang date pero nag-issue na kami ng resolution, nagpasa kami ng resolution Wednesday to direct the Solicitor General based on the information as announced by the Supreme Court to file a motion for reconsideration. Yung ipapadala pa lang namin yung aming yes. Siguro hanggang Friday na to.
So yung mga officials na may unliquidated, ano na po, moving na yung salaries
hanggang ngayon, ito, hindi na
withheld na po. Okay lang po na withheld. Kailan po effective? Pero kailan po effective?
For this month.
So starting this month, withheld na. Starting July.
Siyempre masakit man sa amin. Kaya lang, we have to bite the bullet, so to speak. Kasi,
Sir, okay. Baka naman pwedeng malaman namin, sir, kung magkano yung budget na in-approve natin. And yung nirequest for next year.
For yung preparatory, we'll be needing 25 sana. Pero come to think of it, ano ko lang, hindi ko muna babanggitin yung in-approve. 25 sana ang kailangan namin preparatory. Kaya lang, meron pa kaming building. Tapos meron pa kaming regular agency budget. Isipin niyo po yung kalagayan ng commission. Naintindihan po natin. Ang regular agency namin budget is almost 5.7 billion. Yung building namin, na initial kami for this year. Tapos yung second year, isipin niyo, mga 3 billion dapat yun. So ganun kalaki, 25 plus 5 plus another 3. Hindi po yun na na-approve ng BBM. Ayoko munang, kasi ayoko i-announce, pangunang, kasi hindi pa nasasubmit kasi yung President's budget. Yung pa lang yung after. But hindi yun yung base to sa request. But just the same, sa amin palagay yung initial na binigay, kaya namin. Kaya na namin mag-prepare doon. Nagpapasalamat na kami doon. At least hindi yung ginawa noong 2021. Na 23, bigla kang binigyan ng 12. Talagang wala kang. Ang problem namin kasi kung ginawa yun, at nagpapasalamat kami sa DBM, kung ginawa yun, paano ka magre-refurbish sa dineclare mo ng unusable? At saka paano ka magpapa-refurbish kung wala ng mga pyesa para i-refurbish yung mga machines na yun. So no choice kami kung hindi talaga mag-procure ng new machines. And again, it will be lease. Hindi kami bibili sapagkat mas mahal ang maintenance at warehousing. So the strategy is to this commission. So far, yung inilabas namin POI, nung magpaano tayo, yung wish list namin sa machines, 4 ang nagsabi na kaya nila. And may mga binigay silang presyo. So yun ang pagbabasihan, yung market survey na yun. Yun ang pagbabasihan ng presyo ng tayo. And to think na nakabundle. Ibig sabihin na nakabundle, all in lahat, whether pang tinatatak na ganun, whether ballpen yan, we do not care. So long as sila rin na magpapaprint ng balota, whether sa Bangko Sentral o sa NPO, at under our supervision. Ayun, kain muna kayo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Salamat, sir.
Kain muna kayo.
Okay po, start na tayo again. Just a brief background before we introduce our next speaker. He was the former regional election attorney for Region 5 from 1999 to 2004. He was the provincial election supervisor for Marinduque from 2004 to 2015. He is the assistant regional election director for Region 4B from 2018 to present. May we call on Director Attorney Fernando C. Besino.
So, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. And I hope na nag-enjoy kayo sa ating lunch. So, I will be discussing with you the best practices of the Commission on Elections Bids and Awards Committee. So, the Comelec Strategic Foundations for 2023 to 2029 has for its guiding principles the following: inclusivity, innovation, integrity, transparency, and accountability, which incidentally are also the guiding principles for under the Government Procurement Reform Act. My presentation with you will focus on these guiding principles on effective procurement process. So the first best practice that Comelec has is the institution of the Comelec Procurement Management Department. In her memorandum to the Commission and back then, Director Margaret Ching of the Personnel Department justified the creation of the Procurement Management Department. Bakit po? Kasi at that time, the members of the back secretariat were pulled out from different departments, so nagiging multitasking sila. The effect is that hindi sila nagiging effective because of divided attention. One is for the mother unit nila at saka sa resident duties as member of the back secretariat. And another point raised by Director Ching was that masyadong malaki po ang budget for procurement. So, mas mainam na po na talagang mayroong body na nag-supervise ng procurement at saka ng pagpipipend ng mga contract and planning ng Comelec. That's why, February 28, 2020, the Department of Budget and Management approved the request of the Commission on Elections. But this time, instead of naming it as the Procurement Services Department of the Comelec, it was made Procurement Management Department. With under this division will be under the Office of the Executive Director for Administration. PNB was created under the Director 4, 3 division chiefs, and 17 plantilla positions. So I will not discuss the specifics about the duties and responsibilities of the Director 4, the BAC Secretariat, the Procurement and Planning and Management Division, and as well as the Contract Management Division. Nag-discuss na po nila lahat yan kanina. So, masyado na po ang exposure ng mga department na yan at binagdagan ko pa. So, with the organization of the PND, the Comelec now has a dedicated department that facilitate a systematic approach to sourcing, negotiation, and contract management, which in turn helps to secure a more favorable pricing and terms for the Commission on Elections. The next is the constitution of the Regional Bids and Awards Committee. Republic Act 9184 allows the creation of sub or back committees depending on the geographical and nature of procurement. With the decentralization of the procurement of some goods and services, the Commission on Election created 17 regions headed by the Assistant Regional Election Directors as chairpersons. The ARBAC shall be in charge of procuring the goods and services parochial to each region. However, before any member of the ARBAC, the BAC Secretariat or the TWG could perform their duties and responsibilities, it is required that they must undergo capacity development program or training about procurement. Hindi po kasi madali na magtrabaho o humawak ng BAC duties. Otherwise, that is to avoid mistakes. Otherwise, they will be meted out with 6115. Ano po yung 6115? Sabi po ng isang procurement practitioner, 6115 is 6 years and 1 day to 15 years in prison. So, kung hindi po sila well-trained, magkakawindang-windang po ang Bids and Awards Committee. And through mistake, they will be ended up with 6115. So, in Resolution 180804, in order to avoid overlapping of BAC activities, the Commission on Elections set some items that can be procured by the Regional Bids and Awards Committee. And these are the common use supplies and equipment, including janitorial supplies and electrical supplies, office furnishing, including but not limited to furnitures and fixtures. Ito pong dalawang to, sabi po yung 4B, basically, ang mode of procurement namin is agency to agency. Kasi po mas madali. Wala kaming problema ito pagka agency to agency. But then, if there are items that are not available with the DBM procurement service, saka kanila resort sa shopping at saka sa small value procurement. At any rate, if the amount of the ABC would exceed 1 million pesos by default, it will be competitive bidding. Then also, na-delegate po sa Regional Bids and Awards Committee ang list of publicly owned or privately owned real properties, in which case the implementing rules and regulations concerning list of property will apply depending on the amount of budget. Then special projects and non-information technology equipment, pasok din po siya sa jurisdiction ng ARBAC. However, take note that the enumeration is exclusive. Other matters na hindi po pasok sa authority or jurisdiction ng ARBAC will go to the main BAC. Next is the professionalization of procurement practitioners. Republic Act 9184 also mandates the professionalization of procurement practitioners. in a training conducted by the GPTB regarding challenges in public procurement, 20% of the leading cause of delay in the procurement is attributed to the lack of professionalization on the part of the BAC and the BAC Secretariat, while 8% is due to incompetence of procurement personnel. So by way of an intervention, it is required to provide procurement practitioner with capacity development training or a continuing education program para hindi nga po sila magkamali sa procurement. It is highly technical and highly legal. That's why procurement practitioner must be constantly trained in order to familiarize with the recent development in the procurement law. Also, it is suggested in that training the creation of a special or dedicated BAC secretariat. Kasi nga po, kinakailangan very organized ang BAC secretariat para ma-meet ng procuring entity ang kailang target. Imagine kung ang BAC secretariat hindi marunong mag-meet ng timelines, masisira po ang mga targets ng ating procuring entity. Also, strict enforcement of jury duty. Kaya po yung aking mga kasama sa BAC, sa BAC Secretariat at saka sa Technical Working Group, sana po palagi tayong present during the activities natin. Ano po? And also, no one can perform or sit the jury function as BAC member kung wala kayong training. Hindi po pwede na basta na lang tayo huhugot ng mga tao at sasabihin niyo, o ikaw mag-chairman ka, ikaw mag-member ka. Kung hindi, magkakagulo-gulo po at talagang magkakaroon tayo ng problema. As a matter of fact, the GPPB issued a resolution sometime in 2022 na pumapayag sila na mag-conduct ng training ng BAC activity ang mga well-trained BAC practitioner sa ibang agency. Pumayag po ang GPPB ng policy na yun, ng program na yun. Okay? And also, as I mentioned earlier, the members of the RBAC, hindi sila pinayagan ng Comelec as our head of the procuring entity to become or to sit as such See, thank you. So, professionalization. So, why professionalize? One is to ensure compliance with laws and regulations. Procurement practitioners are responsible for ensuring that procurement activities are conducted in accordance with laws and regulations. Professionalization can help ensure that they have the necessary knowledge and skill to comply with these requirements. Next is improve efficiency and effectiveness. Professional procurement practitioners can manage procurement activities more efficiently and effectively, resulting in faster and more cost-effective procurement process. So, alam po nila kung paano magiging mas mainam ang pag-source ng item. For example po, minsan bibigay sa amin, procurement through competitive bidding. But during pre-procurement conference or let's say pre-bid conference, we discovered that there are items that are available to the TBFPS. So in order to expedite the procurement process, the BAC will recommend to the NBAC that instead of having competitive bidding, we will resort to agency modality of procurement. Next is enhance credibility and trust. Siguro po sa mga bidders natin, you will give trust and credibility kung nakikita nyo na yung manner of how the procurement process is handled ay nakikita nyo na alam ng mga members of the back yung kanilang sinasabi at ginagawa. That is why professionalism is really a must for every procurement practitioners. Okay? Improve quality of goods and services. Professional procurement practitioner can ensure that goods and services procured meet quality standards, resulting in better value for money for the government. Ito po yung naging experience namin a week ago during our Blvd conference and then sa isang procurement conference namin. Nakalagay lang ito, matatawa siguro si Director Ray dito, nakalagay lang ng technical specification, walis tingting. Ang tanong po namin sa back, gaano karami yung walis tingting? Ilang strand ng walis tingting? Gaano kahaba yung walis tingting? Baka mamibigyan kako tayo ng 2 inches na haba ng walis tingting, tingting pa rin mo yun, di ba? So it is really a must na masyadong critical at masyadong technical ability to analyze ang mga members of the back in order that all procuring items that we will procure ay namit yung aming kagustuhan at standards. Minsan sa papel, di ba may GSM yun? Kinakailangan yung papel hindi nagbubla sa likod. So maraming bagay na kinakailangan talagang alam din at pamilya din ang mga members ng BAC at saka TWG. And that is why Attorney John here medyo critical din sa pagdating sa technical specification ng mga items. Next is promote transparency and accountability. Professional procurement practitioners follow ethical and legal standards which can help prevent corruption and promote transparency and accountability in the procurement process. So, ito very particular kami dito siguro masabi ko during the Blvd conference. Ino-open namin sa inyo yung policy, yung procedure that you need to follow. Di ba? Si Patrick at saka si Marian dito, iniisa-isa sa inyo how you will see put password doon sa mother folder, sa technical at saka sa financial. And yet, may mga videos pa rin po na hindi nakakasunod despite our instructions sa inyo during the Blvd conference. Okay, so here are some of the trainings that were conducted or undertaken by Comelec Procurement practitioners. Okay, marami po yan. And also we have specialization training para sa ilang members of the BAC na sila ay nag-undergo ng Procurement Specialist Certification course. Meron na po sila dyan. And I hope dumami pa po yung mga yun. The next practice of Comelec is the live streaming of procurement activities. This one is really a game changer. Live streaming is an innovative move on the part of the Comelec to attune with the rapid advancement of technology. This will boost transparency, efficiency, and stakeholder engagement, thus will transform the traditional mode of procurement. Yung merong malalaking envelope kayong dala-dala, di ba? Tapos, manonood tayo sa isang convention. This time, pwede kayong manood sa office because it will be live stream. Now, having a live streaming of procurement activities will allow prospective bidders or suppliers nationwide who are not in the procurement conference room an opportunity to assess their credentials if they will qualify to participate in the bidding. Ibig mo sabihin, miski po yung mga nasa Mindanao, kung nakikita nila yung ongoing procurement of pre-bidding activities ng Comelec, malalaman na pwede kaya ka rin sumali dito. It is not confined anymore doon sa mga present sa conference room. Kasi nakikita nila, pwede sila magtanong. So let's say, nasa Mindanao, nakita nila yung private conference. They can even ask questions addressed to the chairman of the back para to seek clarification if they wishes to. Or kung kaya naman nila, to participate sa procurement ng back. Because during the private conference, yan po, alam po ninyo yung sumasali sa Comelec, pinaliliwanag po namin dyan yung mga requirements, yung mga technical specifications, how we will conduct the online submission and opening of the bids. Okay? So, you will be made aware kung ano yung mga kailangan ninyong i-comply. But unfortunately, kahit na po very clear yung explanation ng aming back secretariat, may mga sumasablay pa din pong bidders that ultimately cause their ineligibility during the opening of the bids. Okay? So, live streaming will also make the back more accountable, transparent, and impartial in their actions. Very recently po, may isang bidder na na-declare namin ineligible. Marami siyang issues na ni-raise just to convince us na eligible siya. And this has something to do sa notarization ng kanyang document. Ang sistema po doon sa bidder na yon, yung kanyang bid securing declarations, at saka yung kanyang omnibus sworn statement, iisa ang registry number. Magkaiba pong document yon. So for all intents and purposes, dapat po magkaiba yung kanyang doc number, page number, book number, doon sa notarial portion ng kanyang jurat. So talagang pinapakita pa siya ng kanyang mga resibo, which hindi po talaga po pwede. So pinaliwanag ng maigi ng aming voice, ng aming chairperson, and na-convince naman siya. And ultimately, he was just asked na mag-file na lang ng motion for reconsideration. Kaya po, advice na rin po sa inyo mga prospective bidders at mga bidders namin, pag nagpapanotary po kayo, titignan po ninyo yung portion na yon. Bakit? 3 o 2 beses kayo siningin ng notary public ninyo, pero yung document ninyo, isa lang. So, nadadaya kayo ng mga notary public doon. Minsan, ang lalaki pa ng mga singin ng mga yan, di ba? Kasi alam nila, bidding yan. So, take note of that. Very critical po ang back dyan. So, live streaming will lead to increased transparency. Yes, it helps ensure fairness and impartiality. Live streaming offers a novel way to enhance transparency by allowing real-time broadcasting of procurement activities. With live streaming, stakeholders, including bidders and the general public, can observe each stage of the procurement process from private conference to bid opening. It will also increase the increased visibility or exposure of the back will serve to hold the back accountable for their actions, reducing the potential for corruption and irregularities. Next, it will also empower stakeholder, kayo mga bidder. Why? Kasi pwede kayo makisali even at the comfort ng inyong office o sa sa bahay ninyo, makapapanood ninyo yung activities. And you can decide whether you can participate or not, even without being invited by the Bids and Awards Committee Secretariat. Kasi makikita nyo, pwede pala ako sumali dito. So, lalawak yung mga prospective bidders natin sa commission. Moreover, observers including civil society organizations and watchdog
can monitor the proceedings and ensure compliance with procurement regulations. Ultimately, this increased engagement promotes a more participatory approach, strengthening trust and confidence in the process. And also, efficiency and accessibility. The BAC can streamline the procurement activities and improve operational efficiency. Traditional procurement process often require physical attendance, causing logistical challenges and time constraints. With live streaming, bidders can participate remotely, reducing travel costs and time spent in attending in-person events. This accessibility fosters a more competitive environment as bidders from different locations can engage and submit without geographical limitations. So sabi ko nga kanina, hindi lang yung mga taga Metro Manila o nearby provinces na mga suppliers ang pwedeng mag-participate. Even those in Mindanao, in sabi nga, Apari, Olo, na pre-qualified, pwede silang mag-participate sa ating bidding process. Okay? Next, adoption of online procedure in submission and opening of bids. Okay? To ensure that work remains unhampered during the period of work suspension due to COVID-19 pandemic, the BAC directed the BAC Secretariat to study the option of adopting GPPB Resolution number 09/2020 as amended, which enjoins procuring entities to maximize the use of existing rules under RA 9184 and other related issuances on procurement to address the challenges and disruption brought by calamities and crises such as COVID-19 pandemic, specifically the use of video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology. So, before, face-to-face tayo sa isang venue to open the envelope. But with the adoption of online, nagsimula na po yung ating video conferencing, yung paggamit ng hashcode, password protected, mas naging digital, ika na po. Okay? So what are the features of these online proceedings or submission of bids ng Comelec? One, it maximizes the use of modern technology in the conduct of procurement activities to ensure efficient and effective process. Second, online submission of compressed, password-protected, and hash-coded bids using Google Drive. Though electronically submitted, okay, two-folder system is still used with the addition of mother folder with password protected. Okay? We also use hash code to ensure the integrity of the bids submitted and audit trail capable. So, yung paggamit po ng password, yung mga nag-participate na po sa amin sa Comelec, alam niyo na you will disclose the password only during the opening of bids. Kayo lang po ang nakakaalam yan. Hindi po yan dapat i-share sa members of the BAC, the TWG, or the BAC Secretariat. Kaya minsan nakakalimutan ng supplier kung ano yung password, pero kami po sa BAC, iniintay pa rin po namin. We give you all the opportunities na to recall yung inyong password. Otherwise, hindi po natin mabubuksan yung inyong mga bidding documents. And then we use hash code. Okay? Si Marian, pagka sa opening sa pre-bid, ipanililiwanag na hash code din tayo. Pero alam ko ba bakit namin ginagamit yung hash code? Yung hash code ginagamit po namin for us to know if after submission of bids, nagalaw yung inyong bid submission. Yung inyong mga folder. Bababago po kasi yung hash code. Ngayon, let's say nabago yung hash code. The next thing that we will do, ito bang bid envelope na ito is a modification of the first one? If it is a modification, pasok. Pero still, the modification must be made before the deadline. Pero if the modification was made after the deadline at hindi nag-match yung hash code, hindi po namin tatanggapin yun. Hindi disqualify po namin kayo doon. Okay? So audit trail, I don't know if the, Sir Boyd here will explain on that later on. Okay? Audit trail capable. So, meron din po yung aming online submission of bids niyan. Now, online procedure enhances our compliance with RA 9184 and also a demonstration of our adherence to our strategic plan for 2023 to 2029, such as efficiency, transparency, cost savings, enhanced security, accessibility, and audit trail. In case of efficiency, online bidding allows a streamlined and efficient process. Bidders can submit their proposal electronically, eliminating the need for physical paperwork. This saves time and effort for both the bidders and the organization receiving the bids. Wala na po tayong papel. Actually, yun ang nagiging problema ng BLD, I guess, kung saan nila itatambak o magiging storage nila ng mga voluminous pages ng mga bid submission. Kung yan naman i-digitalize, naka-scan copy, PDF format, talagay na sa CD yan, nakasend na yung mga bid submission. Next is transparency. Online bidding offers increased transparency in the procurement process. Bids are typically open via video conferencing and webcasting that can be accessed by authorized stakeholders. This transparency helps build trust and ensure fairness in the evaluation and selection process. Gaya ng sabi ko sa inyo kanina, yung inyong bid submission, kailangan nakakaalam ng password doon, kailangan mag-disclose noon during the opening. Wala pong nakakaalam niyan. Maaaring tanong, sir, paano po kung nakalimutan po yung password? Hindi po nalagyan ng password. In that case, the bank will ask you if you are aware of such fact and your envelope are not password protected and that you will not hold the members of the bank accountable kung mayroong mali doon. Pag pumayag kayo, sige, bubuksan natin yan because that is allowed under the GTPP rules. Okay? Pero pag hindi kayo pumayag, hindi na rin papakialaman yung inyong envelope. Okay? Next is cost savings. Conducting bids online can result in significant cost of savings. It eliminates the need for printing and distributing physical bid documents, reducing printing and postage expenses. Additionally, the online process minimizes administrative costs associated with managing and organizing bids. So, lalo yung pasirok-sirok. Ito, minsan, ang kakapal po ng mga envelope na ipinapadala nyo sa back secretariat. So, with online submission of bids, nami-minimize po natin yun because all you have to do is to have your document scanned in PDF format. Next is enhanced bidding, enhanced security. Online bidding platforms often provide robust security measures to protect the integrity and confidentiality of bid submission. Encryption and authentication protocols help ensure that bids are secure and accessible only to authorized personnel. This reduces the risk of tampering and unauthorized access to sensitive information. Nabanggit ko kanina, kailang nakakala ng password. So kung hindi nilalagay ng password dyan, it will be at your own place. Okay? Then accessibility. Online bidding allow bidders from anywhere, probably in the world, to participate as long as they have access to the internet. This expands the potential pool of bidders, increasing competition and potentially leading to better proposal and pricing. Imagine niyo kung yung mga documents ninyo ay na-store lahat dito sa inyong smartphone and you decided na mag-participate sa bidding, ilagay nyo sa isang envelope, have it password protected, kahit nasa lugar kayo, kung kayo office nyo, nasa Manila, but you are currently in Singapore, pwede ninyong ipadala yan sa Comelec. For as long as may access kayo sa internet. Okay? Next, audit trail. Bid opening creates a comprehensive audit trail of the entire bidding process. This includes information such as when bids are submitted, who accessed them, and any modification made. The audit trail helps ensure accountability and facilitates post-evaluation analysis. Sa Google Drive po, nakikita po namin kung yung sequence ng inyong bid submission dyan. And that will serve as an audit trail. Kung yan yung nagalaw, makikita rin po natin dyan. Kung may nag-access po dyan, before the opening of bids, especially yung mga hindi password protected, makikita rin po dyan. Okay? So overall, the online opening of bids offer greater efficiency, transparency, cost savings, security, accessibility, and automation compared to traditional methods of procurement. As member of the BAC, tanongin nyo, kung aking tatanungin nyo kung ano mas gusto ko. Mas gusto ko po yung online. Bakit po? Sa face-to-face o traditional opening ng bids, usually isang bidder lang ang nare-review ko. Isa lang. Tapos aasa na ako sa report ng other members o ng PWG with respect to the others na hindi ko natuan sa akin. But with the online submission of bids, lahat po yan nare-review ko. Kaya minsan magugulat sa akin ng PWG, iba yung findings nila sa findings ko. That's why we will go to the back room. Kasi nakikita ko lahat yung mga bid submission. Minsan may nakikita ako na hindi nakikita ng PWG. Example, the bidders is not related blah blah blah. Nawala yung not. O di iba na ho ang quotation no. The bidders is related to the members of the bank. Di ba? Minsan nga, madalas mangyari sa notarization. Tatlong dokumento, iisa ng notaryo. Pero 3 beses kayo nagbayad. Diba? So, yun. Kaya mas gusto ko yung online. Nai-screen ko lahat. Next is the strict compliance with procurement timelines. Dito po, saludo ko sa BAC Secretariat. Totoo po ito. The Supreme Court, in the case of Comelec versus Abaya, sinabi po na Supreme Court doon that Republic Act 9184, within which certain stages of the procurement process must be completed, is not merely directory but mandatory. Okay? So, ang aming pong BAC Secretariat situate that during the pre-procurement conference and pre-bid conference, ilalatag na po nila ang mga timelines. Using that calculator or timeline calculator from the GPPB. More importantly, setting the procurement timeline will ensure that all projects of the Commission are accomplished on target. Gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, kung yung aming timeline ay hindi namin sinusunod, ang apektado ay ang aming ahensya din mismo. Kailangan namin ng ballpen, wala pa kaming ballpen kasi hindi maayos yung scheduling ng BAC Secretariat. Kaya po sila sa BAC Secretariat talagang they really see to it na all activities will be conducted as scheduled. except to those unavoidable situations or meritorious cases. Okay? Siguro isa sa mga ikinahanga ko sa back secretariat namin, yung 2 hours after the deadline for the submission of bids, opening kagad kami. Yan, I heard the ibang agency, we're given, I think, 7 days to comply to maximum. Pero sa amin, 2 hours lang after the closing of the submission of bids. As on the other hand din naman po, okay, and I will take this opportunity na rin po, kung kami sumusunod sa timeline namin, we also expect our suppliers to comply with the timelines. Kasi po, pag hindi kayo nakapag-deliver on time, yung agency namin ang kawawa. Yung agency namin, the Comelec will suffer. And not only that, to avoid imposition of penalties for delayed delivery of items. Kaya nga po during the pre-bid conference, palagi po tinatanong ng BAC, kaya niyo po ba itong 10 days from notice to proceed, 30 days, di ba? So, be transparent also sa Comelec. At least that way makakapag-adjust kami if it is still possible, depending on the situation. Lalo na kung talagang kailangan na namin yung mga items to be procured. Okay? So what is the importance again? Is the acquisition of goods and services are met on time, causing no delay or disruption of service or operations. Pag wala pong nabili ang BAC, wala pong malaking disruption po or paralyzation sa amin yan. Halimbawa po, kinakailangan namin ng papel for the official ballots. Tapos hindi nakapag-deliver on time. Apektado po yung timeline namin sa elections. Okay? Next, it promotes transparency and accountability. By establishing clear timelines, the procurement process becomes more predictable and stakeholders can better understand when and how to engage with the process. So, itong timelines namin, kaya nyo bang ito i-bid? Kaya nyo bang ma-meet? Kaya nyo bang i-deliver ito within this period? So, on that note, you can decide, hindi namin kaya. Pwede ba kaming humingi ng 30 days? Kasi mag-i-import pa po kami sa China, sa abroad, o kaya minsan during pre-bid, sinasabi nila sa amin, ang hirap pong magpalabas ng goods sa customs, especially mga imported items. So, that will be also transparent sa BAC. Next, it helps to prevent corruption and fraud in procurement. When procurement timelines are not followed, it creates opportunities for unscrupulous individuals to manipulate the procurement process either by delaying key decisions or by engaging in corrupt activities such as bid riggings and kickbacks. Sa BAC, pag sinabi namin na 3 days, mayroon ng resolution ng inyong mga motion for reconsideration, lalabas po yun. O kaya naman, maglalabas kami ng bid bulletin kung kailangan para hindi rin kayo umasa na ito na, ang edit dito, opening, bigla na cancel. And then the reason will be stated there. And lastly, the service-oriented Comelec Bids and Awards Committee. A group of dedicated public servants working tirelessly behind the scene to keep the wheels of progress turning, the BAC put their passion, patience, and perseverance required to navigate the complex procurement process. Though at times tedious and thankless, the BAC and TWG and the BAC Secretariat, it is a labor of love. The BAC put their passion and patience and perseverance required to navigate the complex procurement process, all for love. While RA 9184 and its IRR guide the process of the procurement process, at the heart of it are individuals driven by compassion and integrity, required people coming together, checking egos at the door to get the job done right. Keep in mind, the next time you turn on a light, use complex computers or laptops, access government service, or benefit from infrastructure built to last. The roots of it starts with a committee working for you each day and every day, and that is your Bids and Awards Committee. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you po, Director Basino. Our next resource person joined, let me introduce our next speaker. Our next resource person joined the Comelec in 1986. He is the father of 4 beautiful daughters, a pastor of the Assemblies of God Church since 2009. He studied electronics and communications engineering at the University of Santo Tomas. Finished his bachelor's degree in public administration at the Trinity University of Asia, formerly Trinity College of Quezon City. He completed his master's degree in business administration at the International Academy of Management and Economics. He is currently the division chief of the Management Information Technology Department of the Comelec and a member of the Bids and Awards Committee. May we call on Mr. Raul S. Bautista.
Thank you. My song is dedicated to table number 1. Akala ko kakanta ko. Anyway, much of the topics were discussed. Maraming mga nakuha na na-cover na mga topics dun sa aking i-discuss. So I was thinking, kakanta na lang yata. Anyway, please bear with me kasi parang reiteration po yung aking i-discuss. And okay ba kayo dyan? Nakangiti pa. Buti naman kasi yung oras ito yung oras ni Pilito. Lahat inaantok. But let's just say we have to continue dahil bayad yung ating hotel, mahal ang bayad natin dito. Okay, so my topic is about how can suppliers and bidders contribute to the enhancement of the Comelec's exercise of its mandate. Yeah. Basically, this question, parang question kasi ito, and it is addressed sa mga suppliers and bidders. So, excuse lang nila ako dito kasi dito ako makipag-usap. Anyway, it's more on the role ng mga bidders and suppliers. At kanina natuwa ako because when our chairman announced yung mga future projects natin, maraming naka-line up. Parang nakita ko din sa mga mata ninyo na umilaw. Mga baka. Parang may gusto nang umuwi at mag-prepare na ng mga requirements. Tama ba yan? I'm sure excited po kayo at kami rin because of the so many projects na naka-line up in the next few months and few years. And I hope maging maganda po yung ating samahan. Okay. So in this presentation po, we'll talk about the importance of bidders' contributions to the Commission elections mandate. We will explore how bidders and suppliers can play a pivotal role in shaping the future of democracy in the Philippines. As you all know, free, fair, and credible elections are the cornerstone of any democratic society. However, ensuring that these elections run smoothly is no easy task. Mahirap po maging Comelec. Kagaya na binanggit ko na ng ating mga previous presenters. Mahirap po yung trabaho ng Comelec. That is why Comelec plays such a critical role, and that is also why bidders and suppliers' contributions to Comelec's work are so important, because we believe that they are vital to the fulfillment of Comelec mandate. At rin kasama po namin kayo sa lahat ng mga endeavors namin, especially sa trabaho ng Comelec. Now, I have just few points for this presentation and hope to finish them within the given time. These are understanding Comelec's mandate, challenges faced by Comelec, how bidders can contribute, benefits of collaboration, and conclusion. Parang gusto ko nang tumalon dun sa conclusion. Yeah, just lahat. Nabanggit na po kanina yung mga topics natin. Okay, understanding Comelec's mandate. Bakit mahalaga that we understand ano ba yung role ni Comelec? No? I'm sure, yung mga iba sa inyo na matagal na sa Comelec, so alam niyo na yung trabaho ni Comelec. But for those of you na nag-uumpisa pa lang na sumali sa ating mga bidding process, nakita ko po na mahalaga na maintindihan natin at maunawaan natin yung halaga ng work ni Comelec. It is important to understand what the Commission on Elections mandate is, because Comelec is a constitutional body tasked with ensuring free, fair, and credible election. Its mandate includes conducting voter registration, organizing and supervising elections, and enforcing election laws. So yan lang po yung mga trabaho ni Comelec. And Comelec plays a crucial role in upholding the principles of democracy and protecting the rights of Filipino citizens to choose their leaders. Without Comelec's work, the integrity of elections would be compromised and the voice of the people would not be heard. Inulit ko kasi na mahalaga na maintindihan natin yung trabaho ni Comelec kasi tayo po yung magkakasama dito, the end. No? At the end of the day, yung pinagtulungan nating trabaho, yun po yung magiging output nun. Kaya kung hindi nyo alam kung gaano ka-critical yung mandate ni Comelec, magkakaroon tayong problema. So, pinibigyan ko lang po ng mas malalim na emphasis na ang role ni Comelec is napakabigat. Marami po kami mga critical roles. And tapping your relationship with us and connecting with you, okay? Napakahalaga po na maintindihan natin ito. Okay? Now, the Commission on Elections in fulfilling its mandate faces various challenges in ensuring free, fair, and credible elections. And one of the biggest challenges Comelec faces is ensuring the accuracy and integrity of the election results. With millions of voters and hundreds of candidates, it can be difficult to prevent fraud and ensure that every vote counts. Another challenge that Comelec faces is ensuring that all eligible voters are able to exercise their right to vote. This includes voters in remote areas, voters with disabilities, and overseas Filipino voters. So hindi lamang po ang election natin ay ginaganap dito sa Pilipinas, pero hindi tayo mga election sa overseas. Now, the use of automated election system in the country's national local election as mandated by Republic Act number 9369, otherwise known as the Comelec Automation Law, is also a major challenge for Comelec, taking into consideration the cost, security, and acceptability of the voting public, including candidates and politicians. Meron ho kasi tayong batas na sinusunod when it comes sa automation law. The Republic Act number 8436, also known as the Automated Election Law, was enacted in 1997 with the aim of modernizing the electoral process in the country. On the other hand, Republic Act number 9369, which was passed in 2007, amended certain provisions of the Automated Election Law and introduced additional safeguards for the conduct of automated elections. And as we can see, these laws have been instrumental in shaping the way elections are conducted in the Philippines. But why should we care? Well, fair and transparent elections are essential to democracy. And by ensuring that our electoral system is modern and secure, we can help safeguard the integrity of our democratic institutions. Ayan. Yung mga dati pa sa Comelec, siguro maaalala lang itong makinig nito. No? In 1996, matagal na yan. Maybe some of you were not still alive or born. No? In 1996, new equipment consisted of machines with optical mark recognition or OMR technology were used to scan ballots. OMR technology is a method of capturing data by reading marked fields on a printed form using an optical scanner. Now, said technology was pilot tested in the elections for the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, which is now the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, yung BARM, no? So, ginamit namin ito, nabisto ako, 1996 pa. Ginamit namin yung makina na yan to pilot test, no? Yung automation, no? Yung pag-count ng votes using the machine. Now, to better experience this, dahil wala na yung machine na yan, I found a video for this, yung Comelec advertisement for the 1996 elections. And mind you, itong video na ipapakita ko sa inyo, was 27 years ago, no? And it was never been out in the internet. Wala ko kayo makikita video nito sa internet. Sa akin lang. Pero ito po yung ad ni Comelec during that time. No? So, panoorin natin para tingnan natin. Makikita. May sound yan. Sa tagal na wala yung sound. Anyway, sige. So yun, pinapakita dyan yung old methods natin during may election. Maraming mga papel, pila, mga natutulog na yung mga tagabilang, may kandila dahil na brown out, yung mga ganyan mga scenario na. And then, pinasok dyan yung bagong sistema. Yung bagong balota, bagong makina. Yan po nag-start yung lahat ng ginagawa natin yun. Kaya may cheating na tayo noon. Pero si chairman na nabuto ko yun. 1996. Ayan, so ganyan pa. Actually, almost mga procedures noon is may mga kahawig din sa ating ngayon. Kaya lang may na-modernize tayo. So just enjoy watching. Sayang wala yung sound. Agong balon. So, daghan pa.
At ito mahalang likod nito. Kasama ng iyong balot, bibigyan ka ng isang ballot secrecy code at isang marking pencil. Gumamit ng portable voting booth at piliin ang mga kandidato. Ikiman lang ang oval na katapat ng pangalan ng inyong kandidato. Huwag itupi ang inyong balot at ilagay ito sa ballot secrecy code. Bumalik sa DI chairman at magpalagay ng indelible ink sa inyong right forefinger nail. Ilagay ang inyong thumb mark sa list of voters with voting record. Bago mo itulog sa ballot box ang inyong balota, tatanggalin ng BEI chairman ang kupon nito. Iyong ihulog ang balota sa ballot box. Huwag mong ilabas ang iyong balota mula sa ballot secrecy folder. Ibalik ang ballot secrecy folder at marking pencil. Lumabas sa presinto ng maayos at tahimik. May bagong sistema na rin sa bilangan. Bagong makina para ang bilangan ay mabilis at mas malinis. Ang mga ballot boxes ay dadalhin sa centralized vote counting center. Para sa maayos na bilangan, bawat centralized vote counting center ay may reception area at counting room. Itatala ang pagdating ng mga ballot boxes sa reception area. Bibigyan ng reception committee ang BEI ng isang set ng statistical data for election returns na kailangang makumpleto bago makapag-umpisa ng bilangan. Ibibigay ang serial number sa reception committee at bubugin ito. Pagkatapos, bubuksan ang ballot box at bibilangin ang mga balota naroon dito upang masiguradong tama ang dami ng balota ayon sa nakatalang report ng BEI. Kung kompleto na ang statistical data for election return form, ipapasok ng BEI ang ballot box sa loob ng counting room. Ang maaari lamang pumasok sa counting room ay ang municipal election officer. BEI ng mga balotang nakatakdang bilangin, authorized watchers, technicians, Comelec representatives, at mga taong may authorization ng Comelec. Kapag handa na ang lahat ng forms, bubuksan ng BEI chairman ang ballot box at ilalabas ang mga ballots. Aayusin ang mga balota bago ipasok sa counting machine. Ang election officer at BEI lamang ang maaaring humawak ng balota. Bago mag-umpisa ang bilangan ng balota sa bawat presinto, ang counting machine ay itatalaga sa zero ng election officer ng munisipyo ng mga balotang bibilangin at ilalagay ng BEI chairman ang mga balota sa hopper. Pagkalagay ng mga balota sa vote counting machine, agad na itong bibilangin ng mabilis. Ang makina ito ay gumagamit ng optical scanning technology na parang mata na rin ng tao ang bumasa. Pagkatapos mabasa, agad makikita ang resulta. Ang resulta ay lalabas sa isang printer na nasa tabi ng vote counting machine. Sa Central Counting Center, nalalaman agad ang resulta ng eleksyon. Pagkabilang ng mga balota, aayusin ng election officer ang mga ito at mamarkahan ng solid red line sa kilid ng tambak na balota para malamang na bilang na. Dahil ang bagong vote counting machine ay bumibilang ng 150 ballots bawat minuto. Kaya naman mabilis na, mas malinis pa ang pagbilang ng mga balota. Sa bagong bilis ng bilangan, may bagong din sa ating halaman. Ito ang mas simple. Bilangan mas mabilis at mas malinis. Mga bagong sistema sa eleksyon ang sa mga bagong Pilipino. Panaguna ng tulungang pagbabago. Pilipino, iparinig ang iyong team. Bumoto.
Okay. That was just to show you how Comelec is really serious about modernizing the elections. No? Imagine just 1996 pa, almost 27 years ago, talagang we're working para ma-modernize natin yung ating election. That's how serious Comelec is. And gusto namin may parating sa inyo yan. That's why every time we join our bidding process when it comes to our election-related procurement, na seryoso po ang Comelec yan. At hindi po tayo naglalaro. Maraming pera po ang ginagastos ng ating government para may sakatuparan po natin yung plano na maiayos po ang ating election process, ma-modernize ito. And with the fast advancement po ng technology sa mundo, so, kailangan makasunod din po tayo. Pero hindi lahat ng technology, of course, no, kailangan nating yakapin. Kasi meron din tayong batas na nagsasabi kung ano lang yung dapat na gamitin natin. And if there will be talagang issues na kailangan nating mag-adjust, then pwede naman tayong pasagawa ng batas para umangkok po yung technology na gagamitin. The task of modernizing the country's electoral system is daunting, but it is essential if we are to achieve a fair and transparent electoral process. The Commission on Elections recognizes that it cannot do this alone and needs the cooperation and collaboration of all stakeholders. This includes political parties, civil society organizations, the media, the general public, and yes, no, the suppliers and bidders. Kailangan din namin kayo. Together, we can work towards a more efficient, reliable, and secure electoral system that will benefit all Filipinos. Now, ito na yung tanong. Ang tanong, how can bidders and suppliers contribute to the enhancement of Comelec's work? Now, actually, there are several ways na meron kayong contribution sa Comelec. And one area where bidders can provide support is on the technology. By leveraging your expertise and experience, you can propose new ways of using existing technologies or suggest new technologies that can help Comelec achieve its goal. Kayo yung nandyan sa area na yan, no? Sa alawa, ang pinitinda nyo, sinusupply nyo all about technology. So alam nyo kung ano yung pwedeng i-propose, no? Pwede nyo i-suggest sa Comelec, and we are open, no? Mag-discussion doon. Kaya nga, meron kaming mga nilalabas din sa mga RFI, request for information, whenever we have a project, nagpapadala kami ng request for information. Kasi hindi namin alam totally yung ano ba yung mga ano ba yung impact dito pagka ginamit namin yan, ano ba yung is it available dito sa Pilipinas o sa abroad lang yan, so yung mga ganon. And you as suppliers and bidders sa mga ganong technology, alam niyo yun. Okay? You can contribute to Comelec's technological innovation by offering state-of-the-art hardware and software solutions and innovative ideas and suggestions. And then moreover, you can also assist us in identifying potential risks and challenges that may arise. No? Example, for during election period, meron kaming mga projects, no? For the election, about technological innovation. So, meron kayong mga idea doon na sir, hindi ho medyo mahirap yan, malaki po yung challenge yan. So, we can discuss all those things. Kasi, kayo yung nag-offer niyan, kayo yung may hawak niyan, alam niyo kung ano mga impact nun, magiging impact nun sa ating mga project. You can provide valuable insights and recommendations on how to address issues such as yung availability ng mga election materials, paraphernalia, transportation logistics, and contingency plans. Binanggit na rin po kanina ito, no? which could streamline and modernize Comelec operations, improve efficiency, and enhance integrity of the electoral process. By working together, we can ensure that every election is conducted in a transparent, fair, and efficient manner, which will ultimately benefit our democracy and our nation as a whole. Actually, I will not dig into the information about what specific technology requirements the Comelec needs and what kind of support Comelec wants from you, no, in terms of technology innovations, particularly for the upcoming 2025 midterm elections. For everyone's information, and as stated a while ago by our chairman, we have published our goal for the upcoming 2025 midterm elections. And this is what we want to happen. Okay? Full automation with transparency count in 2025 elections. Now, the terms of reference for the project were already published on the Comelec website. Nasa website po ni Comelec kung gusto nyo makita yung ano ba yung mga specifications in terms of reference. Nandun po, so hindi natin i-discuss yun. From voting, counting, yung canvassing, votes, so nandun po lahat ng mga requirements natin sa ating website. Makikita niyo po yun. So from there, dun niyo po pag-aralan kung ano po yung kaya niyong i-offer sa Comelec. Okay? Pwede na kayong parang inaano yun na, pinuntahin na yata yung website namin. So yun, no? So just to give you an idea, para nakaready tayo lahat. Ni-heads up na po namin kayo in the near, in several months from now, tutuloy-tuloy na po tayo dun sa ating mga projects. And that is really exciting. So ito po yung part ng ating requirement, yung about fast track, fully automated, transparent audit, transparent count. So ito po yung principle na gusto namin i-adapt. Upgraded optical mark reader o OMR para dun sa ating machine, paper-based automated election system with direct recording or electronic DRE capabilities which will be enabled or disabled in the configuration. So isang part lang po ito dun sa requirement natin dun sa machines na gagamitin natin. As I said, nasa website po natin. And then, it is not only in the area of technological innovations that you can contribute to the enhancement of Comelec. Kanina puro technology yung pinag-usapan natin. Pero, kagaya yung diniscuss kanina, marami po kayong may contribute sa Comelec, no? Because we at Comelec believe that suppliers and bidders are integral to the success of the Commission in fulfilling its mandate. There are also other ways, we believe, that you can contribute to enhancing Comelec mandates. One is by adhering to fair bidding practices and ensuring compliance with all legal and ethical standards and regulations in the procurement process. So, ano lang po ito, just paalala to, baka sabihin niyo, bakit di ba kami sumusunod sa mga bidding practices niyo? No, kasi may mga pagkakataon, not to offend anyone, no? Minsan may mga pasaway kasi mga bidders, no? Alam na nila na hindi po pwede, talagang nagsasubmit pa nila o sumasali pa rin sila. Okay? May mga experiences kami ganyan. Ako, before I became a member of the BAC, the Pension Awards Committee, I was an end user. Matagal po akong end user. At marami po kami mga na-meet na mga suppliers and bidders. At may mga pagkakataon, may mga pasaway talaga mga bidders, no? Magsasubmit sila ng bid sila, pero alam naman nila may problema. No? May problema yung kanilang product or may problema yung availability ng product nila. Na hindi naman pala talaga siya existing. May mga ganun, no? So, paano ko po nalaman? Kasi may nagsasabi ng ibang bidder, sasabi na, sir, wala na akong ganyang product sa market ngayon. Haba? Bakit sumasali pa itong bidder nito? Pero siyempre, hindi naman namin pinapatulan yun. Kasi baka nagmamarites lang yun o fake news yun. But later, we found out na nung siya na yung napili na yun, siya yung lowest calculated bid, siya sa lowest calculated bid. Tapos nagsulat siya. Sabi niya, sabi niya sa sulat niya, pwede bang iba na lang ang i-offer ko? Sabi ko, sinasabi ko na, wala pala talagang ganong brand, wala pala talagang ganong item. So mga ganun, may mga pagkakataong ganun po yung mga bidders pasaway. Pero wala ko sa inyo yun, ano? Wala yung sumasagot. Nakakatakot. So wala kang ganun sa inyo? Ayan, okay. Mabuti na nagkakaintindihan. And then another contribution po ninyo is you should avoid conflicts of interest in the bidding process. Alam naman natin yan, ethics po yan. And then you can also contribute to Comelec's mandate by providing quality products and services at competitive prices. Siyempre dapat medyo tama lang yung mga presyo ninyo. No? I understand naman, we understand naman na siyempre nasa business area kayo, so kailangan nyo kumita. Pero dapat hindi naman sobra-sobrang taas yung presyo. No? And then, yung timely delivery of goods and services. May mga pagkakataon kasi kayo, nabanggit kanina, no? Yung pag-deliver nila na late. Alam niyo, malaking issue yan sa amin, lalo na pag election-related supplies yan, no? Na-delay. Yung delivery, halimbawa ng mga paraphernalias, alam niyo po yung mangyayari. Pwede magdulot po yun ng failure of election in that area. And worse, buong Pilipinas yan. So, imagine yung mag-jeopardize nyo yung ating national or local election dahil sa pagagawa ninyo ay hindi natuloy ang election. Napakabigat po nun. Okay? Kaya, ang pinararating po namin sa inyo is mabigat po. Pag sumali po kayo sa Comelec, mabigat na po yung role ninyo doon. No? And take it as bilang mga Pilipino po tayo or meron tayong mga next generation na magmamana ng pamamahala ng ating bayan. So just imagine yung anak ninyo, yung apo ninyo, o dahil dun sa nagawa nating pagkakamali, may mga nahalal na mga candidates, mga politicians na hindi karapat-dapat. So, ang magsasuffer yung kung hindi man tayo at in our own time, our next generation. So, medyo madugo po yun. Okay? And then, another area din po where you can contribute is yung sa logistics. Yeah? Of course, may kaugnayan din po yan na madelay din yung mga deliverables niyo dahil yung truck na in-offer niyo ay 3 lang yung gulong, halimbawa. So, hindi siya makatakbo. Something like that. So, sana po, yung contribution natin sa Comelec ay makita natin na it's a serious matter. Okay? Yung pagsali natin sa mga bidding process natin, it's not just para kumita lang, no? Pero maging bahagi po tayo. History kasi, every we hold election sa Pilipinas, history na po yun. Part na po ng history yun. No? At hindi man nalalagay yung mga pangalan nyo doon sa dyaryo. No? Tayo ang nag-supply nito. Well, at times nalalagay din talaga. Malaki yung masarap pong isipin yung naging part po tayo sa success ng bawat elections. Kasi meron tayong naging contribution doon. Tama po ba? Okay. Collaboration between bidders and Comelec lead to more efficient and effective election processes, which ultimately benefit our country. Partnership with technology companies can help Comelec develop new tools and systems to improve the integrity of the electoral process. Innovation and partnership are critical to enhancing Comelec's mandate. By continuously innovating and collaborating with other stakeholders such as bidders and suppliers, Comelec can improve its processes and promote electoral integrity. This will help ensure that the electoral process remains transparent, credible, and reflective of the will of the people. In conclusion po, fulfilling Comelec's mandate is a complex and challenging task. However, by working closely with other stakeholders, particularly the bidders and suppliers, and addressing these challenges head-on, Comelec can ensure that the Philippine electoral process remains free, honest, and credible. Yung pong collaboration natin, napakahalaga po. No? Between bidders, and it can lead to more efficient, effective election processes, which is crucial for healthy democracy. We always emphasize po doon sa communication din natin, no? Na magkaroon po tayo ng usual or yung regular communication that you can always communicate with Comelec kung meron po kayong mga gustong i-propose, i-suggest, o isumbong, no? Open po. Open po ang Comelec po pagkadating po sa mga ganyan. Pag-usapan natin, no? And that's why whenever we hold yung mga pre-bid conferences, tinatanong namin yung mga bidders na kaya mo ba to? What can you offer? Mga ganyan. So, i-open po natin yan, yung communication natin. Napakahalaga po yan. At yung bilanggit nga ni Chair kanina na may mga tumatawag na na mga structures. Hindi ko alam kung sino yung mga yan, nagpapanggap na nanghihingi sa inyo. Okay? Humingi ng mga donations. No? So, yung mga ganong scenario, situation, kung meron tayong proper communication, na-address po natin yun. At malalaman nyo na hindi yun. No? Hindi yun si Comelec o sino pa man yun. At least, ma-press out natin na o mapiprevent natin yung mga ganong scenario. And I was wondering then na kung meron palang gano'n, na tatawagan kayo tapos magpapanggap na kung sino siya o member siya ng halimbawa ng committees ng Comelec. Tapos meron pa siyang account doon, yung kanyang Viber, yung picture, halimbawa ng officials ng Comelec doon. Tapos ihihiyan kayo. So yun, no? Mahirap tanggapin po yun. Okay. But if we have proper communication po with the Comelec sa inyo, you can always address that to us. Meron kasi ganito kasi hindi namin alam isa mamamonitor yung mga ganun scenario, situation, unless you tell us, you report to us. Pero alam ko yung iba natatakot din na mag-report kasi baka mamaya, minsan baka mamaya totoo talaga yun na nandun siya sa inyo. Ma-hold yung aming dokumento. Di ba? May mga ganun. Ma-hold yung aming dokumento kasi totoo pala naman yung mga ganun. Pero sabi ko nga, if we have proper communication, you can email us or whatever. At least mapiprevent po natin yung mga ganun situation. Okay? So, we encourage all bidders to consider collaborating with Comelec and making positive impact on the Philippines democracy. Together, we can work towards achieving free, fair, and credible elections for all Filipinos. Comelec is committed to ensuring that the voices of all stakeholders are heard and that their concerns are addressed. We believe that by working together, we can successfully navigate the challenges of implementing technological innovation in the electoral process and fulfill our mandate to safeguard the integrity of our elections. Again, thank you for considering the ways in which your contributions can help improve the Comelec's mandate. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Sir Boyd, for that informative presentation. So, mag-wellness break po muna tayo, 10 minutes. Tapos balik po tayo agad after for the next presentation. Thank you. Invite everyone to enter the ballroom na po ulit for the next presenter. Okay, let's start. Our next topic is about factors causing delays and failure of procurement in government. Our next research person is an expert in Philippine procurement laws and government contracts approval and implementation process. He is the author of the book entitled The Government Procurement Reform Act, Principles and Practices, published by Rex Bookstore in 2018. For more than 2 decades, he has been handling locally and internationally funded government projects as a legal procurement administrative and financial advisor and consultant to various government institutions or agencies. Since the Government Procurement Reform Act took effect in 2003, he has been conducting series of lectures in various offices and agencies of the government. He earned his degree of Master of Laws and has undergone extensive training on practical project management in global market with focus on government infrastructure projects, a joint program of JICA and Asian Institute of Management. He served as is a procurement specialist in WHO Global Fund APB and UNDP funded projects. He is a former Dean of Law Center, Vice Dean of the Graduate School of Law, and Vice President for Public Affairs of the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Manila. He is a professor in various law schools handling political law and business law subjects, and a former reviewer of licensure examination for teachers, criminology board examination, accountancy board, and bar examination. He worked as the administrative and procurement consultant for top 3 executive departments and constitutional commission of the Philippine government, such as DepEd, DOH, DND, and of course the Comelec. His area of specialization is on handling administrative and criminal cases involving government procurement and allied laws before the Commission on Audit, Office of the Ombudsman, Sandigan Bayan, and Court of Appeals up to the level of the Supreme Court. Let us all welcome Professor Lawrence P. Villanueva.
Thank you, Ma'am Nicole, for the kind words of introduction. My idol, Mr. Chairman, Sir, sa lahat ng naglulugwakang kababaihan at nagtitigasang kalalakihan, a pleasant afternoon and mabuhay. Mabuhay! Yeah. The topic assigned is factors. Sorry. So this is the outline of my presentation, but I will try to capsulize the presentation. The topic actually assigned are factors causing delays and failure of procurement in the government, not just the Comelec. So you would see that the topic is somehow generic, but I would focus to factors that are affecting delays in procurement, failure of bidding at Comelec. Now, failure of bidding is, of course, to balance. There are factors that could be due to the failure of the procuring entities and sometimes due to the failure of the bidders. So I'll not be touching yung side ng Comelec, but I'll be touching yung side ng bidders. Bakit nagpi-fail? Bakit nagdi-delay? Because of the documents submitted by the bidders. Again, the outline is as follows, but I'll be trying to capsulize this presentation. Okay. Remember, na yung factors na nagkukos ng delay sa mga bidders, sabi ni Sir Attorney Fernandesino, may kulong yun sa back, pero may kulong din sa inyo. Kung kayo mga bidders, eto at tip na to, bago kayo sumali sa bidding, you will have to read RA 9184. Puntahan nyo yung section 65.3. Nandiyan yung mga ginagawa ng bidder na may kulong. And because of those actions, yan ang nagdi-delay. 65.3. Section 65.3. Pag may oras pa kayo, isunod yung basahin section 65.9. Yun naman yung merong suspension by blacklisting. And today, I will try to enumerate these actions or yan. Well, Ang sabi niyo sa screen, we are fortunate in Comelec. Ako talaga, bawa ko because ang good governance starts with good procurement. And this gathering today, through the effort of our chairman, gusto niya talagang maging the best ang procurement at Comelec. So not just good, not just better, but the best procurement. Palakpakan naman natin ang chair. You know, this is the first procurement summit sa history ng Comelec. And look at day 2. For day 2, the speakers will also discuss how the bidders would be paid. So for day 1, how you could join without being declared ineligible, without being declared disqualified, without being declared post-disqualified, as the case may be. So yan. So we are very fortunate in Comelec. Ina-aspire namin lagi, not just yung good procurement, not just the better, but the best. May kanta dyan yung tatay ko when we were kids. Good, better, best. Good, better, best. Tinuro yung tatay ko. Good, better, best. Good, better, best. Never, never rest until the good becomes better and the better becomes the best. Kayo po, gusto namin maging best bidder. Ang gusto ni chairman, kaya may gathering na ganito, transparency. Transparency. Walang concealment. Walang taguan. We will tell you what are the documents needed to be submitted, how you would be declared disqualified, ano yung factors para you could avoid them. Alright, so let's continue. Now, you know about procurement. No need to define. The golden circle, ito GPTV ito. Laging ina-emphasize ng GPTV about why, how, and what. Just to review maybe, every organization on the planet knows what they are. Alam nila, alam namin sa Comelec. Kayo rin sa company nyo, alam nyo what you are. Yun yung product that you sell. That is what you are. How? Take note, only some of the organization knows how they do it. Okay? These are the things they make them special or set them apart from the others. But look at the last, yung why. Very few, masay na, every organization. As regards how, some organization. But as regards why, kami sa Comelec, yung why is the very purpose for existence of Comelec. Ang wish ni chairman, kaya nga nasabi niya yun, pati manual, pinapostumize, effort din ni chairman, procurement on time in food and without error. Okay? Tsaka yung value for money. Please do not offer goods na antiquated, substandard, because definitely that might lead to post-disqualification. All right. So we go now to the topic. Number 1, criminal offenses. Take note, this is under section 65.3. I-expound ko yung number 1. Submitting eligibility documents during the bidding na ito, not during pre-bid, not during post-qua, but during the day of submission, what you submitted is falsified document. Submit kayo ng peke or tinago ninyo yung data. Why? Go to number 1 yung submitting eligibility. You know that there are 3 types of eligibility. Legal document, technical document, ano yung pangatlo? Ano po? Pwede ka ma'am, ito mukhang sanay na ito ma-disqualify, kaya kabisado na. Alright, financial document. Ilang beses ka na nabili ma'am? Bago lang ako, pero very good ha. You know. Now, ano ba yung legal? We begin with platinum. Kailangan PhilJet's registration nyo should be platinum. Yan ang unang hahanapin ng box sa inyo. I am bothered by the article dun sa PAG4. Red pa lang yung kanyang PhilJet's registration. They were awarded with a 3 million worth of project for the design of PAG4 logo. Pero ang PhilJet's niyan, red. But I will not be dealing with that. Focus on Comelec alone. You should be platinum registered. Current and valid. Pag expired yan on the day of the opening, goodbye. Number 1. Number 2, the registration issued by Securities and Exchange Commission. Now, be very particular with this. We will be bidding the consultancy for construction, management, and supervision. Question: may a corporation participate in this bidding? Pwede bang sumali yung corporation sa construction, management, and supervision? Yes or no, dear bidders? Yes. Sino nagsabing yes? Si ma'am, isa ka lang. Yes or no, once again? The answer is no. Ay, bakit? Pag consulting services, ang pwedeng sumali is a partnership. Especially itong construction, I'm talking of consulting services for construction management and supervision. Ang basis niyan are the track record of the professional engineers, civil engineers, yan. Hindi corporation. Dapat partnership. Alright? Yan. For DTI, dapat current and valid yan. For CDA, alright. The bank will always look for, anong sasabihin nyo? Certified true copy or original? Tahimik kayo.
Ano ba yung
Magpagawa na kayo ng stamp na certified true copy. Okay, may pipirma, may pangalan ng company, may name ng authorized signatory. That's how you do it. Hindi pwede yung handwritten. Jurassic. Mahirap, mabagal pa. At doon sa mga office niyo, nakalagay na lahat ng eligibility. Nakahugot na lang ng hugot yan. Then tatak. Number 2, mayor's permit or business permit. It should be valid and current. What kind of business permit? Kung saan ang principal office ay located. Kung marami kayong office at sinabmit nyo hindi principal office, sorry, disqualified. Current and valid, ha? Now, take note, that would lead to criminal offense. Pwede namin, kasi dinidelay nyo ang procurement nagsubmit kayo, falsified, pineke ninyo. Ang pinapakita sa screen, yung nagli-lead, okay, sa failure and or delay, naging lowest nga kayo, later on, pag post-qualified, panay defective naman ang document ninyo. That is the problem that we are trying to address. Alright? Mayor's permit, allowed ang expired, currently lang yung prior year, provided you have the OR as proof of renewal. Inaalaw yan. Okay? Tax clearance, number 3. Yan ang mga common problem areas. Hindi pwede yung certificate of no tax accountability. That is not acceptable. Nagsabit na ba kayo ng certification of no tax accountability? Minsan nag-i-issue pa rin yung BIR na. But for purposes of bidding, that is not allowed. Kailangan CED, BIR, CED issued yan. Alright? So those are the 3 documents for legal. For technical, take note of your single largest. But before the single largest, all ongoing. Ito ang common problem, ha? Ang sinasabit ng mga bidder, selective. Ang requirement ng batas, all ongoing contracts, government or private, those awarded, even if not yet started, you have to submit. Kasi tinitignan namin yung contracting capacity ninyo. Pag may ongoing kayo, binabawas namin yun. Alright? Baka akala nyo makakalusot kayo, mahigpit si attorney Bisinyo. We will be checking on those documents and records. Alright? So, yan. Alright? Single largest completed contract. During the pre-bid, look at section 3, clause 5. Yung definition ng single largest completed contract, kailangan pasok kayo. Kung ano yung nire-require ng Comelec, dapat mag-qualify kayo. Otherwise, yung contract ninyo, even if attached, if it is not classified as similar to the project at hand, disqualification din yan, ineligibility. Okay, so yan yung mga common causes ng delay. Sabi nga ni Sir kanina, speaker natin, sumasali pa, ineligible pala. Okay lang mag-insist if you think that you have a better product at better yung price niyo at napag-iiwanan kayo, that is okay. You can insist, you can inform, not just the bank, you can even inform the whole, the chairman, the end bank, you can even inform the COA. para transparent lahat na ang nabibili pala namin disadvantages to the government, you have the right to do that. But do not go to court, please. Remember, RTC, the Regional Trial Court, wala silang power to compel the BAC to read your proposal through by filing a mandamus case. Alam niyo yung mandamus? Para lang yan sa mga ministerial. Bidding is highly discretionary sa BAC yun. So kahit yung korte, hindi pwedeng utusan yung BAC to open your proposal. Okay? That is the decision of the Supreme Court now. Okay? Now, number 2, bibilisan ko ha, yung bidding documents, actually mahaba pa sa akin, kaya lang, may professional charge na yun, natututo na kayo. Just read section 23 of the law ha. Sunod tuloy yung that is class A pa lang yun. Yung NFCC ninyo, dapat tama ang computation, okay? Yung net financial contracting capacity, look at the distinction. Kailangan yung NFCC total nyo, 100% equivalent ng ABC. If not, at ang bidding is for goods, pwedeng yung 10% credit line certificate. For goods, ha? For consultancy, for infra, dapat similar contract, single largest completed contract nyo, 50% should be the same. 100%. NFCC should be equivalent to ABC. ABC rather. Okay? So yan yung Class B, joint venture. Pag joint venture kayo, kailangan may joint venture agreement. Pag sasali pa lang intention, duly notarized, intention to enter into joint venture agreement if awarded the contract. May template naman ang Comelec, may standard template yan. Now, pag kayo sumali sa bidding, again, ang mga tititigan niyo dyan, sinabi ko, bago kayo sumali, 65.3 para alam niyo yung parusang nakaakma sa inyo. 65.9 para alam niyo na may kaso pala ito. O, kala niyo mga boss ha? Andito ba yung mga boss o mga authorized representative lang kayo? Po, mga boss? Very good. Kasi minsan, actually, meron kaming hinahawakan ngayon sa Sandigan Bayan. Nasa ombudsman pa yung iba. Walang kamalay-malay yung boss dahil kasalanan ng authorized representative. O, kaya yung mga authorized representatives ninyo, dapat well-versed din, ha? Alright. Number 2, submission of bidding documents containing false information or falsified document or conceals. Bawal yon na itatago ninyo. Blacklisted na pala kayo, nag-submit kayo ng omnibus affidavit, omnibus sworn statement, sabi nyo, hindi kayo blacklisted. Pag nalaman yan, kaso pa kayo ng falsification of public document. Okay? May kaso kayo dyan. So be very careful. You have to disclose it, disclose the facts kasi makakasuhan din naman ang Comelec pag tinolerate kayo. Magtulungan na lang. Alright? Now, sa bidding, sabi ko 65. Meron din akong tipuli sa inyo. Pag sumali kayo sa bidding, tandaan niyo, ang bidding is non-discretionary pass-fail criteria. Ang BAC, hindi pwedeng mag-exercise ng discretion. 3 yung babasahin niyo dyan pag bago kayo magsasubmit ng bidding documents. Section 30.1, non-discretionary ang bidding. Pagbukas ng first envelope nyo, non-discretionary yan. Bubuksan ng second envelope nyo, non-discretionary also. Section 32.2.1, basahin nyo yan. Yan ang magpapatalo sa inyo. Yung mga financial offer nyo. Nag-o-offer na ba kayo na may discount? Allowed po ba yung may discount? Yes or no? Nakaranas po ba kayo na mag-bid tapos may discount? 10% discount? Wala pa. Allowed po yan. Yes, allowed yan. But, ito yung quiz niyan. You have to, para naman sa BAC. Yung discount, kapag ka merong different items in one lot, for example, specific dapat yon. Aling item ang binibigyan ng discount? Kasi sa infra, wala kayong, sinong contractor dito po? Ba't walang contractor? Nandun ang discount sa mga contractors eh. Trick yon, alam niyo ba? Hindi nila kami matitrick. Ang trick niya sa infra, discount. Alin ang dinidiscount mo? Yung front load na mga unang i-deliver? o yung mga kailangan specific, alin ang binibigyan ng discount. Okay? So yan. Next. Number 3, participating in a competitive bidding using the name of another or allowing another company to use so pareho kayong makakasuhan niyan, pinagamit yung pangalan niyo or gumamit kayo ng pangalan ng ibang company. Again, pangkaraniwan ito sa mga infrastructure project. Kasi sobrang dami na nung ongoing nung bidder, tatamaan na yung NFCC niya, ang dami niyang awarded na project, naggagamit ng ibang company name. Yan. Pag na-discover po yan, kulong uli yan. 6 years and 1 day, maximum of 15 years. Itong mga enumerate ko, may kulong yan ha, yung criminal. Kaya akala niyo basta-basta sa Comelec, this time around, nako. Next. Yan. Withdrawing of bid. So, bawal mag-withdraw ng bid after the deadline for submission. Pag na-hit na yung time na dapat submitted, hindi na kayo pwedeng umatras. The moment na i-submit nyo, 9 o'clock ang deadline, pumasok na yung document nyo, you cannot anymore withdraw. I think sa experience namin nila Deda, noon merong nag-withdraw, ayaw tanggapin. Ano yun, mga consumables, hindi inalaw. Hindi inalaw. Right? So take note of that. Or refusing to accept the award. Sinasabi niya Attorney Bising, sali kayo ng sali, hindi niyo pala kaya yung delivery timelines. Eto na yung award. Ayaw niyong tanggapin yung award kasi tatakbo na yung delivery period. Ayan, may kulong din po yan. So pag sumali kayo at you could sense na may problema sa delivery period, please, remedy, write a letter request to the back to extend the timeline ng delivery if kaya pa ha, para lang makasali kayo. Hindi na kayo pwede magpilit. Ang procurement at Comelec is always classified as time is of the essence procurement. Kaya automatic yan, pag nilagyan kayo sa section 6 ng delivery requirement, time is of the essence, delayed agad yun. Parang nagko-consent kayo na bawal magpa-extend kasi nga time is of the essence. Yan. And another, yon. During POSCOA, 5-day period, pinapasubmit kayo ng POSCOA document, hindi kayo mag-submit. Right? Another ground yan for blacklisting. Another ground yan for suspension. Another ground yan for a criminal offense. Matibay ang law department ng Comelec, hindi si Ma'am Noria, kaya humanda kayo. Ito hindi naman para manakot, but to tell you paano natin mapapabilis ang procurement by informing you what are the things needed to be submitted. You have to do it right. Alright? Yan. Performance security. Sa bidding ha, yung sabi nga, sinasubmit din ngayon yung bid securing declaration. Yung bid security nyo, pwedeng mapalitan ng bid securing declaration basta properly notarized. Alright. Any question about the criminal? Tawa-tawa kayo. Oo. Nakakatakot ma'am. Ganun talaga. Kala niyo ba kami hindi nakakatakot? Yung next speaker ko ay nakakatakot, COA. Nasaan na ba si ma'am? Ma'am, maganda lang si ma'am kaya hindi nakakatakot. Pero pag COA wala ang kaharap ninyo. Namin ha, sa gobyerno, takot kami sa COA. Kaya kung meron kaming kailangan i-please, pag-ilagan, at mahalin, yan ang COA. Buti na maganda talaga ang COA ng Comelec. Takot ka na, luluwang yung dibdib mo because nakaka-relax si ma'am. Mama, ikaw ang susunod dito. Kala niyo ba kami lang? Pag nag-issue si ma'am ng notice of disallowance, damay po kaya kayo dyan. Di ba ma'am? O, yan ha. Tandaan niyo. Kahit kala niyo nakalusot, na-deliver, bago magbayaran, maybe tomorrow i-discuss ito. Nag-issue si ma'am ng notice of suspension. Hindi na kayo mababayaran. Na-deliver niyo pa. Kailangan may tama ang document. O kaya pagkapirma ng kontrata, nag-issue si ma'am within 5 days, AOM. Ang meaning ng AOM? Ayaw ka na, bago niya si Deda. Iibahin ko sa amin yung AOM. Audit Observation Memorandum. Ano yung mga dapat harapin namin? Okay? So, with these guidelines, nakita niyo na isabit ng tama, naiiwasan yan mga next speaker na hindi kami nagkakaproblema. Tulungan, kumbaga. Alright? So, wala nang tanong sa kriminal. Hindi. Bakit tao? Okay na. Alright, we go to administrative. Ito naman, next slide na ito, pwede kayong ma-blacklist. Pwede kayong magkaroon ng administrative sanction. Yung kanina same act ninyo na pinosify niyo yung inyong tax clearance, pineke ninyo, yung validity. Meron na kayong criminal, meron pa yung blacklisting. Ano yung may mga blacklisting? Ayun din. Submission of eligibility requirement containing false information. Yan. Kaya dapat checkin ninyong mabuti. Kala nyo kayo may-ari. Damay kayo dyan. Company owners, damay kayo dyan. You cannot claim na kasalanan yan ng authorized representative nyo and you have no participation, you have no knowledge. Hindi pwede. Hindi pwede. Sa inyo ipapangalan yung check, hindi naman sa authorized representative. Unless siya rin yung sa finance at nakapangalan na siyang tatanggap ng check. Alright? O kaya sole proprietorship. Right? Yan po yung mga may parusa. Submission din ng bid containing false information. Yung bid, kasi dalawa ang document eh. Yung first envelope, yun yung mga eligibility document. Yung second envelope, yun ang bid. Sabi ko kanina, tatlo, di ba? 30.1. Number 2, section 32.2. O, basa niyo ulit doon, non-discretionary. Hindi mag-exercise ang back ng discretion. Pag nabuksan na yung section yung second envelope ninyo, tandaan niyo, may no contact rule na yan. Huwag na kayo sulat ng sulat. Lalo na kung kayo yung lowest, kasi nabuks. Ang bid evaluation pertains to second envelope. Pag narinig yung bid evaluation, nakatawid ka sa first envelope nun. Bid evaluation, ini-evaluate yung bid mo. Yun yung price, yung offer, yung tender. Okay? Pag binuksan na yan, bawal na kayong basta sumulat, lalo na kung kayo yung lowest. Kung hindi kayo yung lowest, gusto nyo mag-MR, pwede yun. Okay? Pero pag kayo na ang lowest at kayong i-evaluate, LCD kayo, bawal sumulat sa back. One-way ticket na lang. The back will be the one to write for any clarificatory. Okay? Questions. Okay? Next. Mabilis lang yung ano ko, I'm given only, I think, 15, 20 minutes lang. 15, yan. Another. Pag pinagamit niyo pa rin yung pangalan ninyo, may blacklisting pa rin po yun. Pag sinabing suspension, yun yung blacklisting din po yun. Pareho po yun. You will be suspended for 1 year. Pag pinagamit niyo sa iba yung pangalan ninyo, para lang makuha yung single largest completed contract na track record. Kung kulang yung inyong single largest completed contract, basahin niyo yung section 23.4.1.3. Sabi niyo sa chairman ng back, baka pwede naman dalawa. Huwag lang isang kontrata para naman makasali yung iba. Because if only one would be able to participate, hindi na equal lang footing yan. Hindi na parang sa side na iba. So, pwedeng dalawang dokumento, dalawang kontrata. Not just 50% na single, pwedeng 25%, tapos meron kang 10%, meron kang 15%, allowed yon under section 23.4.1.3. Yan. So, isusulat niyo yun. Baka pwede naman po i-relax. And that is provided for by law to prevent monopoly and or restraint of trade. Pasensya na, sumaside ako dito kasi ito talaga ang gusto ko. Ang topic ko is, it pertains to the bidders. Alright? Yan. Ang bawal pa rin po is yung withdrawal of bid, again, suspension yan. Or refusal to accept an award or enter into contract. Yan. Tinataguan nyo yung notice of award kasi hindi nyo kaya yung delivery. That is a ground for forfeiture of your bid security at blacklisting po or suspension for 1 year or 2 years as the case may be. Okay. Another, yung refusal or failure to post the required performance bond. May NOA na kayo, ayaw niyo pumirma ng kontrata, ayaw niyo pang mag-post ng performance bond, suspension ang kakaharapin niyo. Okay? Or na-terminate ang kontrata dahil sa delay ng delivery niyo, umabot ng 10% at kawawa naman yung Comelec, sorry, but we have no choice but to terminate the contract due to default and issue the blacklisting order. Yan. Okay, during post-qualification, tinatanong kayo, ayaw nyo sumagot, grounding yan for suspension. Ground yan for blacklisting. So you have to answer all requests for clarification forwarded to you by the back so that we could clarify portion of your tender or your offer. Any portion po yun. Ito, may dalawang catch-all dyan, ha? If you would attempt to influence the outcome of the bidding process in your favor. Kaya nini-influensyahan yung back para kayo ang manalo. Any documented, lalo na ngayon yung CCTV, mas kayo dyan. Okay? Baka nakunan kayo. Sorry. Mabablacklist na kayo, may criminal case pa kayo, mapupunta pa sa bad light yung procuring entity. So tulungan nyo naman kami sa Comelec na maayos ang bidding on time, in full, and without error. At yung meron sa ano dyan catch all. Any other act that tends to defeat the purpose of competitive public bidding, such as habitually withdrawing from bidding. Nag-submit ka, bukas yung deadline, maaga ka nag-submit. Nangyayari to kasi sa infra, hindi sa inyo. Sabi, bawiin mo yung sinubmit mo, ito na yung sobre mo. Sa contractors yan, ha? And we know because documented yan. Para babawiin niya yung kanya, withdraw niya yung bid, may sobre siya dito. Babawiin niya yung sobre na sinubmit niya, kasi bukas pa ang deadline, tatanggap naman siya ng sobre sa kabila. Yan. Ganyan yung sa infra karaniwan. Okay? And so, yan po yung mga action or offenses, administrative offenses that would lead to your suspension or blacklisting. Pag blacklisted kayo, you cannot join, not only in Comelec, but in all government agencies and institutions. So, hindi kayo makakasali, kawawa naman yung mga empleyado nyo. Mababa lang talaga ang puso ng Comelec na mag-blacklist eh. But that is required by law. Okay? Yung pickup. Wala naman kasing contractor dito. Yung issue ng pickup bawal yung temporary pickup license. Talungan ko na ito. Mostly po, kasi walang contractor sa inyo eh. Hindi po pwede yung temporary pickup license. Tsaka pag joint venture, special pickup license din ang hinahanap din. Yan. Sa consultancy naman, para guided din yung back namin, pwedeng sumali kahit hindi pa employed yung professional. Halimbawa, marami yung hinahanap na engineer. Pwedeng hindi mo pa empleyado. Ba't mo obligahin yung empleyado na, nag-lista 50 civil engineer. Alam naman kumuha ka agad ng kontrata ng 50. Kung ang hawak mo 10 pa lang, pwede. Okay? Pwede kang mag-submit ng hindi mo empleyado provided sa DPWH to and applicable also din sa consultancy namin. Provided may undertaking that the bidder may propose a key personnel, yung engineer, yung civil engineer, yung electrical, who is not an employee, provided that the said personnel is required to submit. The said personnel, yung tao mismo hindi yung bidder, hindi yung partnership, required to submit certification that that particular he or she will work for the bidder if awarded the contract under bidding. So yan yung mga twist niyan na alam naman, obligahin mo lahat, employee na yan, kasali sa bidding. No, pwedeng hindi pa niya empleyado, pero yung isasubmit na pangalan, dapat naka-attach doon yung kanyang undertaking. Na pag na-award yung contract, magtatrabaho siya para sa bidder. Marami pa dito, but these are all for for consultancy and for infra. I noticed that most of the participants are for procurement of goods and services. So, yan po. And these are the other causes of failure of bidding under Section 35. Walang sumali. Yan gagawin, kawawa naman yung back. Deadline, nagtititigan yung back. Walang sumali eh. Bakit walang sumali? Anyari, tititigan kami. Minsan, time na, 9 o'clock, walang sumali. 8:45, meron na ba sumali? Wala pa. 5 minutes before 9 o'clock, wala pa. 9 o'clock, wala pa. Bawal tumanggap ng late. Yan. At ang pwedeng mag-submit ng document under Section 25 of the law should be the duly authorized representative. I don't know if the back is strict. Kung sino yung nasa omnibus affidavit na authorized representative, siya rin yung dapat na mag-submit ng bidding docs under Section 25.1. Nasa batas din mo yan. Gusto nyo ma-disqualify yung kalaban nyo, erase nyo yan. Pero, kaya naman sinasabi dito, para walang makapag-claim na hindi nyo alam. Because we are telling you what are the requirements so that we can comply with the requirements and qualify. Para presyo lang ang pag-uusapan namin. Okay? Yan. O kaya lahat naging ineligible. If you read Section 35 of the law, may power yung back dyan ha. 35.6, may bagong power yung Bids and Awards Committee. Na-expand na yan, Section 35, power ang back, ang failure of bidding, pero kay Hope, Section 41 yan. Kaya ni Chair, i-declare yung failure of bidding, he can refuse to award the contract, he can declare a failure of bidding. Section 41, pag sinabi niya, may anomaly sa back. The back failed to follow the prescribed process. Or if there is a prima facie evidence of collusion, connivance, or conspiracy, may nag-submit ng affidavit, notaryado, pwedeng pahintuin siya yan. Pero sa Section 35 ito, yung back naman ang magpipail ng bidding, wala sumali, isa back pa rin yan, rebid sila. Lahat ineligible, failure of bidding. Lahat post-disqualified, failure of bidding. May award nga, ayaw tanggapin, failure of bidding. But merong Section 35.6, which is a new provision, expanding the power of the back. Pagka hindi advantageous to the government, alam niyo kung bakit nagkaroon ng Section 35.6? Because of the case of the Ombudsman for Mindanao versus Richard Martel. Sabi ng Supreme Court, procurement modality is within the control of the back. Bids and Awards Committee. The back and the back alone shall be responsible for the conduct of procurement, and they cannot pass this responsibility into any other office, and they shall be held liable if something would went wrong. Yun ang kaya marami ngayon. Absuelto yung Hope, katay yung back. Sabi ng GPTB naman, para ma-neutralize yan, Section 35.6, ito 35 yan. Dinagdagan ng 35.6. Expanding the power of back if the project would not redound to the benefit of the procuring entity. And that is an offshoot of the case of Ombudsman of Mindanao versus Martel. So yan. So ito po ating pagtitipon ngayon ay para ibahagi lang yung ilan sa mga dahilan kaya nagkakadelay. Again, I will not discuss inside ng Comelec. Pero hindi kami pagkukulang sa Comelec. Sabi nga ng GPTB, yung Government Procurement Policy Board, 50% bakit nagkakaroon ng delay? Bakit may failure of bidding? Dahil sa kagagawan ng procuring entity. Sabi yan ng GPTB, and this is documented. 50% of the factors leading to delay and failure of bidding can be attributed to the procuring entity's lack of proper planning. Planning. Yan, yung problema namin. Kaya kayo, we encourage you to, sama si Deda, conduct a product demo. Bago mag-bidding ito ha, pag nag-bidding na, na-advertise na, bawal na kayo mag-demo-demo. Bawal na. During the planning stage, show to Comelec your technology, show to Comelec the advantages of your product, if it is value for money, if it is yung technology na modern, and you can also inform the fact if the technology is antiquated, na binibili ng Vision Awards Committee, antiquated or stop production. Kasi ang planning talaga, it's not just kasi after sales, titignan din ng back yan. Titignan din ng back yung preventive maintenance component. Titignan din ng back yung delivery component para on time. Baka mag-cause ng delay. So these are, as you could see, parang tulong-tulong tayo. Ang chairman wala nang inisip kundi mapabuti ang procurement sa gobyerno. Ang chairman ng Comelec wala nang inisip para parehas lahat. Not to favor a particular bidder, but pare-pareho. Makasali ng tama, show us your best product, at yung price na tama, mananalo naman kayo. Right? With that, unless there are questions, I would be closing my small talk kasi limited lang yung time. Andiyan pa si Ma'am sa COA. Sabi ko nga, takot kami sa COA. May niligawan akong COA, hindi pa ako abogado eh. Mr. Chair. May niligawan ako. Nandun pa ako sa University of Makati. Niligawan ko yung COA. Nag-issue ng AOM. Sabi ni Tommy Lopez, pare, huwag ka nang manligaw ng COA, madidihado ang gobyerno. So ma'am, again, takot kami. Are there any question po with regard to the topic na na-discuss? Matahimik kayo. Ha? Ba't ka matakot? Galingan ninyo. Galingan ninyo. Let your faith be greater than your fear. Let your faith be greater than your fear. Huwag kayong matakot. Andiyan naman si Deda, napaka-accommodating. Andiyan ang mga chairman ng Vision Awards Committee namin, 3 po yan, 4. Yan, the members of the back, very accommodating. May tanong kayo, sasagutin po yan. Okay? So with that, again, kung wala ng tanong, we thank you and once again, good afternoon, mabuhay, and maraming salamat.
Thank you, Professor Lawrence, for that presentation. Now, may we call on our next presenter. She is Supervising Resident Auditor from the Commission on Audit since October 2022 to present, Honorable Judy E. Onya. She will talk about the role of the Commission on Audit in the procurement process.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mukhang pagod na kayo, no? Sa kakapakinig. At hindi lang pagod, mukhang tinakot pa ni Atty. Villanueva. So ako daw ang nakakatakot, sabi niya. Okay. Actually, so before I start, medyo magbigay muna ako ng konting recap from this morning lecture. Kasi nakita ko pagod na kayo. Ano ba, tingin niyo ba may pagkakaiba, di ba? From morning, puro Comelec ang inyong resource person. So ngayon na iba, no? Hindi taga-Comelec, taga-COA. Nasabi nga ni Atty. Lawrence ay kinakatakutan. So, pero hindi kami nakakatakot. Kasi iba na ngayon ang mission ng COA. Partner na kami ng audit namin. For the improvement of government agencies' operations. Okay. Then, na-discuss din kanina, Comelec procedure, procurement procedure and processes mula umaga yon. So ngayon po, hindi Comelec, COA. So, yun mga medyo lilis ako ng konti kasi pati nga logo ko nagamit COA. Okay. And then, kanina, second to the speaker this afternoon, paulit-ulit niyang binabanggit transparency, effectiveness, accountability, and audit training. So, yun. Tinitingnan po ito ng COA. Then next, may mga nagbanggit kanina na malaki ang budget ng Comelec. At kapag ka malaki ang budget ng isang agency, ay napakadaming trabaho nun. Kaya sabi kanina ng third speaker ng itong hapon, sabi niya, mahirap daw ang trabaho sa Comelec. I agree with that. Kahit ako nga nahirapan nang nilipat ako dito So talaga naman ang hirap. Nakakaiyak sa dami ng trabaho. Pero baka sabihin, andyan pang COA, dagdag hirap pa sa amin. Kasi sabi nga mag-i-issue na naman ng AOM. So, ayun. So, hindi lang hirap po yun. Ito i-share lang natin. Yung sinasabi nila kanina na transparency, effectiveness, accountability. So, kaya nandiyan po ang COA. And then, okay. So, dito sa natin ngayon, para mapa-improve ang procedure ng Comelec at maging transparent to everyone. So kaya in-invite ako mag-lecture sa COA para hindi na po, maiwasan na po ang AUM sa procurement process. Kasi sabi nga, lumusot man sa evaluation ng Comelec, pwede pa rin yung AUM, notice of suspension, ma-disallowed kahit bayad na. Akala natin tuwan-tuwa na tayo Natanggap ko na kung akong supplier. Natanggap ko na yung payment. Pero ito, kasi ang COA ay post-audit. After, kahit naman nung nakarampayan, nung 2022 election or 2019, pwede pa rin balikan ng COA yun. So, yun. So, kaya sinasabi na nakakatakot, para bang hindi kayo pinapatulog ng COA kasi lagi na lang may sasabihin baka hindi na kita ng COA after several years, doon pa lang makikita, so mababalikan pa kami. As long as kompleto po ang inyong mga dokumento at legal lahat po proseso, ay huwag po kayong matakot sa COA. Kasi ang COA po ay sumusunod lang at tinitingnan yung current na those rules and regulations. Okay, so my topic for this session is the role of COA auditors in the procurement process. Okay, first I would like to share with you the related those rules and regulations on the procurement process. Okay, but before yung specific laws, rules, and regulations pertaining to the procurement process, I would like to share for you that the COA mandates. Kasi nasa Philippine Constitution po yan na ang COA ay may authority to examine, audit, and settle all accounts pertaining to the revenue, receipt of, and expenditure or uses of funded property owned or held by interest by or pertaining to the government or any of its subdivision agencies and instrumentalities. So, ibig sabihin ang COA ay mayroon siyang napaka-wide na function or mandate. Lahat, kumbaga sabi nga na dyan ng COA, pinapakialaman lahat ng transaksyon ng gobyerno. Okay. So, yun po. Kaya, yung procurement, isa lang yan element lang ng aming mandate. Okay, then, aside dun sa mandate na yun, mayroon pa kami, mayroon pang binigay sa amin ng Philippine Constitution. Na yun nga, di ba yung mga mandate na yun, doon po tayo natatakot. Kasi kumbaga malawak. Ito, another mandate namin ay meron kami exclusive authority to promulgate accounting and auditing rules and regulation. Of course, including yung prevention and disallowance of the regular, unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable expenditure or uses of government fund. Ito na yung nagkakaroon kami disallowances. Okay, so kung ang binayad sa inyo, sa tingin na ninyo ay bili ni Comelec, ay unnecessary, kunyari, luho na lang. So, pwede po yung i-disallow. Pag dinisalaw po yan, kadamay din kayo Kadamay yan mga supplier.
Okay. Then next po ay, of course, to define our audit and examination and establish techniques and methods. So, yeah. Then, okay, let us, next na, law IEO sa procurement, RA 184. So, dito na po ay nagsasabi sa RA 184 section 13.1 na to enhance the transparency of the process, the BAC shall, during the eligibility, checking, shortlisting, pre-bid conference, preliminary examination of bids, and bid evaluation and post-swap, dapat ini-invite or ang COA. So automatic ini-invite aside from the two other observer. Dapat nandun ang COA. So, ang invitation, lagi naman ako nakaka-receive sa aking email, dapat yan ay pinapadala at least 5 days before the activity. So, mayroon lang kami na-receive na bukas na yun, ngayon pa lang pinapadala. So, pero hindi na namin masyadong history. Kung kaya na naman namin pumunta o representative namin, pupunta namin kahit medyo nawala na dun sa sinabi na batas. Then, kung wala, as long as na-invite ninyo itong mga observer, kahit wala po sila, po pwedeng i-proceed ninyo ang inyong procurement activity. But i-ensure nyo lang na napa-receive ninyo in writing ang invitation ninyo. So, hindi po, pwede po yung maging hindrance, yung absence ng observer. Kasi kami, kahit hindi po kami, pwede naman kami mamili lang ng atin na namin. Pero, ang record talaga, bigyan kami. Bigyan kami ng invitation. So, do not expect 100% of your procurement ay nandun talaga ang COA. Pero kung ano makakaya namin, magpapadala kami ng representative. Pero actually ngayon, hinindrance na ako, dapat daw COA. Paano ko na mapapadala, tatatlo na lang kami. Sa dami-dami ng procurement ng Comelec, medyo mahirapan kami. So, then in the event that the procurement activity has to be postponed, dapat din po immediately kami ay nino-notice. Binibigyan ng notice. Okay, next. Ano ba yung responsibility ng observer? So, magpiprepare ng report, pwedeng jointly or separately. So, at isasubmit din po yan sa home. Tsaka sa copy parties po yung back chairperson. So, actually within 7 working days dapat po kung walang report na prepare an observer, ibig sabihin okay yung bidding process. Yung process ng activity or procurement activity na inatinan ng observer na yan. Okay. So, yan hindi ko na i-discuss ang yung letter C kasi medyo hindi naman sa amin yan. Hindi kami magkakaroon na kumbaga conflict of interest kasi bawal sa amin, independent kami. Okay. So ito yung kanina binabanggit ni Attorney Lawrence kanina, yung blacklisting. So kapag na-blacklist po kayo ng mga supplier, magsasubmit niya sa GPPB. And then ang GPPB, magsasubmit niya sa amin ng consolidated report every quarter. So kaya alam namin na babantayan na po namin yung transaction ng mga government agencies, hindi lang po sa Comelec. Sabi nga ni Sir kanina, ay attorney, kung ma-blacklist kayo sa Comelec, ano na po yan? Sa lahat na po yan ay blacklisted kayo at nandun na nakatingin na sa inyo lagi ang COA. So, then after po na, ito palang mga observer namin, baka i-expect ninyo na pag nandoon nakaupo, kung face-to-face man o nandiyan naka-attend virtually, ay pag nagtanong kayo ay sasagot yan, hindi yan sumasagot. Kasi observer nga lang. So wala kayong makukuha dyan sa taga-COA. Titingin lang yan tapos magsusulat yan. Kung representative, i-report niya sa akin. Tapos either gagawa na kami ng report kung mayroong tingin nyo na medyo lihis talaga. Submit namin kay chairman. So, ganun po yun. And aside from that, kung hindi man kami umimik o hindi man kami nagbigay ng report na mayroong kakaiba doon sa procurement process or activity na yon, ay po pwede pa rin kami even after ng procurement process, pwede pa rin kami mag-audit findings o mag-issue ng audit observation memorandum kasi nga post-audit kami. Okay. So, next po ay, ito naman sa COA Circular 2009, ay 2009-001. Okay. So, yung submission ng kontrata, PO, and their supporting documents, pag na-approval na yun, dapat submit na po yun 5 days, within 5 days. Pero dito, mayroon lang akong kunting nakikita, parang red flags lang sa akin. Pero hindi pa rin, hindi ko pa natututukan masyado. Kasi yan hanggang sa itong rule ng nilagay ko siya kasi hanggang delivery of goods and services, kailangan ino-notify pa rin ang COA kasi pwedeng magpa-inspect kami. Lalo na yung mga malalaking procurement. Kung hindi man namin kaya, inspect as to technical aspect ay nagre-request po kami ng mga technical expert namin galing sa central office to conduct inspection and evaluation on the goods delivered. Or kung may construction nga na ay mga infrastructure, ang mga engineers po namin yan na nag-evaluate, nag-inspect. So within 24 hours, upon the receipt of deliveries, dapat na-notify ako. Then, yung sabi ko na parang may red flags ako nakita kasi yung conforme ng PO ay the same yung date of conforme ng mga supplier. Kasi syempre, pipirmahan na ni Comelec. So, kasi may timelines yun sa Annex C ng RA 184. Pipirmahan na nila. And then, kunyari, may nakalagay doon na 30 days upon yung acceptance or yung na-perfect yung PO or kontrata. So, perfection is the signing of doon sa conforme portion. So, nakita ko doon, lagi kong sa kanyang pinababantayan kasi marami. Yung date ng conforme ni supplier, the same date of the PR, delivery. Galing, no? So, medyo marami lang yun, pero last year, because sabi nga kanina, I just assumed the Comelec office noong October lang. So, medyo, marami pang titingnan. Okay, so now, dito na ako sa key roles of COA auditors in the procurement process. Of course, yung number 1 dyan yung number 1 pala is observer. Kung observer kami, ano ko na kanina na discuss ko na yung ano ang ginagawa ng COA bilang observer. Okay, next. Role ng COA is compliance assessment. COA auditors review the procurement process to ensure that all relevant laws, rules, and regulation, and including policies, are being followed. Kaya pagka yung mga kontrata na sinabit sa amin ng, di ba sabi nga doon, 5 days, within 5 days, pag hindi po yun na-submit, IOM na naman si Pao. Okay, sasabihin, hindi sinabit within the prescribed period. And then, out of that sinabit na mga kontrata, POs, hindi naman namin yan 100% mamimili pa rin kami based on the sampling techniques na pina-apply ng COA. Kukuha kami siya ng mga kung ilan man contract review namin. So, lalo na pag malalaki ang procurement, ay iko-contract na review namin as auditorial and legal review, and then ipo-forward namin sa COA Central Office para sila na po ang review as to technical aspects. Okay, halimbawa yung mga computer software, mga machine na ginagamit sa election, so Central Office na po yung i-evaluate niyan as to technical aspect. Okay, next ay evaluating procedures. COA auditors examine the procurement procedure to determine their effectiveness and efficiencies. Di ba yung binanggit kanina ng isang speaker? So, kahit tinignan na at in-ensure ni Comelec that yung procedure nila ay effective and efficient, nandito pa rin ang COA. Titingnan pa rin po kung totoo nga yun na effective and efficient yung procurement processes and procedures na in-employed ni Comelec. Then, auditors also assess whether the method used for procurement are appropriate, cost-effective, and in the best interest of the government. Kasi baka mamaya, hindi naman pala medyo mataas yung cost involved sa procurement process na yan. Kanina may sabi, na lang, virtual. Actually, tipid yun. Yung virtual na yung sa bidding, yung process ninyo, tipid yun. Dati sa pinanggalingan ko, and came from BNB, pag face-to-face bidding, process na sila. So, harap-harap. Siyempre, may pamilyanda pa yun. Ewan ko, pagka virtual, parang hindi ko alam, wala na mga ata eh. Diba? So, diba, effective, walang cost involved. Okay, next po ay financial accountability. So, kanina nabanggit din yung accountability ng second speaker of this afternoon. Okay, so ayan, titingnan din ng COA yan. COA auditor assess whether the fund allocated for the procurement are utilized appropriately without any misuse or misappropriation. They verify the expenses incurred during the procurement process are justified and adequately documented. Kasi kapag hindi documented, notice of suspension na naman daw. Kapag hindi ninyo pinomply to submit yung documents required, ay magmamature into disallowance. Kapag na-mature into disallowance, wala na po yan sa mga kamay ko, nandun na po yan sa central office, mag-a-appeal na lang po kayo. So, mas maganda po AUM pa lang, NS pa lang, complied, kasi yan dito pa lang sa akin yan. Pagka nag-disallowance na po, nandun na sa central office. So, magbabayad, may bayad yun, may fee yun, pagka nag-appeal kayo. Then next, risk identification. COA auditors identified potential risks within the procurement process, such as a conflict of interest. Baka yung mga bidders natin, mayroong conflict of interest sa mga PWG natin. Okay. So, then non-compliance with the regulation or weak internal control. Tingnan mo kung gaano nakikialam ang COA, pati internal control. Titingnan ko, weak or absence ba? Okay. Pagka nakita namin maganda, kinokomment naman namin. So, hindi lang kami yung taga-tingin ng pangit. Pati maganda tinitingnan namin. Okay. By identifying the risk, the auditor can help to prevent financial losses and improve the overall integrity of the procurement process. Okay. Kasi i-call nila attention, magre-recommend po kami niyan. Okay. Then reviewing contractual obligation. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, na nagko-contract review po kami. COA auditors scrutinize contracts to ensure the terms and conditions are fair, reasonable, and in accordance with the relevant laws. That they also verify the contractor's fulfillment, their obligation, and deliver goods and services as per agreed upon. So kanina sabi ko nga na ang date ng conforme ay the same date with the DR. Sabi ko, comply na comply, wala man lang konting wala man lang, para bang pagka yung, di ba yung, alam mo yung pera na matagal na sa bulsa mo, kaya pinawa kasi tagal na, malalaman mo yan kung pinalitan kasi bago, hindi na gusto, parang bago lang parang ganun Isipin mo, they say, kinumporme mo ngayon, deliver ka na rin ngayon. Okay. Then next, at saka nga pala doon sa review of contractual obligation, para kasi, ang nakita namin doon na yung liquidated damages, hindi po na-impose. And then, yung compliance, syempre din yun nung bidding process. Kasi kailangan niya, sabi nga, madalian. Kailangan daw ng Comelec, madalian makasupply ng, so kailangan din ang Comelec, Comelec, mabilis din ang procurement process nila para makadeliver din, maka-acquire ng goods and services ng madalian para sa gagamitin sa election. Kasi kapag na-delay na, wala na tayong election. Medyo na, papiperwisyo po ang operation ng Comelec. Then, next ay transparency and accountability. COA auditors contribute to the transparency of the procurement process by providing independent assessment through their reports and recommendations. They hold public officials accountable for their action and decision related to the procurement. So, pagka in-assess namin yon, makita namin mayroong deficiency dyan, susulat na kami ng AUM, na sinasabi, yung AUM na yon hindi lang pamumuna, kundi mayroon din niya recommendation. So, ngayon, kung pwede naman pinag-uusapan o iintindi kung paano natin may improve or na hindi na mangyari pa ulit, kaya kami nagre-recommend. At pag nag-recommend po kami, binabantayan din namin yung implementation niyan. Okay. Then, next, capacity building and improvement. COA auditors provide recommendation for enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the procurement process. So, nagsasuggest din kami for the improvement. Sabi nga namin, dapat, halimbawa, magkaroon ng manual para guided ang bawat isa. Sabi nga, ang procurement, meron na, sabi nga, maglalabas na, gumagawa na. Okay, thank you for that. Para hindi sa lahat ay magamit natin yun at hindi tayo maliligaw basta sa proseso natin kasi may manual na susundan. And then reporting and communication. COA auditors communicate their findings and recommendation through AUM and later kapag hindi po, pag na-resolve po ang AUM na yan, nagawa na, hindi na po namin lalagay sa audit reports. Okay. Kasi solved na So what for pa nang ilalagay natin wala na problema. Then the reports serve as a valuable tools for the policy makers, government agencies, and the public in understanding the strengths and weaknesses of the procurement system. So kapag nasa annual audit report ng COA, ipapublish ng COA sa COA website, pag-TPS-tahan na po yan ng media, ng publiko, makikita na lahat yan. Kaya dapat aware tayo sa actions and transactions natin. Okay. Then, collaboration with procurement officials. COA auditors work with procurement officials to clarify issues, provide guidance or compliance matter, and promote best practices. The collaboration fosters the culture of continuous improvements within the procurement process. So, yun. So, hindi katakot-takot lang ang COA kasi nagpo-provide niya ng guidance as partner ninyo sa government transaction, natitingnan kung may transparency, effective, or cost-effective siya, yung ganun. So, yan, magpupuna lang kami in order to have check and balance. Kasi minsan hindi natin nakikita ang mali natin. So, ibang tao ang makakakita. Okay. To summarize, for the overall, the role of COA auditors in the procurement process is a crucial in safeguarding public funds, promoting good governance, and ensuring the government procurement activities are conducted with integrity, fairness, and accountability. So, yun po ang laging tinitingnan ng COA. Okay. So, that's all for the role of COA auditors in the procurement process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Auditor Hinya. So, mayroon po tayong, I think we only have 2 questions na tatanungin.
Okay po, may 2 questions tayo for our resource person, Miss Marian Ada Cruz. Nandito po ba si Miss Marian? Ay, sorry. Miss Marian, welcome po sa stage. Ano po yun? Ay, sige po. From Fast Group Corporation, with their representatives, Sir Alan Inton. Ang question po, ma'am, is, are foreign companies allowed to participate directly in biddings? If allowed, do they need to be PhilJEPs and Comelec accredited?
Lahat po ng bidders, local and foreign, must be PhilJEPs registered. So wala po yung sa Comelec na parang nire-register sa Comelec. PhilJEPs lang po. Whether local or foreign, dapat po PhilJEPs registered. And if you're participating po sa competitive bidding, you need to be a PhilJEPs Platinum member. So, yun po. And then po, regarding kung directly pwede pong mag-participate directly yung foreign bidders, depende po doon sa kung ano po yung project. No? So, Section 23.4.1.2, yung foreign bidders po may be eligible to participate kapag yun yung nakalagay sa bidding documents, given to prevent the situation that defeat competition or restrain trade. For example, merong company here na exclusive distributor siya. And then, si procurement entity directly coordinated with the manufacturer abroad. So, si manufacturer abroad, nagsabi siya na gusto ko rin mag-participate. No? So, given that circumstance, the procurement entity may open the bidding to foreign bidders. So, yun po. Depende doon sa situation ng project concern.
May isa pa pong question, Marian. Also from the same company, Fast Group Corporation. To whom can we send technology updates and suggestions?
So, if you listen po kanina sa nabanggit po ni Atty. Lawrence, kapag wala pa yung proper bidding, hindi pa nag-start yung procurement process, remember kanina sinabi ko, yung the procurement, the bidding starts with the posting of the invitation to bid. So, habang wala pa yun, kanina nabanggit ni Atty. Lawrence na pwede kayong mag-demo sa end users, sa Comelec, sa procurement entity as a whole, ng mga projects or mga technologies na meron kayo. So, so long as, pagdating sa back, hindi pa ini-start ng back. Kumbaga, nasa planning stage pa lang, nasa preparation of the project stage pa lang. Akin na po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marian. May isa pa tayong question from Mind Printing, from the representative Lailani Miranda for our COA auditor po. The question po is there any timeline validity for the COA to check and declare a supplier for this allowance?
Actually, wala po. Walang timeline. Kasi actually yung kami, sabi ko kanina, we are using audit techniques. Hindi namin na 100% yan. So nagkakaroon kami ng sampling. So kung hindi namin matamaan yung ano ninyo, yung transaction na yan, at bandang na mayroong marites na nagsabi sa amin, yung supplier na yan, mayroong conflict of interest with government officials, kaya pumasa yun. So pwede namin, yan. Kasi alam mo yung COA, nakikinig ng marites yan. Okay. Sabi nga, ang COA is good auditors is a good chismosa yan, good marites yun. Kasi pag nakakarinig sa, even yung sa mga balita, actually yun, kaya nababalikan yan, babalikan yung mga transaction na yan kahit noong pa, kahit 2016 pa, katulad ng kanina, sabi ko, bakit balikan mo nga yung transaction ng 2016? Tingnan mo yung mga ganito. So, naano ko lang, hindi ito natingnan. Parang mayroong konti akong nasisilip para makampante ang kalooban ko na okay pala yun, pababalikan ko yun. Hindi porket na pabalikan ko, okay naman, wala naman akong i-issue na AOM. Okay. So kung meron man i-issue, so una doon, hindi ka agad disallow. As long as na, kahit nag-fall pa doon sa IUEEU, yung irregular, illegal, unnecessary, so unquestionable, so, hindi naman, actually, sabi niyo natatakot. Kahit ibang auditor talaga, automatic yun, disallowance. Ako, sige, explain ka muna. Okay. So, due process pa rin. Pero ako, ang iba talagang i-disallow ka agad as long as pumasok doon. So, kaya wala pong timelines. Isipin mo na lang, kararating ko lang ng October, pinapabalikan ko 2016. Okay. Po.
Thank you po, Honorable Onya. We go now to the next portion of our last portion.
Ayan. So may we request the Honorable Chairman and the Executive Director to please come up this stage. Ibibigay lang po natin yung ating mga certificates of appreciation sa mga naging resource persons po natin ngayong hapon. So tatawagin ko isa-isa yung ating mga naging resource persons. Sabay-sabay na po. Basahin ko lang po yung text ng isang certificate. Certificate of appreciation is given to Attorney Helen G. Aguila Flores, the head and chairperson Bids and Awards Committee, for having shared her invaluable knowledge and expertise as a resource person during the 2023 Comelec Procurement Summit held on 17 to 18 July 2023 at the Diamond Ballroom, Diamond Hotel, Manila, given the 17th day of July 2023. Signed, George R. Garcia. Tawagin ko na po lahat ng mga resource persons natin. Attorney Helen G. Aguila Flores, Honorable Judy Onya, yung ating photographer. Attorney Lawrence P. Villanueva, Director Fernando C. Besinio, Attorney Nancy R. Haddad Villanueva, Mr. Yasser L. Mangadang, Mr. Raul S. Bautista, Pastor Raul, Pastor Boyet. And Ms. Marian R. Ada Cruz. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ayan, at this point, tatawagin ko po lahat ng mga bidders, suppliers na mag-join din sa photos. Pero sila po muna. Ayan po. Sir, pwede din muna kayo. Yung ating mga suppliers, leaders, kung pwede pong mag-photo ops po tayo kasama si Chairman at saka si Executive Director. Kasama
And yung mga resource persons din po. Kasama daw po sa photo ops with the leaders. Sorry.
Pwede ba?
Mga leaders and suppliers, so join po kayo dito for the photo ops po.
Pwede po dito yung iba.
Dito na lang po sa harapan yung iba.
Yung iba sa harap. Sige na po, para mabilis po tayo kasi mayroon pa tayong day 2 bukas. Maaga ulit tayo. Yung iba pwede pong umakyat.
Sige po, pwede po umakyat. Depende po sa ating photographer.
Huwag lang pong makalas yung ating stage. Matibay naman po yata yan. Ayun, doon po sa mga umattend online, maraming salamat po sa pag-aantabay sa ating first Comelec Procurement Summit. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you so much po.
Ayan, dito na po natatapos ang ating first day ng ating Comelec Procurement Summit. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Bukas po ulit, dumating po tayo ng maaga. 8 o'clock to 8:50, may magkakaroon tayo ng recap. And then mag-start po tayo 8:50, yung first topic. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you po, everyone.